Welcome to your in-depth year 2025 astrology overview and zodiac forecast. I'm going to briefly outline how I'm going to structure the video. First of all, I'm going to share with you about two eclipses which occurred towards the end of 2024. The first of these ushers in a new eclipse series between the signs of Pisces and Virgo. But the first of these, a lunar eclipse, is very close to the shimmering energies of Neptune, which has been so profoundly important since 2012 in Pisces. Then on the 2nd of October, we have a solar eclipse in the air sign of Libra, very much about communication. But close to the eclipse is Mercury, the planet of talk and thought. But both these energies are going to feed into the early months of the new year in a very profound way. At the turn of the year, I'm going to share with you on screen the solar return. This provides a backdrop energy for the following 12 months that we can all collectively relate to. There's some mightily influential energy permeating within that. Now, as we go into the new year, it could be argued that the most important event of the whole year occurs on the 11th of January because the true nodal axis shifts, the north node inverting into Pisces and the south into Virgo. This hasn't happened for 17 years. They're intrinsically linked to the eclipse series, which is going to be so much to the fore this year. Now, as the year develops at the end of January, Uranus emerges from its retrograde and Jupiter at the start of February. But then we get a lot of focus on the sign of Aries, which of course is going to be very much in the astral news this year because of the arrival of Neptune and Saturn. But the early movers and shakers are Venus, debilitated, but also Mercury. But they're both going to go into retrogrades, and in Mercury's case, fire back to water. We get that again in the autumn. We actually get a fire retrograde just in Leo in the summer. But let's think about last year. We had a series of fire Mercury retrogrades, but then 10 days of Earth in Virgo. So this year we get 3 Mercury retrogrades in fire, but 2 invert into water. If we add water to fire, we extinguish the flame. What's the symbolism of that? Now, right at the heart of March, we get the second of the new eclipse series, this time in the practical sign of Virgo. But the sun in the sign of Pisces is very close to the rather limiting and certainly serious energies of Saturn. What's the implication? I'm going to share with you about the first cardinal quadrant. That's when the sun returns to Aries. We get the vernal equinox. But in Western tropical astrology, based on the seasons, this brings in a 13-week period. And it's really influential because it's all about initiation. But just as we get to the end of the month, we get the last of an eclipse series between the signs of Aries and Libra. This one in the Aries solar eclipse provides an opportunity for us all to really thrust forwards and work with our identities and manifesting our hopes in terms of new beginnings or injecting ongoing strands with greater passion and enthusiasm. But then on the 30th of March, Neptune comes to the end of a 163-year journey and moves into Aries for just under 8 months. It's going to return to Pisces later this year, and it will be next year that it completes its whole 164-year journey. But let's think of the symbolism. The sign of Pisces is about completion or culmination from a spiritual and psychological viewpoint. And of course Saturn's there, but Saturn's much cooler. And Saturn, when it joins Neptune on the 25th of May, which I will share with you, it's just for 3 months and 8 days through to the end of August. So the two are going to be together. It is a big news story, and they are linking back to Pluto in a powerful sextile. Definitely need to explore that for sure. But let's also think that Jupiter, the planet of growth, which has been in the quick-witted sign of Gemini, shifts into the feeling sign of Cancer on the 9th of June, but immediately clashes with Saturn and also Neptune. Now, of course, Jupiter and Neptune are both the co-regents of the sign of Pisces. But Jupiter is about growth. It likes being in Cancer. It's exalted here, so it should have given us an opportunity to work on our emotional expression and anything to do with nurture. But the presence of Saturn and Neptune squaring off to Jupiter suggests that Jupiter could be blunted in the following year. So we need to explore that. Now, as we go into the second cardinal quadrant in June, we also have a squaring off, as we have the summer solstice, with Saturn and also Neptune. So their presence isn't necessarily going to be a panacea. Saturn is also in its fall in the sign of Aries. Aries is about initiation, thrust. Saturn's about consolidation. So it's not really a natural fit. And of course, Saturn is near to completing the end of its 29.5-year journey through the heavens, which will be in 2026, because it is going to return back into Pisces on the 1st of September. Now, on the 7th of July, it's undeniable. It's so exciting that Uranus moves into the sparkling sign of Gemini. Uranus really doesn't like being in Taurus. It's in its fall, and we've seen that it's been a brutal experience, especially in terms of the cost of living, the freely available use of resources, anything to do with agriculture has also been a very tense issue. And Uranus moving into Gemini gives us an opportunity to sparkle around communication in a fresh way. But that Uranus position links back to Pluto in a trine, and they both link back to Saturn and Neptune in a very positive way, known as a grand minor trine or a golden triangle. So this is brilliant, it's undeniable, but it will be when Uranus returns to Gemini next year and Jupiter moves into Leo that we will get a really electric connection between Jupiter, Uranus, and also Pluto. So we've got that to look forward to for sure. Now, in the summer, we do have Mercury going retrograde in the ground sign of Leo. But September is such a busy month. Saturn returns to Pisces on the 1st, but we also have two eclipses in the sign of, to begin with, Pisces, so a repetition of the first one of the 18th of September 24, and then the solar eclipse in the sign of Virgo. And if we think about Neptune and its journey through the sign of Pisces since 2012, escapism, which can be a very positive thing if we embrace the more spiritual dimension in all its different guises, or peacefulness, or we get into nature, or we enjoy water or healing, all of that's wonderful. But we've also had the more addictive energies of Pisces and Neptune, and seen a huge burgeoning of the use of, whether it's prescription or drugs that are for social use. That's been a huge boom. And perhaps the big picture of this year, that the nodal axis, in my opinion, the most influential part of this year, and not just the north node, it's the energy of the south node. So what we've created and the karma from that, we're being asked to look at it. We're being asked to find a better balance between our physical and more practical structures, but also our physical health, what we eat and what we cook, digest. A lot of rubbish has crept into the food chain, and the sign of Virgo is about purity. And on the other side of the heavens, the North Node is asking us to make sense of the Neptunian cycle, but also try to work with the Saturnian energy that's been quite potent since March 2023, which has brought a coolness, but also has asked us to work much harder at understanding how we feel. So if there was a word to sum up year 2025, I think it's a huge opportunity, and it may sound like it's a little bit of a trendy word, but I think it's the right adjective to find a holistic way of getting the balance between functioning practically but also being in touch with our more emotional and spiritual dimension. So the two areas are informing each other. So if we do have some escapism, nothing wrong with that at all. We're doing it through music or through film or through language or our imagination or some appreciation of the good things in life, but in a little bit more of a measured way. I think that's really what the universe is asking us to do. So as we come into the end of the year, we do have another fire back to water retrograde. Ironically, Mercury in Sagittarius, where it starts the year, not at its best, of course. But if you recall last year, Mercury started the year in retrograde and ended the year in retrograde in Sagittarius. So that's one up, but we do get one take of it, but it inverts back into Scorpio. So however much we try to initiate through the fire signs this year, the water signs, and particularly the nodal north axis and nodal point, or the point of destiny in Pisces, and also the eclipses are asking us to get more grounded in our feelings and make it work more practically. As we come into the end of the year, I'll explore with you the autumnal equinox, cardinal quadrant 3, and also the winter solstice, cardinal quadrant 4. We only get a small slice of that by the end of the year, but that is how I'm going to break this all down for you. I'm also going to share all the new moons, so you're fully informed of what year 2025 holds. Now below you can check out each of the 12 zodiac signs from the perspective of your ascendant, sun or the moon. They're deep dives, so they're very detailed, and you can click on the playlist below to go to the one you wish to watch. I'm astrologer Patrick Arundell. If you're new to my channel, it's lovely to have your company. If you've yet to subscribe, please help the channel to thrive by doing so, and also click in or tap in the bell notification symbol. If you'd like to have a one-to-one with me, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. And if you'd like to take advantage of my year 2025 personal horoscope forecast offer, totally unique to each person it's produced for, you can order in 24, get the rest of that year free, but also my special package of 30% off your life roadmap report. The combination of all this information will give you searing insights to guide your moves, and is fantastic value too. Please see the link below for more. Year 2025's astrological journey is rooted in the latter part of 2024. We have a new eclipse series ushered in on the 18th of September in the sign of Pisces. On the other side of the heavens is the sun in the precise Virgo. But very close to the position of the lunar eclipse is the shimmering mesmeric energies of Neptune, the co-ruler of the sign of Pisces. I feel in the latter part of 24 and into the first quarter or third of the new year, we have an opportunity to try to make sense of what Neptune in Pisces since 2012 has truly meant. Because of course Neptune is priming up to make its debut in the sign of Aries on the 30th of March. But also on the 2nd of October we have a solar eclipse in the air sign of Libra. Very much about equilibrium, balance, fairness, but also how we relate. But in the mix is Mercury. Mercury, very close to the sun and the moon, gives us an opportunity to use our minds in an even keener way, even though this sign is about communication. Now, the rulership of Mercury of Gemini is about those fast exchanges, but the rulership of Mercury of Virgo is very much about dry analysis. And in that sense, this Mercury solar eclipse gives us a real opportunity to decode and decipher some of the mixed messages that that lunar eclipse could create, because our subconscious is going to be powerfully activated by it. These two eclipses will work together even though they're not of the same series, or in other words, we need to make them work together or find ways to work with the energies that we're given. So as much as the solar eclipse in Libra gives us a chance to sharpen up our communications around relationships and perhaps also our listening skills, those can be influenced by rather deeper, more ephemeral energies that are harder to understand. So we could find ourselves hugely nostalgic for someone from our past, maybe even a little mournful if we feel that we didn't quite do what we could have done, because Neptune in Pisces is the sign of culmination. So it's very, very powerful before it makes that transition into Aries. But it's true that the solar eclipse in Libra gives us a chance to celebrate the things we have in common. So as we go into the new year, our sensitivity, the Pisces lunar eclipse, but our objectivity around relating can combine, but we're going to have to work at it, I feel. Now on the screen now, I'm showing the event chart right at the start of the year. The two eclipses are really going to be very potent in the early months of 25. The solar return is going to be very potent for the whole 12 months. Now, the sun is always in Capricorn at this time of the year, so very much to do with tradition, continuity, and the more material world. It's the sign of physical culmination. But as 2024 came to a close, we had a Capricorn new moon on the 30th of December. And that energy greets us as we come into the new year. So the moon's moved on, but it's still in the sign of Capricorn. Just a little footnote, the moon in Capricorn is not its best position, because the moon's rulership of Cancer is very much about nurture, protectiveness, very caring. The sign of Capricorn, very businesslike. But what we can do throughout 2025 is appreciate some of the traditions and more stable structures that do help to hold everything together. Sometimes those things can be frustrating to us, particularly if we're wanting to embrace an exciting new world in a fresh, innovative way. But those fabrics that are very important to our background, our experiences, what we're very familiar with, is something that can play out this year too. So also the sign of Capricorn can be very much about property. So that points towards all of us being mindful of the cost of property, whether it's rental or whether it is purchase properties, but also the lack of availability. You know, we need more homes for a lot of people. So that's going to be a major theme of this year, I feel. But Jupiter, the planet of growth, is in a retrograde as we start this year, and it's also in a square with Saturn, the planet which rules the sign of Capricorn, which is very much to do with consolidation. They reached a peak in their square on the 24th of December. If you recall, they also squared on the 19th of August 2024, and they're going to square on the 15th of June 2025, but they will both be in new homes by the time that happens. But we start this year with Jupiter in its obviously detriment in the sign of Gemini in a retrograde. So we're being asked to be mindful of not being too free and easy with what we pledge and what we expect, because Saturn's actually moderating that, asking us to be more mindful about how things feel, because it's in the sign of Pisces, like Neptune as we start this year. Of course, it will move like Neptune into Aries on the 25th of May, but at the start of the year it's providing or applying a handbrake to the more exuberant energies of Jupiter, which is in a retrograde. So that's suggesting that our ideas, the way we interact, need to be mindful of our inner world, which is where Saturn is located. Now, in a very thrusting, powerful way, we have Pluto in Aquarius, back there from the 19th of November 2024 for the long term through to 2043 initially, is in an opposition with Mars. So these are the two rulers of Scorpio, which is very much a sign of transition, but it's very deep, passionate, and it can be very much to do with willpower, but also power itself. So Mars is in the grand, proud Leo. Mars loves being in Leo. Here it wants to bask in the limelight. It wants recognition for its individual talents. But Pluto in the sign of the collective, Aquarius, is much more concerned with how it is for all of us. But Mars is in a retrograde. This retrograde is very, very important because it suggests that whatever we desire, and perhaps whatever we obsess about at the start of this year, we might not get it quite as quickly as we would like. The moon's in a sign which is much more safety first. We've got Saturn, the ruler of Capricorn, squaring off with Jupiter, which is in a retrograde. So that's suggesting we need to go a little slower about how we think and express things. And we've got Mars and Pluto in an opposition which can create an enormous amount of desire, but because of Mars being retrograde, it's not necessarily going to get the recognition it wants because of the totality of the power of tiny Pluto. So that's really influential as we go into this new year. So I think for all of us, whatever we set our intentions to, whatever our New Year's resolutions are, things might not rattle along quite at the pace we would like. Now, if you look at the position of Mercury, Mercury is in Sagittarius, which like Jupiter means it's in its detriment, but like Jupiter, it's also squared off by Saturn. So we have a T-square. So Saturn is hugely important. So all through 2025, whatever we're thinking about and whatever we're trying to express or wherever we're trying to travel, we always need to be mindful of the inner emotional and psychological dimension, which is what Saturn is asking us to think about. But Saturn squaring Mercury means at times we could get a little dispirited, to be honest. Mercury is in the sign of Sagittarius, which on the face of it would give us a real passion for moving around, exploring things, but we can't rush. So again, there's a slowing down. So it's interesting. The focus for a lot of people is going to be Neptune and Saturn moving into Aries, but by looking at this solar return, we get a very realistic understanding of where we are. But there are some very strong advantages. Despite the North Node being about to inverse into Pisces, the true node, on the 11th of January, it starts the year forging a dynamic link with Pluto and also with Mars, which rules the sign of Aries, where the node is. So we've got some mutual receptivity there. So it's possible, for sure, if we've really worked hard at understanding our identity and our individual talents, particularly because the North Node has been in Aries along with Chiron, that's given us a real chance to work at that, together with last year's solar eclipse in the sign of Aries, and of course 2 new moons. So real opportunity. Of course, the second of them was challenged by Pluto, but we did have that thrust, that encouragement to be very single-minded. So that's still there, but we need to be mindful of our tactics, because Pluto opposite Mars can see us want to dominate. So if we have a situation where we're very sure of what we want to get from it, the problem with that tactic is it could arouse tremendous opposition. So the node's saying, listen to our instincts, even if it is about to shift into the deeply sensitive Pisces. Other takeouts is that Venus, the planet of relating but also money, is in the democratic Aquarius, but squaring up to the ruler of that sign, Uranus. So that suggests that for some people there are going to be some very exciting connections this year, but whether they'll be long lasting, that's another matter. So we've got the 2 planets that rule Scorpio in a very intense and, to be honest, quite sexual opposition, and we've also got Uranus applying to Venus in a very free-spirited way. So there could be some big connections, some dramatic connections, but equally some short-lived connections, because Venus and Uranus, when they're collaborating, are quite picky. Venus is quite picky with Uranus in a square. It's not going to give away its independence in Aquarius very easily, but it could boost up friendships. So Pluto and Venus in Aquarius, Pluto's linked with the node and Venus is linked with Uranus, suggests there can be some connections which will be exciting, but not necessarily long lasting, and some relationships where there's too much politics, just too much, despite that new moon greeting us in the new year, asking us to think about stability. I feel that some people will be wanting to separate. And it's important to understand that communication, or lack of it, not very clear communication, could be part of the issue. And that's where that solar eclipse on the 2nd of October is so important, to try to keep that little bit of detachment so the flow backwards and forwards is fair and reasonable. Because with having Mercury detrimented, Jupiter detrimented, retrograde, both T-squaring back to Saturn, a lot of old issues can bubble up to the surface in very surprising ways. Now, in terms of healing, there is actually a fantastic link between Chiron and Mercury. So if there is something that we want to still keep working towards in terms of understanding ourselves better, whether it's through self-help books, reading, any kind of leaflet or pamphlet which gives us extra insights, watching videos, or having some counselling, these are strands that can actually be very constructive and helpful to us. So that takes us into the early part of January. And on the 6th of January, we have a major event, because Mars, through its retrograde, inverts back into the sign of Cancer. Do you know, in fact, Mars moved into Cancer on the 4th of September and left on the 4th of November. But the retrograde began on the 6th of December in Leo, which is what greets us in this new year. But in actual fact, Mars in Cancer is a real big deal, because in total it's 26 weeks. So on the 6th of January, Mars inverts into a sign which it is in its fall in. So Mars can be quite defensive and prickly in Cancer. It's great if we want to crack on and get things done around a home renovation or work with contractors in some way, but because of Mars's retrograde, there could be some frustration until it goes direct on the 24th of February. Now, as I mentioned, the true nodal axis inverts into Pisces on the 11th of January, and the south node into Virgo. And it's vital we don't ignore the south node. The south node is where our habitual behaviour is. The north node is where we can be guided. The north node can be known as the point of destiny, and it's almost like a collective draw towards a particular direction. And it can be, in a very positive way, over the next 18 months, a marvellous opportunity to enlighten ourselves to a much greater degree, particularly in the sign of Pisces. Well, on January the 30th, Uranus, which has been retrograde for its usual 5 months, goes direct in the sign of Taurus. I think we can all let a sigh of relief out about that, and that's going to be very helpful. But on February the 4th, Venus makes its way into the sign of Aries, but on the same day, Jupiter ends its retrograde, which is something also to celebrate. But Venus going into Aries does have its challenges. Personally, I like to question the essential dignities, but Venus is debilitated in the sign of Aries, but I feel it gives us an opportunity to get on the front foot. Venus can be about desire, it can be about our personal appearance. The sign of Aries is very fresh. If there is someone that we're attracted to, we could take the first move. If we're setting our intentions around our appearance in the early part of the year, we could find ourselves trying to update our look or our wardrobe in some kind of way with Venus's help. February the 24th, as I mentioned, the ruler of the sign of Aries goes direct, but in Cancer. If you've been waiting for someone to turn up and crack on with that job, they're likely to do so then. March the 2nd, however, sees Venus go into a retrograde in Aries. If there is someone that you've initiated a connection with, it could slow down then, or you could just be thinking a lot about relationships in general. You don't have to be in one. But you could also be thinking about money, because Venus isn't just about relating. It can be about our self-worth and our values. And perhaps there is some kind of update or refreshment that's required that the retrograde can help prime. But on March the 3rd, the sign of Aries is given extra prominence because Mercury darts into the sign. Mercury's not particularly happy in Pisces because it's detrimented there, and the wateriness blurs the clarity of Mercury's rulership of Virgo that was opposite. So Mercury into Aries supports Venus's retrograde, so you can still make steps forwards with Mercury's help. So that brings us to March the 14th. Huge event, the second of the eclipse series between the signs of Virgo and Pisces. This one's the mirror of the one that occurred on the 18th of September 2024, which is why I wanted to explain that to you so you could see how this was all joining together. And also the eclipses work in with the nodal axis. It's all part of the same pattern. Now this one is opposite Saturn, so the Sun very, very close to Saturn. Let's think about what Saturn and Pisces has meant since March 2023. It's been asking us all to work much harder at understanding how things feel, or perhaps tackling the things that we're not so conscious of, but also being more aware of the consequences of what we've been doing over a long period of time. So oceans and rivers is a classic example of where Neptune's lack of structure has meant that there's been too much deregulation, particularly around contaminants and packaging and chemicals that have all gone into the water. So Saturn's been bringing some of those players much more under the astral microscope. So they've been scrutinized more by governments, by campaign groups. There's much more awareness of what the consequences have been of Neptune in Pisces in an unregulated way, which is very Neptunian, very escapist. So the aquatic Neptune has been benefiting from the structural Saturn, if we think about it in that way. But what we're being asked here is also to balance, and I feel that that's what the theme of this year is truly about. Balance the more practical energies of Virgo, where the moon is, against the more feeling energies of Pisces, where Saturn is. But if that's an issue, if we've got a relationship or a situation where those two principles are out of kilter, they're not blended, then that's the opportunity over the following 6 months. But also it could bring some stuff into the open that's quite painful because of the repression that could have been part of the theme of Pisces. Pisces has an archetypal energy of being very compassionate and caring and giving to the nth degree. Totally agree with all of that. But I also feel that Pisces has a completely opposite energy, which can be very detached and cold. I always use the example of the trout in the pond looking up at the angler, trying to win the battle, and the trout's very well aware of what's going on, keeping a very cool eye on proceedings and very unperturbed. It's not going to be caught. And so I feel that Pisces energy can be very cool as well. You know, everything has the polar opposition in it. Every part of life is a polar opposition in some way. So that's what we're being asked to think about over the next 6 months. But on the 15th of March, Mercury goes retrograde in Aries. The 20th, we have the spring equinox, the start of the Western tropical astrological year. So it's a giant moment in the whole calendar. It ushers in cardinal quadrant 1. It's the rebirth. And it's an exciting time. It's a time when we're thinking about renewal, injecting extra energy into any strands that are really engaging us. And over the next 13 weeks, we can usually get on the front foot. But this year, it's going to be complex because on the 27th, Venus in its retrograde inverts out of the sign of Aries and into Pisces. Now, whilst it's true that Venus prefers to be in Pisces to Aries because it's exalted here, it's actually still in retrograde, and it's going to be retrograde through to the 12th of April. So that part of the year which the nodal axis, the north node, the point of destiny, is asking us to lean into, to feel things, to be guided by our senses, but at the same time stay aware of the need for practical logic, Virgo. That is really the big issue here. So this particular spring equinox is not quite as full powered as it could be in terms of being on the front foot. So that's why anyone talking about Neptune and Saturn moving into Aries in isolation will miss the bigger picture. But March the 29th does see the Aries solar eclipse, and we are seeing the conjunction between Venus and Neptune in Pisces. So again, that Aries solar eclipse very much about being very dramatic, thrust in, self-assured. It's almost like a superchild ascendant, if you like. It's about representing ourselves in the most dynamic way, but the more spiritual and psychological and even artistic and creative side that is conjured up by Venus and Neptune is very much in the mix. Now, ironically, the next day we have a massive paradox. Mercury inverts into Pisces, where it doesn't like to be in its retrograde, and Neptune, the ruler of Pisces, steps forward into Aries. So we get two ingresses but going in different directions. Now in the case of Neptune, it's going to be in Aries for 7 months and 3 weeks through to the 22nd of October. And it is a big deal. If we think about the initiating fire energies of Aries applied to the gaseous aquatic Neptune, it suggests that maybe we do need to think in a new dynamic way about how we use our senses and how we use our creativity. But on April, or in April, on the 7th, Mercury does at least go direct in Pisces. On the 12th, Venus goes direct in Pisces, very helpful. But perhaps most impressively on the 18th, Mars returns back into Leo, which it left on the 6th of January, but this time unfettered from the retrograde. Mars loves being in Leo. If we think about it, Mars rules the third decan of the sign of Leo. Leo is very, very charismatic. The first 2.5 degrees of the sign, where Mars initially goes into, really amps up the glamour and the positivity that Leo can create. So the potential to really get things moving that perhaps have got a bit stuck and a bit bogged down. But by the 27th of April, we do have a Taurus new moon, but very powerfully squaring Pluto in Aquarius. What's the implications for this? Well, I would say it's about money, because Taurus isn't just about money, it's about worth, self-worth, values, can be about agriculture, can be about more sensual and sensuous strands, food, the things we enjoy. But I've got a feeling, because Pluto is in the sign of the collective, how we're all connected around resources is going to be a big deal in the following month. So we could see some news around finances at that time. Now, May the 25th sees Saturn join up with Neptune in Aries. But I must stress that Saturn here is in its full. Aries initiates, Saturn consolidates. So they're not natural allies. It's here for 3 months and 8 days through to the 1st of September. So what can we expect with the combination of Saturn and Neptune through to the end of August? Well, we need to think that Neptune can be about dreams and idealism. And we know that Saturn can be very much about realism. So whatever we're trying to envision, we need to approach it in a structured, disciplined way. So that's a very simple interpretation, but that structure is going to be important. So sometimes with Saturn, the application and perspiration are just as important as the idea. So remember that old saying of form and function? That's what I feel works for this. But that doesn't mean to say that we can't still work with the spiritual realm, but we need to apply them in some kind of real way. And of course, if we do have enthusiasm for new ideas, we will also need patience to see them through. But of course, the combination are also linking back to Pluto in Aquarius. What can we expect from Saturn's link to Pluto? Well, if we think that transformation is the big theme with Pluto, and also, of course, it can be about power. It can sometimes be about obsession and things being revealed. In the sign of Aquarius, I think it's very much how we're all going through this huge shift together. So we need to make sure that we maintain our personal responsibility around the way things are shifting. If we do see things developing in terms of an individual approach, we always need to be mindful of how that might affect us all. So we may see some new leaders developing, which could be really exciting. I think it's more likely to be next year, 2026, but we could see the germ of that really being seeded during this particular transit. Now, as for Neptune and Pluto, they've actually been aligned for a long time now, and it's very much a societal change if we think about it. And perhaps some of the dreams that we may have, or we might have had, what Pluto shows us in the dual sign of Aquarius is that although people may have thought that some of the structures they wanted to tear down with Pluto's rulership of Capricorn, if we think that some things that have endured because they served a purpose, and sometimes discipline and good manners and consideration, some of those old-fashioned qualities, they're still things we can cherish. And because the sign of Aquarius has the more innovative Uranus as its co-ruler and the more stable energies of Saturn, we get an idea of how we might work with Neptune in Aries. So it's going to be some fresh approaches, but we also need to be mindful of, again, how they play out in terms of our connection to one another. However, May the 27th does see a sparkling, and I mean sparkling, new moon. It's in Gemini, but it's close to Mercury, the ruler of the sign. So if ever there was a chance to try to elevate the process of our connection with one another, speed things up and create greater clarity, that's going to be a great asset to it. Now, June the 9th sees Jupiter return to Cancer. Obviously, Jupiter cycles are usually every 12 years, but we've had some rather unusual orbits over the last few years. It is going to go retrograde on the 11th of November, but immediately it's clashing in a right angle with Saturn and also with Neptune. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. The sign of Cancer is a cardinal sign, so it likes to create a mode of security and stability. So the new energies that are coming through might not quite work in some ways. That, in other words, there could be a brave new dawn developing, and in some ways that might not feel particularly secure and stable for all of us. The other side of Jupiter is, of course, Jupiter can promise a lot but not always deliver. So we need to be mindful, and in a way, Jupiter being applied to by Saturn, like it was towards the end of last year and last August, is reminding us to keep our feet on the ground. You know, we can be very flamboyant, but we still have to deliver on our pledges. Now, on the 15th of June, the square between Jupiter and Saturn is exact, so that can be a tension point. But I actually feel that Jupiter through the following year is not going to be quite as flamboyant as it might be if Saturn and Neptune weren't squaring to it. The other thing with Jupiter and Neptune, if we get them in any harsh angle, opposition or square, can create a sense of unreality. So part of that unreality could come from astrologers expecting Saturn and Neptune going into Aries to be a completely wonderful new dawn without being mindful of these Cancerian energies. But I should say, it is true to say that the sextile between Saturn and Neptune and Pluto is very positive. And of course, we're going to have Uranus joining in with that, and I will share that shortly. But the 15th of June, we could feel some inhibition about our sense of security around home or family. But the 20th sees the summer solstice, the second cardinal quadrant, ushering in cardinal quadrant 2, 13-week period, but that too squares with Saturn and Neptune. So there's some chaffing going on at this part of the year. The 29th sees the Cancer new moon. Guess what? Chaffing with Saturn and Neptune again. So our need for stability, security could be challenged by some of the new developments and innovations or energies that are pulsating around the heavens due to that duo in Aries. It's going to be on June the 30th, 2026 that Jupiter bustles into Leo, and it's going to meet in a fine angle on the 19th of July, a tremendous link with Uranus and also Pluto. But July the 7th does see the aforementioned Uranus pitch up for 4 months into the delightful Gemini. Because the transition of Uranus through Taurus has been so tough, if we go back to when Uranus first moved in Taurus on the 15th of May 2018, it squared up to Mars just on the anaretic degree in the sign of Capricorn. Then Mars went into Aquarius, went into a retrograde as it does every 26 months. And of course Uranus was retrograding, so the two were chaffing against each other for 5 months really, and that meant that when Uranus pitched up in Taurus, a sign that we all know it doesn't like being in, because that's really the precursor astrologically to what instigated the Second World War. Very similar themes: land grab, people wanting to impose dogmas on people, and a shortage of available foods or fuels, which has driven up costs and therefore made life very difficult for an awful lot of people. So I feel that Uranus moving into Gemini is a much better news story, because that seed energy of Uranus in Taurus was so unhelpful, because the warlike Mars was in the outspoken Aquarius, and so also in both fixed signs a lot of stubborn resistance. Now this time on July the 7th, Uranus it's going to move back into Taurus on the 8th of November, but that energy is really exciting, and it of course links back in a trine to Pluto and a sextile to Saturn and also Neptune. So a grand minor trine, a golden triangle, really, really exciting. So what can we expect as Uranus moves into Gemini, particularly in its relationship to Pluto? Because in fact, when Facebook started, that's an Aquarius business, believe it or not. So we are going to see radical changes of the way society communicates and interacts. We could see, in some ways, Pluto in Aquarius is definitely not a panacea, because the sign of Aquarius can also be quite cool, detached and remote. And we are seeing a lot more people live alone, and a lot of people relying on digital interfaces in order to have a connection. And we all know, if you ever want to ring up a business or even your local doctors, that all the automation we have to plough through is hugely frustrating. So technology doesn't necessarily make for a better human existence, but we could see more decentralization, but we could also see a lot more things like monitoring that could come through different devices. And of course that could have serious implications for human and personal liberties. But also ideas will even more likely speed up from where they are now. So the world can change even faster than it is at the present time. So we know that when Pluto made its first 11 weeks entrance into Aquarius, that AI just seemed to really be the consistent and concurring theme. So there's going to be more of that. But things like implants into people's bodies, all this kind of stuff, it's all coming. You probably won't have a watch in another 20 years. You're probably speaking to your wrist. There used to be a TV series in Britain years ago called UFO, and I think that's the kind of stuff that we're heading towards. Some of it will be good, But, you know, if they can make the human body live longer, who's going to benefit the most? It will be the people with money. And we've already seen people with money don't always necessarily make decisions that are based on the good of the masses. It's very much for the good of who they represent, their small section of society. So, going to be very interesting. But Uranus for those 4 months can be a levitating escape from the challenge of Uranus making its way through Taurus for sure. Now, of course, as we get into the early part of July, we are going to see Uranus very, very close to some potent fixed stars. So it's going to be very interesting to see if anything does happen with Algo in that alliance with Uranus. And of course, again, when Uranus makes its way back into Taurus. So the Pleiades could have a big impact on us all at that juncture of the year. On July the 18th, Mercury inverts in the sign of Leo. If we think Leo can be sociable, creative, playful, and very much about connectivity, it could be that some dates or events do get bogged down, changed, but as ever with Mercury retrogrades, we can use them as an opportunity to reset, rethink, recalibrate in a positive way. July the 24th, however, does see the Leo new moon, and it is opposite Pluto. So that's almost like a repetition of that Mars opposition with Pluto that we had at the start of the year. What we can get with the Sun, particularly opposite Pluto, is obsession. And people can also be very, very caught up with expressing their ego, the Sun, in a very powerful and potent way. So that need to find the midpoint between the democracy of Aquarius and the need for individual recognition, attention of Leo, is very, very highly tuned up. However, helpfully, there is a really good link with Saturn and Neptune. So in that sense, the fire energy there can really give us all an opportunity to move forwards on something. But Pluto's just saying, look, how does this work out for anyone on the receiving end? August the 10th, Mercury goes direct. Sigh of relief all round. August 23rd, we have the first of 2 new moons in Virgo. But this one is square Uranus. And that's why, again, if we're thinking, if we're imagining, envisioning, Neptune, Saturn to Aries, Uranus to Gemini, everything's going to be wonderful. No, there are challenges along the way. So August the 23rd, the Virgo new moon, which is very much about precision, practicality, virtue, refinement, trying to make things work that much better, even if it's just marginal gains. The electric energy of Uranus in the quick wits of Gemini, got 2 mutable signs, both ruled by Mercury, are in a tense alignment. So there could be something that we discuss that can cause tension. I think that could be quite a stressful new moon. So over the following 4 weeks, the chances are folks generally can be on edge. One of the things I would just say with 3rd, 6th house squares is not to try to do too much. And of course Virgo is speaking to the part of our nature that wants to get things done, clear up those tasks, be more ordered. And, you know, our nervous energy can be absolutely, you know, we're going to be rattling with Uranus and Gemini. So we need to slow things down, because otherwise things can get very adrenal indeed. September the 1st, it's a massive moment of the year. Saturn returns to Pisces. The 6th, Uranus goes retrograde in the sign of Gemini. The 7th, we have the repetition of the lunar eclipse in Pisces that we had the year before on the 18th. And this one sees the moon in Pisces very close to the point of destiny, the North Node. September the 21st is the blue moon, the 2nd Virgo new moon within 4 weeks. But this one is going to see in opposition both Saturn and the North Node. So if we think about what Virgo wants us to achieve on the other side of the heavens, we're really being reminded that however much we might want to change the physical plane, we always have to be conscious of the emotional sphere. I think it's possible that that new moon could see some people struggle a little bit with their energy, maybe, to be honest, with some health issues. As we saw COVID play out, the Virgo energies were quite profound in terms of the triggers when Neptune was in opposition. And of course, Neptune's very much linked to viruses. Saturn's much more restrained. So if we are someone who tends to be very reserved, keeps our feelings to ourselves, what we can end up with is a stress illness, or if we feel inhibited about sharing how we feel because our conditioning tells us that that shows weakness. Those are the kind of things that solar eclipse is asking us all in the latter part of 25, but also the early part of 26, to grow on from, to become more aware that our health is homogeneous, that it is more than just our physical well-being. It's not just what we eat and drink and the exercise we do. It is more to do with the spiritual and also psychological facets of our makeup too. September the 22nd sees the autumnal equinox, but this one is super in Libra, ushers in that opportunity to connect, relate well, but it forges a wonderful angle to Uranus and a wonderful angle to Pluto. So we have a grand air trine on that event. We'll take that. That brings some extra burst of energy in, which could be really exciting. 21st of October sees the Libra new moon squaring up with Pluto. So there's Pluto again. It's still quite a challenge in a square, and it's because the new moon is occurring so late in Libra. So, you know, when the sun returned to Libra with the autumnal equinox, Pluto was blessing the relationship. Now it's cursing it. So Pluto, what do we make of Pluto? Well, of course, Pluto is about power, can be about the aforementioned obsession, transformation, can be about deconstruction, but also about rebirth. But it's also the planet of consequences. So I think because this particular new moon is so late, if we've been relating to somebody who is saying all the right things but actually still acting in a way that they want to have all the power, that's going to be a tense event. The 22nd of October, however, sees Neptune return to join up with Saturn and the North Node in Pisces. 29th, however, sees Mercury move into Sagittarius, where it starts the year. Not particularly happy in Sagittarius. Not retrograde though, is it? Well, yet, because it goes into retrograde on the 9th of November. But just before that, on the 8th, we do have Uranus returns to Taurus. The 19th sees Mercury inverse back into Scorpio. So remember I said before about fire, water. So fire, water can extinguish the flames. So with the ideas we have, particularly in Sagittarius with Mercury, tends to be a bit unconstructed, and maybe because Mercury can be about quick communication or a bit overthinks things, it doesn't quite work in Sagittarius as well as you would imagine. But the Scorpio new moon of the 20th of November is opposite Uranus. So we could see some tension around financial markets, and also we may have an innate desire to splash out on something in a very impulsive way. Or is there going to be someone who makes our pulse race in a very hard to resist way? Either is possible. 29th of November, Mercury direct. Thank you. December sees the 20th, the new moon in Sagittarius, but proving that Saturn and Neptune moving into Aries is not a panacea. As we get to the end of the year, Sagittarius, which likes to be 3 and obviously very independent and very adventurous, is squared off by Neptune and Saturn. So that's a really tough one, that is. And it may mean that some issues that we're dealing with can really get amplified in ways that we find quite challenging. Maybe someone's going to bring up some old stuff. There could be some legacy issues that come back into the open. But then on the 21st we have the winter solstice in Capricorn. And I love the winter solstice in Capricorn in a way because it gives us an opportunity to really think about the seasons in terms of the importance of the connection to nature. You know, we know that it's the shortest day, but we also know that soon after that, the days are going to slowly but surely get longer. So it has huge symbolism. And of course, it ushers in cardinal quadrant 4, which in this annual dimension only lasts for another 10 days. But it actually lasts through to the spring equinox of 2026. So to summarise, we have an exciting year with the new eclipse series between the signs of Virgo and Pisces. That's very much about trying to find the balance between the practical, structural, efficient, and very tangible elements of life. It's an earth sign, of course, Virgo, whereas the mysterious Pisces is also immutable, but it's a water sign. It's very gaseous through its rulership of Neptune, but it's very idealistic through its rulership of Jupiter, which is its traditional ruler. And Jupiter can, you know, make our expectations be very, very high in the sign of Pisces. So we're being asked with the nodal axis to tune in and make sense of Neptune's journey through Pisces since 12 and Saturn since 23, and really work with these eclipses and getting a better balance in our lives. So I feel that in terms of the big picture, for sure, Neptune going back to Aries for the first time in 163 years is a huge story. Saturn going there after just around about 28 and a half years is a big story. But that nodal axis is the biggest story, believe me. And Uranus clashing with the Virgo, the first of the Virgo new moons. And you've seen now with Jupiter moving into Cancer, clashing with Saturn and Neptune. And so, you know, there are going to be some discordant energies as we go through the year. But there is an opportunity with the Libran solar eclipse of the 2nd of October 24 to work at our listening skills, work at relating, try and get a bit more logical. But the dreamy, drifting, immersive and dissolving energies of Neptune is going to be so potent this year. So the fire of going into Aries will be welcome. The grand minor trine as Uranus moves into Gemini, welcome. But they're not going to be a panacea. And the big picture is really about those eclipses in Virgo and Pisces. I'm wishing you all the best for this year. Please check out your deep dive for each of the zodiac signs by clicking through the playlist, and I will put the links in a playlist beneath this video too. Take care and all the best and goodbye. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. So Aries, let's first look at the two eclipses towards the end of year 2024. On the 18th of September, we have a new eclipse series ushered in between the signs of Pisces and Virgo. But the Pisces lunar eclipse is very close to the shimmering energies of Neptune, which has been tucked away in a very sensitive part of your situation since 2012. As we end 2024 and go into 25, that combination can see your perceptions even more enriched. The key is tuning into your sixth sense, but also being guided by it. But then on the 2nd of October, we have a solar eclipse in the air sign of Libra, but it's very close to the planet of talk and thought, Mercury. Libra is very much about finding the balance, but it can also be very much to do with relating. The combination of these two eclipses suggests if you tune into your instincts, but also up the level of interaction and conversation you have, and most of all sharpening up your listening skills, those can be a real asset to you as you make your way into the new year. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. If you'd like to talk to me personally, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. I don't edit these, as they come in, I share as is. Now, the next big event to share with you is the solar return. That provides a backdrop energy for the following 12 months. We take a picture of the exact moment where all the planets are as the new year begins. The big takeout, your ruler Mars in retrograde. So on the screen now, I'm showing that. We need to be mindful of the position of the luminaries. The sun, as ever, is in Capricorn at this time of the year, but you'll see that the moon is close to the sun too. They actually came into an exact alignment on the 30th of December with a new moon. So the midpoint between the sun and the moon is 18 degrees Capricorn. So in terms of your life purpose this year, having the moon so high in the sky suggests that your emotional responses can be very much guided towards things like property, providing support and encouragement to the people who are important to you, but also it could see you very focused on your goals and ambitions. But of course everyone has different goals and ambitions. Yours could be doing voluntary work in your local community. Someone else's could be very much to do with making a success at work. But you can see also that Mars in its retrograde is hosted by the glorious Leo. Mars loves being in Leo. It's terrific for creatives, and if you have got ideas and talents and artistry that you want to showcase in 2025, Mars here is a great asset to you. Mars draws admiration in Leo, but it's in an opposition to Pluto. That opposition can give you enormous willpower this year, particularly if it is to showcase those talents. But also be aware that Pluto's in the sign of the collective. If you push too hard in order to get the attention you may crave, you may arouse some resistance. What's going to help you, however, Aries, is the North Node, just in the last moments of its occupation in your sign, forges an enviable link to both positions, both to Mars and also to Pluto. The North Node saying to you that if you follow your instincts, but also can add thrust, self-belief through Mars, but you have a clear idea of your direction and what your long-term plan should be, you can make all of that work well for you. It's just that Mars's retrograde suggests things might not go quite as quickly as you would like. Now, I'd also like to draw your attention to Mercury. Mercury is the planet of communication, of course, but it can, through its rulership of Virgo, be very much about precision and cool analysis. It's in the sign of Sagittarius, suggesting you are going to be thinking about travel this year, and also maybe widening your horizons, perhaps through learning a language, gaining a new qualification. But essentially it is in its detriment in Sagittarius. If you see on the other side of the heavens, we've got Jupiter in the sign of Gemini. Jupiter rules Sagittarius, where Mercury is, and Mercury rules Gemini, where Jupiter is. So they're both in detriment, but they are also T-squared by Saturn. in the cosmic long grass in your 12th house, along with the dreamy energy of Neptune. So when it comes to conversations this year, but anything to do with travel, but also what you're trying to promote, just be aware of what your deeper, perhaps less conscious motivations are, because that's what Saturn's doing. And Saturn's like a handbrake, particularly to Jupiter. When Saturn and Jupiter are squaring, the more optimistic growth potential of Jupiter is offset by the more limiting energies of Saturn. And that could come from a little bit of lack of self-confidence, or perhaps not quite believing in what you're trying to do, or not quite being in touch with those deeper emotional needs. Now, Saturn and Jupiter reached a peak in their square on the 24th of December. If you recall, they also clashed in August 2024. They're going to clash again this year on the 15th of June, but this time Saturn will be in Aries and Jupiter will be in Cancer. Essentially, the Saturn-Jupiter square occurs around every 7 years. It's a big deal. So if you are trying to promote something, you are traveling somewhere, you are having some major discussions with both Mercury and Jupiter in afflicted positions, and also Saturn influencing both, it's important that when you do say things, you can back it up in a very precise and factual way, because one of the things that can happen with Jupiter and Mercury oppositions is that our enthusiasm can kind of run away with us. Now, there's a great link, ironically, between Mercury and Chiron in your sign. If you are someone who's wanting to work on your identity, which the North Node and the Eclipse series has been pushing you to do over the last 18 months in particular, Mercury's link to Chiron suggests you may talk to someone who has a lot of knowledge to share, who can help you in that pursuit. But Venus, the planet of relating, is in the very friendly Aquarius. So there's going to be some social moments this year, but it is squaring with Uranus, which continues its journey through till the 7th of July in the part of your scope to do with everyday resources, which means that can still be a rather unpredictable area. So if you're aligning in a group situation where there are shared responsibilities or investment, it could prove to be a little bit unsettled. Venus squaring Uranus could also see you want to break free of any bonds or relationships which you feel are inhibiting you in any way. And it's also possibly the case that there could be some connections in quite a raunchy way with a friend during this year, but whether it would be a lasting relationship is another matter. So to summarise, your solar return, which provides a backdrop for the whole year, sees you very driven to express your creativity. It also gives you a lot of willpower. It could see you quite amorous. We do have a very ambitious 10th house for you. There is an opportunity for you to communicate a lot, but it needs to be communication that's well thought through, well researched, and truly represents who you are. There could be some choppiness around friendships, but there could also be a little bit of a fling. Someone in your social group or someone you encounter could make your pulse race at some point. But the North Node in your sign does give you an opportunity to really embrace the potential to boost your identity in a way which gives you a creative outlet through the drive and thrust of Mars and the long-term changes that Pluto can stimulate in our situation. Now, please stay with me as I go through the year. The big takeout, Aries, is that on the 6th of January, Mars, your ruler, inverts into the sign of Cancer. Mars in Cancer is not its best location, but if you're wanting to get stuff done around the house, you're thinking of working from home, you can use the drive that Mars gives you to really ramp up your efforts. But if you're hoping for someone to come in and do some contracting work, it could prove to be a bit frustrating. Mars in Cancer can be niggly, a bit defensive. Just be conscious of that. On the 11th, that's when the nodal axis, the true nodes, they invert back into Pisces North and Virgo South, and that's reflective of that lunar eclipse that we had of the 18th of September, because the nodal axis works in conjunction with the eclipse series. So you've got a big shift going on this year. On one hand, Neptune and Saturn are going to move into your sign, ushering in the potential for a new future, but in another way, the North Node is asking you to still work at those deeper themes in your situation to do with perhaps loss, past hurts, or really expanding your spiritual and psychological consciousness. But that takes us to the early part of February. And on the 4th, Venus moves into your sign. If you have been going through some soul searching around a relationship, it helps you to move into the moment. But on February the 24th, Mars goes direct in the sign of Cancer. But on March the 2nd, Venus goes into a retrograde initially in your sign, but is augmented by Mercury on March the 3rd, speeding into Aries. This is interesting stuff because Venus in our own sign is an opportunity to perhaps present ourselves in a bit of a different way in terms of our fashion sense, but also if you are a creative or you are someone who enjoys crafting, perhaps Venus retrograde can just see you dig down deep, perhaps to get more from that vault of talent that lies deep within you. And Mercury darting into your own sign is certainly pushing you to get on the front foot for anything that's fresh or new. But March the 20th sees the spring equinox. The sun returns to your sign, and also it's the beginning of the Western tropical astrological year. A clearly very important moment because it ushers in cardinal quadrant 1. That 13-week period, very much about initiation. But on this year's event, the sun, Venus and Mercury are all in your sign. So despite the fact that Venus is in a retrograde, if you're wanting to really seize the moment in the following 6 months to showcase what makes you sensationally different, that's certainly a chance. But Neptune is tucked up so just behind the position of all of them. Being in touch with your senses and your instincts is very much important if you are embarking on anything new. Now on March the 27th, Venus inverts back into Pisces. If there is a relationship which is bumping along the bottom a little bit, this really could give you some serious food for thought. But then we have on the 30th, Neptune gliding in to your sign for just under 8 months. Now Neptune has a 164 degree cycle in total, so it's coming back to you after 163 years. So this is massive stuff. If we think that Neptune is very much about those spiritual dynamics, but your sign is very much about initiation and freshness, how can you combine the two principles to your advantage? Well, perhaps if Neptune's journey through your 12th house has created at times a lot of soul searching, or you have become more conscious of who's failed or let you down, you have an opportunity now to start to create a clearer sense of what's important to you in terms of creativity and expressing the more sensitive side of your being. However, on March the 29th, we do have the final solar eclipse in the series in your sign. And this has a conjunction between Venus, now back in Pisces, and also Neptune. So again, if there is a relationship that you don't see fitting into your long-term future, it doesn't have to just be a romantic tie. This is a really delicate point. If there is someone that you don't feel that you can get that clarity from, which can be a problem with Neptune, or they seem very alluring and very mystical and very appealing, but you never seem to really get to the bottom of what they're about, it's possible that you're going to want to go forwards, really shoring up your need to protect your individual situation. Now on April the 15th, Mars hustles and bustles back into Leo. That's going to be a big moment for you. It's going to make you feel so much more positive, I feel. It's going to give you a boost of sexual attraction. Don't be surprised if people are drawn more to you. But also from the 25th of April through to the first week of May, we do have an exact conjunction between Venus and Neptune. If you've still been struggling with some kind of transition around a relationship, I feel Mars punching into Leo will help. But by the Taurus new moon, which occurs on the 27th of April, that's squaring up with Pluto in your sector of future hopes. So if it is around finances or it is around different values that there is an issue, be it in that relationship or any other involvement you have, you may need to take some firm decisions at this stage. Now, May the 25th sees Saturn make its way into your sign for 3 months and 8 days. But June also sees Jupiter make its way into the sign of Cancer. And we also have the summer equinox on the 20th. But I just want to say that the combination between Saturn and Neptune really goes on from the last week of May through June, all of July and August. But at the same time, it is going back in the sextile to Pluto. Now, as Uranus moves on the 7th of July into the sign of Gemini, that's when we have the magic triangle created. So it's a minor grand trine, but we get the energy of Uranus arcing towards Saturn, but also Neptune, but forging a wonderful trine to Pluto. If you are an early born Aries, I feel that the energy of all these changes is going to be absolutely tangible. It's going to give you a sense of a great excitement. I feel that things are really developing in a very exciting way. But remember, we did have Mercury move into your sign on the 3rd of March. And from mid-March to the first week of April, Mercury was retracing its steps. But you then have an opportunity, as this cluster of energy starts to develop, to really power forwards in the most dynamic way. Now, if you are wanting to make a move in terms of where you live, Jupiter moving into Cancer is lovely because Jupiter is exalted here. It loves to be here. And if that initial chart at the start of the year with the moon so high in the sky has piqued your aspiration to live somewhere different, that suits your needs much more, or you would like to expand your family, then that Jupiter transition into the sign of Cancer will really be lovely. I'd just like to tell you on the 18th of July 2026, as Jupiter moves into Leo, we're going to have an even more sensational set of influences between the position of Jupiter, Uranus, Saturn and Neptune, and also Pluto. So we're entering a complete new epoch. However, in terms of your situation, how can you use the energy of Saturn and Neptune in your sign to your advantage? Well, Neptune can be very much about inspiration, but Saturn can be very much about structures. The challenge here is to bring the spiritual insights that you've gained in recent years into a more material reality. It's also important to balance your enthusiasm with the undoubted persistence and patience that Saturn demands of us. Sometimes that application just as important as anything else. But we can have the dreams that Neptune promotes, but it's also important to still keep that sense of discipline and work at things in a step-by-step way. But I feel having the final solar eclipse in your sign, plus having Neptune and Saturn entering your sign and coexisting through to the end of August, but also picking up on the energy of Uranus moving into the speedy energy of Gemini from the 7th of July, can just give you such a spark of enthusiasm. So don't be surprised if you start to connect with some different and fresh people this year in a way which really is very stimulating indeed. You also could find yourself coming into a leadership role as Saturn forges the link with Pluto. Don't underestimate your talent in this regard. It rather frustrates me that people tend to characterize Aries people as, yeah, they dive into a situation, show a load of thrust and then lose interest and walk off to let someone else pick up the pieces. Well, it's a bit like an originator of a new business idea. Not everybody is designed to be the daily operative. Some people do see the big picture. They also have the courage to take the risk, to take that step into the unknown. That's Aries people. And yes, you may then want to go on to something that engages you, because the daily process, the management, is not the same as the initiation of the idea. So we can't compare the celestial apples and pears. We have to be honest about what your talents are. But your ability to see trends is definitely something that can be forged in a very meaningful way with Saturn's alliance to Pluto. In general, for all of us, there are going to be some very radical ideas that start to wash around next year, but particularly from July the 7th. It could be to do with communication systems, because obviously Gemini is about fast communication. We're seeing things like chips being embedded in people and all this kind of stuff. But from your viewpoint, don't underestimate how your instincts spot those trends, and that's where you can really come into your own this year. But on August the 29th, you have a supreme opportunity for a relationship progress. Venus, the planet of relating, goes into its second home sign of Libra. If there is someone who's really catching your imagination, the next 3 weeks is a great chance for you to manifest your desires. So on September the 7th, we have another of the eclipse series between Virgo and Pisces. This one in Pisces is also conjunct the North Node. So you're really being asked to dive into any remaining energies that are still washing around in the back of your situation, where you don't feel totally assured, or there are some anxieties or doubts, or perhaps still something from your past that you're working through and letting go. But September the 21st sees a solar eclipse in Virgo, which is brilliant to apply precision to anything that you're trying to achieve. But with Saturn back in Pisces, balancing that psychological and practical dimension is going to be the key here. September the 22nd sees the autumnal equinox. It's all about relationships for the next 13 weeks. It's a chance for you to use the sensitivity that Neptune's been engendering within you to really relate to people very skillfully as you make your journey towards the end of this year. So you can see, Aries, this is a mighty year, one of the mightiest years I can remember. But what it does do is give you the opportunity to move into the moment, even if it's not completely entrenched, and you'll have to go through the process again in 2026 because of the retrogrades that impact Saturn, Neptune and Uranus. You do have an idea, a window into your future, and it's one heck of a future. Do seize it with all your might. Have a great 2025. Thank you so much for joining me. Take care and goodbye for now. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. So on the screen now, Taurus, is your event chart right at the start of the year. We always need to be mindful of the luminaries. They're in house 9, which is about being a little bit more independent minded, can give you an appreciation of travel, higher education, and just opening up your world. And the moon is very close to the sun because on the 30th of December 2024, we had a new moon. So that new moon energy is making its way into this new year, pushing you to think in an enterprising way and be optimistic about your prospects for the new year. But the moon although it is in house 9, is technically detrimented in the sign of Capricorn. What this means is the moon's very much about protectiveness, about nurture, about how we provide the shelter and that basis for our existence, but it's suggesting for you that you may be tempted to shake things up. A change of residency is possible, or perhaps you're going to want to be a little bit more independent minded in your approach to family, home and emotional affairs. But beyond that, obviously we need to look at the role of your ruler. Venus is right at the top of your chart. Never underestimate your skills and your diplomacy, but most of all, your sensuality, because the way you connect to people in a public forum this year can be very potent. People are just drawn towards you, but also because Pluto's right on your 10th house cusp. It's the most dominant player in the whole chart in terms of being at the top of your northern hemisphere. It's suggesting that some changes around your work, professional interactions or life role are very likely this year. The problem, Taurus, to be truthful, is that Mars, the planet which is very much to do with drive, passion, showing where we can be individual, is right at the bottom of your scope, and that can make it a bit prickly, particularly as it's in a retrograde. So you could start this year feeling a bit unsure about balancing those professional hopes with the needs of people close to you, or even where you're going to live. But one of the things I can say about Pluto opposite Mars, which you have at the start of this year, is it will confer upon you tremendous willpower. It's just finding the balance between those home and emotional needs, where Mars is, which could make you a little unsure what to do around those areas, that need for new experiences that the new moon combination with the Sun, which is always in Capricorn at this time of the year, along with Pluto's desire, along with Venus, for greater recognition. So your professional situation is looking impressive at the start of this year, but it is conflicted in part, or you could feel conflicted by the needs of someone close to you, or the needs of those people you feel you should support. But also, Uranus, your current house guest, is squaring up to Pluto right at the top of your chart. So if you're in a job, for example, which is well paid but rather routine, this chart suggests you may want to shake things up in order to find a role that is more stimulating for you, because the creativity between Uranus and Venus is terrific. Venus is the planet of creativity. It's the planet of artistry. It's not just about money and relationships. So you're wanting some spark, but also that could be true of your love life. So if you're in a relationship where you feel you've got a lot of responsibilities, but you feel rather penned in and it's rather stifling, I feel that this could be a year when you may need to make some very significant decisions. Now, money is something that many of us have become much more conscious of due to COVID, due to the advent of greater robotics, AI, automation, and obviously the political scene in the world at large has pushed up prices. So money's been tight for many people. But at the start of this year, you've got Jupiter, the planet of fortune, in your second house of everyday money. And it's in an opposition with Mercury, how we think, but also the planet of marketing in your 8th house of shared resources, but also business. On the face of it, that combination can give us a sense of positivity, but it is tempered by Saturn in your 11th house. The 11th house can be your long-term plan, but it also can be your ideals, but also it can be your connections to friends. If there is something that someone promotes that seems intriguing and interesting, you really need to scrutinize it this year. Saturn's asking you to not take what anyone says at face value. And because you are an earth sign, you often want to know that there is something tangible to be gained in situations. So when it comes to resources this year, I would say be a little cautious. because Jupiter and Mercury are both in detrimented positions in the locations they have. And Saturn and its angle to Jupiter is particularly limiting. So your connections to others could be costly this year if you choose the wrong people to align with. But that could equally be true about friendships. You know, is there a friendship that you've got or a connection where you're not really on the same page? If that's the case, that can be revealed this year. So it's a little bit of a complex chart, to be honest, but the overarching theme at the start of this year is one of needing a bit more space and freedom. But also, you can be imaginative about how to earn money, but it needs to be really realistic, and balancing your professional hopes with some of those needs around your home, family and emotion may prove to be a little bit of a juggle. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. If you'd like to talk to me personally, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. I don't edit these, as they come in, I share as is. So that takes us into the start of the new year, Taurus. And many of us set New Year's resolutions at the start of January, but we don't always keep to them. But with Mars inverting on the 6th of January into the sign of Cancer, you may find right through to the 18th of April that you do actually keep to the programme, particularly if it is short bursts of energy, sort of gym work or aerobics, which really help to get your pulse race up and can give you that endorphin high, because Mars in the third house is great for short explosive exercise. But also it's the area of your situation to do with how you think. You could find yourself through to the 24th of February when Mars goes direct, that you could find yourself being a bit more outspoken. But also, if there is a vehicle that you're attracted to buy, that could make you a little more impulsive. So just remember, your solar return is asking you to be mindful of using resources very shrewdly this year, because the two planets of enterprise and marketing, Jupiter and Mercury, are in opposition, but they're conflicted by the restrictive energies of Saturn. So even if a good friend says, look, you know, I know about this perfect vehicle for you, they may actually be sincere, but you still need to feel it's the right decision for you. So in other words, don't be hurried. However, on the 11th of January, the nodal axis switches backwards into Pisces for the north and Virgo for the south. This is very important. The north is known as the point of destiny, so it's going to pull you over the next year and a half to get in touch with your higher purpose. But Neptune's been in this part of your situation since 2012, and the chances are that you've had some magical connections to people over the intervening years. The problem is, in March 2023, the cool wind of Saturn arrived in this area, and it's possible that even some people that you have been close to in the past, there's a kind of gap or a separation, or perhaps some relationships have broken down altogether. Perhaps in some ways Neptune was making you a little bit too idealistic, and Saturn has brought a more moderating influence that's been good. Or perhaps you just felt conflicted in terms of trying to keep all of the people happy all of the time, which we know we can't do. But the big trend that's developing for you is that with Neptune and Saturn moving this year into your 12th house, leaving your 11th house, they are obviously going to come back, but you're really being questioned about some of your motives, really, or some of your future plans, or what really inspires you. If you're not really feeling inspired, the North nodes asking you to keep working at the process, even if there's part of you that may want to actually withdraw from other people even more as this year develops. Now on February the 4th, there is a point in case, because your ruler Venus moves into the sign of Aries. It's not at its best in Aries, to be honest, but this is an area that's very much to do with deep reflection, particularly around relationships. With Mars going direct on the 24th of February, that's helpful, but we do have on March the 2nd Venus starting its retrograde, which goes on through to the 11th of April. So a lot of soul searching is possible at this time. You also have Mercury moves on the 3rd of March into Aries too, so another influence in house 12. We also have a lunar eclipse in the sign of Virgo, the second in the series, mirroring the lunar eclipse which occurred in Pisces on the 18th of September last year. But this one also is very powerful, but features Saturn. So when it comes to balancing your social situation, which is the Pisces energy, and the part of your situation which is to do with manifesting your individual needs, which is the Virgo energy, Saturn's bringing a cool wind. I repeat, we can't please all of the people all of the time, but in any situation, whether it's around a friendship or a relationship, if you don't feel that there is a long-term future, this could be a critical lunar eclipse, which really gives you a lot of celestial food for thought. But March the 20th sees the spring equinox, the start of cardinal quadrant 1, also the beginning of the Western tropical astrological year, and ushers in a 13-week period, which is very much to do with perhaps healing, withdrawing a little bit, just recuperating somewhat. The more that you can find some gentle, quiet space for yourself, particularly with Venus and Mercury so close to the Sun, the better it will be. But on March the 27th, Venus steps back into the sign of Pisces. So this is going to make you even more potentially unsure exactly of what to do if you are uncertain about a particular relationship. It will be on the 12th of April that it emerges from the retrograde, but it will go back into Aries at the start of May through the first week of June. So still there's potential for so much thinking about the meaning of life and what you should do. So a very profound start to the year, to be honest, and this is showcased even more by the solar eclipse, again in house 12, which occurs on the 29th of March. Now if you're someone who really wants to start a business up as a therapeutic healer or as a psychic, or you're helping people in a compassionate setting such as a hospice, or you're working in a big institution behind the scenes in a very vital role, that can be a very strong solar eclipse. But with Neptune moving into your 12th house on the 30th of March for 7 months and 3 weeks through to the 22nd of October, that's a really big deal. So Neptune in the 12th house is very, very spiritual. It's also a time which you get the first blush off this year, where you can really experience healing in a very, very profound way. You could be pushed to let go of things that no longer serve your greater purpose, and this is the first taste of it. But on April's the 18th, as Mars makes its way out of Cancer and back into Leo, which it started the year in, that's provoking you again about where to live and who with. But the 25th of April through the first week of May sees Venus in a combination with Neptune. So your sensitivity around close involvements can be very strong. Now it's possible you could have some kind of connection with someone in the early part of this year, which is rather uncertain. It may prove to be very irresistible. I will say to you, quite honestly, be very careful about how you look after yourself in terms of what you put in your system, because your system is going to be hypersensitive. Now you have a new moon in your sign on April the 27th, but it is squaring up with Pluto in your sector of your life connection, which remember is a big part of the story at the start of the year. So just be aware that what you want as an individual might not quite mesh with what someone wants from you. But in May the 25th, Saturn joins up with Neptune in Aries, but for 3 months and 8 days. So from the latter part of May through August, the two are going to be together in your 12th house, but linking to Pluto in a very visible part of your situation. If you are someone who wants to dive into a journey of self-discovery, and that is linked to your professional situation, this could be a sensational time. But there could be a sense of dislocation if the work that you have puts you in a prominent role just at a time when the combination of Saturn and Neptune may see you wanting to withdraw in some way. Saturn's about structures, but Neptune's about the shift in sometimes hard to see vista, which is to do with what we soak up from situations. The 12th house could see you very, very sensitive, so just be conscious of that. But on June the 9th, Jupiter moves into Cancer, where it's exalted. So this can give you a bit more spark around your communications. It goes on through to the 11th of November when the retrograde begins. But on June the 20th, we have the summer solstice. An opportunity with Jupiter there to feel a bit more upbeat and outgoing. If there has been a period where you felt more reflective and even more withdrawn, or have wanted to squirrel yourself away in some manner, that wouldn't really be a complete surprise, to be honest. But at the heart of June, we also have the repetition of that square between Saturn and Jupiter. But this time, Saturn in your 12th house suggests that if there is something that you do need to talk about that's to do with your psychology, the square with Jupiter suggests that if you did have a conversation with someone who's very experienced and knowledgeable, it could actually be very helpful to you, even if you do find it in some ways a tender process to go. July the 7th sees Uranus leave your sign. Now you may celebrate this, it's going to be back on the 8th of November, but you get a 4-month rest, but it's sparking up the part of your situation to do with money. Now you have a real natural appreciation of managing resources, but its link back to Pluto is sensational. So there could be a big job opportunity that's going to come through the summer months, but it may be doing something completely different. But you may have to brace yourself because both Uranus and Pluto are linking back to that combination of Saturn and Neptune in that tender part of your sign. Are you going to use some old skills, knowledge and experiences, but in some kind of bright and fresh way? That's entirely possible too, Taurus. So see it as an opportunity, but Uranus leaving your sign for a while, certainly if you're born later into Taurus, can feel like a little bit of liberation. But on the 1st of September, Saturn moves back into house 11. So we get a resumption of what you've been used to over the last couple of years. September the 7th sees a lunar eclipse, but this time in Pisces is conjunct the North Node. Maybe there's going to be a reconnection to someone that you were closely aligned to, and then because Saturn got into the mix, that coolness came into play. But September the 21st sees Saturn back in the mix. The solar eclipse in Virgo is asking you to be as creative, playful and artistic as you can, but on the other side of the heavens, Saturn is combining with the North Node, and it could be that someone is not pleased that you're trying to showcase your talents and individuality. Could be a partner who sees it a little bit differently, maybe around a friendship. The autumnal equinox of the 22nd is very much really about the fundamentals in your world, getting all those things to do with diet, fitness and nutrition right. October the 22nd sees Neptune move back into your 11th house, and the 8th of November, as I mentioned before, Uranus will come back into your sign as well. So it's a kind of back to the future year in a way. You get the opportunity to experience this big shift that's going on, and then it's going to reset. The difference is this time you'll have the North Node in the same location as Neptune and also Saturn. So essentially you start the year with Saturn and Neptune in the part of your situation to do with your long-term plan, which Saturn has been asking some questions about. We know Saturn does that in your solar return, particularly around finance. But your desire to break out and do something different this year, which comes from the solar return and the moon being a house 9, is moderated by that very tender spring and early summer energy, which could see you going through a massive transformation in terms of your health, your psychological understanding. You can grow enormously. The compassion that you can show to others who are less fortunate could be quite phenomenal at this time. But do expect to feel much more tender. And if a romantic relationship isn't really working, you could be asked to make a binding decision in the early parts of this year if you really feel that you're no longer manifesting who you are as an individual. That brings to an end this 2025 forecast, Taurus. I hope you have a great year. Thank you so much for joining me. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free. But in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. So Gemini, on the 18th of September, the first of the new eclipse series in the sign of Pisces. Pisces is for you that connection to the world. Neptune has been giving you an awesome ability to convey ideas in a very special way. If you are someone who works in advertising or film or music, or you're a performer, or you're a mystic, a healer, a counsellor, or you work in health, your energies have been so amped up, it's been astonishing. But over the last couple of years, the cool wind of Saturn has been testing out some of the credibility of what you've been doing, or perhaps the world that you were existing in when 2012 began has shifted so much that some of those interests are not so compelling to you anymore. So that's really what that particular lunar eclipse is asking you. It's very, very close to Neptune. Was the dream really as achievable as you hoped? It's not saying it isn't, but if you are a creative, your charisma can be turned up to absolutely max from the 2nd of October, when the solar eclipse in your sister air sign of Libra is alongside Mercury, your ruler. If ever there was a time when you could use your wit, flair, and ability to convey ideas in a passionate and skillful way was turned to max, it's that. But those two eclipses coexist even though they're from different series. So if you are someone who's very in touch instinctively with your direction of travel, but you still are feeling very playful and you want to connect to people, you'll have it all together. But if you're not so much in touch with your instincts, or you're kidding yourself about some of the reality of some situations, that could cause some mischief as you go into the new year. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. but with your forecast as well. It's a fantastic amount of information. It's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. If you'd like to talk to me personally, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. I don't edit these as they come in, I share as is. Which takes us to your solar return. So on the screen now, I'm sharing this. You can see the moon's very close to the sun. The sun's always in Capricorn at this time of the year. On the 30th of December, we had a new moon at the end of last year. So we're still surfing that new moon energy. 8th house new moon energy can be very much about deep transformations. The moon's detrimented in Capricorn, so it can reveal some fears, particularly about transformations and endings. The moon likes to nurture, it likes to heal, it likes to be protective, but here it feels a little bit in a state of flux. But in a more practical way, if you do find yourself working on shared resources and finance this year, or anything to do with property matters, wouldn't be a complete surprise. There could also be something to do with life insurances, investments, inheritances, legacies, that kind of stuff also could come up. Now, what about the role of Mercury? Well, Mercury's in your sector of relating. Mercury in the 7th house, it may be detrimented in Sagittarius, but it's very keen on knowledge, but it can just be a bit quick in making decisions on things. But it's kind of saying that maybe you can be a bit more detached if some people see things differently. Yeah? Well, it's just that Mars, the planet of passion, is in your 3rd house, which is very much about your ideas and immediate communication. But it's in retrograde and it's in an opposition with the powerful Pluto. If you believe in something strongly, it's going to be very difficult for you to take a backward step throughout 2025. In fact, you may feel almost consumed with your beliefs. And because Jupiter in your sign is giving you a sense of confidence and optimism, but is in a retrograde and is detrimented in Gemini, opposite Mercury, which is detrimented in Sagittarius, if you're too optimistic and too enthusiastic, it could be something that could be a little bit of a weak spot, particularly as Saturn is almost directly in a right angle with Jupiter. So your worldly interaction or your worldly reputation and standing and status is highlighted by Saturn, and it's going to be highlighted by that North Node from the 11th of January throughout the whole year. So the outcome of all the effort you've put in since Neptune moved into Pisces in 2012 and Saturn in the last couple of years since March 2023 is definitely going to be scrutinized. So choose your language with care, particularly if you're going for a job or you're providing a service for a customer. You're going to have to be able to deliver on your pledges. Otherwise, it could affect your status and standing. You know, people could be quite unforgiving if you over-egg the pudding. But it's going to be difficult for you not to be very enthusiastic about your ideas with Mars opposite Pluto. And if you are someone who really likes to engage in quite strenuous exercise routines. If you're really into running or doing lots of lengths or swimming in the sea or wild river swimming, that opposition between Mars and Pluto is great because you're transforming yourself through challenging your boundaries, pushing yourself really hard. But when it comes to the discourse of exchanging ideas, if you've got something to share, such as a blog or you want to publish a book, all of this energy can give you a lot of impulse and you can push through and you can gain greater recognition, but you've got to deliver on it. Now, the other thing to consider throughout the year is the position of Venus. Venus is in a very friendly, non-judgmental sign of Aquarius in the 9th house, but you're going to need a bit of freedom, particularly around relationships. And then it's in a square with Uranus. So the subconscious is aroused by Uranus, even though it's going to be moving into your sign on the 7th of July. Something could come out this year. Maybe you're going to let something slip that you've been holding in. It could be to do with your past. It may be you're going to meet someone, and maybe you're going to meet someone where you want a little bit of a open-ended relationship. Could be even friends with benefits. But when it comes to relationships, if you feel too closed in, that could be a bit of an issue. And because I feel a lot of your activity is going to be directed towards your standing in life and your work, and the financial transformations that can bring, or the spiritual transformations, if you are going to connect with us, it probably needs to be, in some ways, more transactional for you. But if you are wanting a deep and devotional relationship, certainly the intimate part of the relationship, if you align around your ideas, can be hot, 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 with Mars in an opposition with Pluto. So that gives you a flavour of what you can expect through the whole of the year. You can be bubbly, but don't promise more than you can realistically deliver. You're going to feel passionate about your ideas. There could be some deep emotional transformation. You are going to have more responsibilities this year, or the legacy over a long period of time of a lot of your energies, commitment. You're going to see the outcome over this year. You're going to see how far you've come and how much you can be appreciated and saluted for your brilliance. So on the 6th of January, we have Mars inverts back into the sign of Cancer, but Mars in Cancer can be a bit prickly, a bit defensive. But the second house is about money. Second house is everyday money, but it's also about what we desire. If you have decided to sign up to some kind of diet plan at the start of the year, Mars in the second house through to the 18th of April can test your commitment to that, because it could give you a big appreciation of anything that's remotely calorific. Mars is going to be travelling backwards in Cancer through to the 24th of February. And if you're not quite making the progress that you want financially, it could lead to a degree of frustration, and that's where the comfort eating could creep in. But on the 11th, we have the nodal axis, the true node, moving north node to Pisces, south to Virgo. But that nodal axis, the north node, is also called the point of destiny. And as I've mentioned, because Saturn's right at the top of your chart as this year begins, and is going to be closely connected to that series of eclipses, this is going to be a fascinating year. If you've really worked, really slogged away at something that's truly important to you, you could be celebrated in a big way. But also, maybe something shifting around your ambitions, and you want something different to what you wanted when Neptune first moved in 2012. You may have gone through a period where you did do some great things, but your reality has changed. That happens a lot in life. We get to a particular summit and we think, well, that's nice, I planted the flag, but actually it's that peak over there that appeals to me now. That's part of the human journey. So that nodal axis in house 10 is very much to do with destiny around your public status, how people view you, and what the outcome of that is, based on a lot of past effort, but also past experiences and past encounters. But then we're going to have a lot of activity in the most social part of your scope. From the early part of February, the 4th, Venus moves into a sector of friendship. And we're also going to see Mercury join up with Venus on the 3rd of March. But Venus goes into a retrograde. And then in the middle of March, Mercury goes into a retrograde. So if you are hoping to socialise, it could all be a little bit unsteady. Lots of changes. Perhaps you're going to have changes of plan. There may be the different people competing for your attention. Then on the 14th of March, we're going to have the second of that eclipse series featuring the signs of Pisces and Virgo. This one's in Virgo, but Saturn is right bang by the position of the Sun. So again, that 10th house energy is competing with that 4th house energy in Virgo. Finding that work-life balance could prove somewhat elusive. Then again, if you're someone who's very committed to improving your lot in terms of goals and ambitions and status, it could be a point where you have a breakthrough, where you take on some kind of extra role that actually you're ready for. because Saturn influences are not always negative. They can often be the precursor of a breakthrough if we put the application, the dedication and the perspiration into the process. But the chance to be more playful definitely manifests itself by the 20th. We have the vernal equinox, the new astrological year begins. It's the start of cardinal quadrant 1, 13 weeks for you to think about your future, but also to enjoy your connections. But then on the 29th of the month, we have the solar eclipse, the last in the series between the signs of Libra and Aries, this one Aries. What do you want from your social situation and the people you connect with? That's the question over the next 6 months. But because Venus and Mercury are just tucked up behind that, there may be some confusion, or it may be that your main connections are through your work. Then Neptune joins Aries on the 30th of March. What will help is that on the 18th of April, Mars moves back into Leo, where it was at the turn of the year. Mars loves being in Leo. Suddenly you can feel much more assured. You can convey your ideas with conviction and confidence. 27th of April, however, sees the new moon in your 12th house squaring up with Pluto in your 9th. Something can come into the open, a bit like I was saying about the square between Uranus and Venus in your solar return. Be conscious of that. On May the 25th, however, Saturn joins with Neptune in Aries. And the last week of May through to the end of August is a chance for you to find some structure around the things that inspire you. We still have to put the work in with Saturn. And just because it's the 11th house, which happens to be idealistic or friendships, again, if you're putting in the work, that's where you're going to get the benefits. Now, on the 27th of May, there's a glittering new moon in your sign because it's aligned to your ruler Mercury. So this is a chance for you to up the vibe when it comes to your sparkling repartee, quick wits and ability to mesmerize people with your idea. On June the 9th, Jupiter makes its way out of your sign and into Cancer. That's a chance for you over the next year to really appreciate the outcome of a lot of hard work and application. Your finances can improve, but particularly if you've really invested in the strands that define you as an individual. But maybe you've looked after resources really shrewdly, and it can be a better time for you financially from that point. But on June the 20th, the summer solstice in your second house squares up with Saturn and Neptune in your 11th house. You can't be too idealistic about money over the following 13 weeks, and certainly are not about the friendships you keep. They've got to be good for you in terms of being supportive, but also practical. On July the 7th, it's something to really celebrate, the arrival of Uranus in your sign for 4 months through to the 8th of November. Now, it's going to leave the sign of Taurus completely on April the 28th, 2026, and that really will be a dazzling moment. But on July the 18th, Mercury goes retrograde in Leo. Go careful around documentation through that period of time. It goes direct on August the 19th, but on September the 1st, Saturn inverts back into Pisces. On the 8th, Uranus goes retrograde. On the 7th, we have another lunar eclipse, but this one is conjunct the North Node in Pisces. So again, whatever you've been working on in recent years, you're going to see how far you've come, or you're going to be reorientating your ambitions. September the 21st is a solar eclipse in the part of your chart to do with home and family, but it is faced up by Saturn. So big work responsibilities could impact on your desire to have more rest, peace and relaxation. Are you thinking of moving? It's entirely possible. On September the 22nd, the autumnal equinox is terrific for you because it brings in the Sun to Libra, and that's a chance for you to sparkle in terms of your social world. But the 22nd of October sees Neptune return to Pisces, and on the 8th of November, Uranus returns to Taurus. What an epic year for you. So essentially, if we boil it all down for you, Gemini, this is a year when The outcome of a lot of slog can pay off you with the help of the nodal axis. But if something is out of balance between your work and emotional life, it's going to show up. You may try some new approaches. You may find that some of them prove to be hugely inspirational and exciting. You may connect to some new people. There may even be some romantic encounters in terms of some of your friendships. But if we take it all back to your solar return, if you're too trenchant in your opinions this year, it might not be for the best, but you're likely to be very passionate. You'll want to be free-spirited, I feel, unless a relationship is very meaningful. But when it comes to your professional situation, do choose your words with care, but there is a chance for you to have some kind of spectacular breakthrough if you've been really working for it, or if you've been working for it in not quite the right way, it may be a time for a big reset. That brings to an end this 2025 forecast. I hope you have a great year. Thank you so much for joining me. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free. But in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information. It's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. So Cancer, on the 18th of September, we have the first in the new eclipse series, a lunar eclipse in the sign of Pisces. But it's very close to Neptune, a shimmering, mesmeric energy, which has probably been very profoundly impactful upon you since 2012. It could have had a big impact upon you in terms of the things you've read and explored, in terms of the spiritual dimension, but also in terms of travel. You may have gone to places that are a little bit off the beaten track, immersed yourself in the culture, philosophy, and just the overall atmosphere of those places in such an enriching way. If you have got a talent for photography, for film, for art, for music, it's probably been emphasized by Neptune since 2012. But this particular eclipse, as you go into the new year, is asking you to just check out some of the things that have been fascinating you to ensure that they're really worthy of how you feel now. And I'm going to explain how the planets are going to give you support in doing that. But also on the 2nd of October, we have a solar eclipse. This is the last in a series in Libra, but it's very close to Mercury, the planet of communication. But Mercury's influence of the other sign it rules, of Virgo, is very much to do with crisp, dry analysis. And I feel that you're being asked to think about where you live in a very careful way as you make your way through the last months of 24, but also through the first 3 or 4 months of the new year. Because feeling comfortable in our home environment, our connections to the people around us, our family relationships working well, but also our relationship with ourselves, that's the most important relationship of all. And the 4th house, where this occurs in the host sign of Libra, is a bit more logical. It is about balance, but it's also in some ways, with Mercury there, asking you to be more interactive, because I feel one of the Cancerian traits that you have is that you can be so protective that does choke off sometimes discussion. So if you do feel that you need to open up with trusted confidence, the combination of these 2 eclipses, which come from different series but can complement one another, is asking you to use knowledge, use your instincts, the lunar eclipse, but apply it to what makes you feel safe, nurtured, and assured and protected, which is the solar eclipse. I do feel that some Cancerian people, therefore, could be moving this year, and that's something that can be partly triggered by the solar eclipse, but it could be to do also with a need for space or extra stimulation in terms of your immediate environment and surroundings. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. If you'd like to talk to me personally, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. I don't edit these, as they come in, I share as is. Now, at the turn of the year, we get the solar return, and I'm showing that on the screen now. As always, it's important from your perspective to think of your ruler, the moon. The moon combined with the sun just as 24 came to a close, with a new moon on the 30th of December. This provides a backdrop for the following month, so the first 4 weeks of the new year suggest that relationships are going to be a big part of the story. But the moon in the 7th house at the turn of the year suggests your listening skills and your ability to attune to other people and be supportive, but also at the same time let people know what you need, can actually be a big part of the journey. The problem with the moon in the 7th house is it can make us a little bit too availing to other people's viewpoints, and we can lose our own identity a little bit. So do guard against that. But essentially it sees you looking for harmony, balance and equilibrium in all sorts of close relationships throughout year 2025. So that's very, very helpful to you. What are the other factors in the chart? Well, it's always important to look at the planet or the marker that's in the most prominent location. And this year for you, that's the North Node. Now, ironically, the North Node's about to switch out of the sign of Aries on the 11th of January. But here you can see it forges a formidable link with Mars, the planet of desire, and Pluto, the planet of truth, transformation, but also consequences. Now they go across your 2nd, 8th house axis. The chances are with those two opposite one another, your determination to improve your lot financially could be incredible this year. And with the North Node right at the top of your chart, that's suggesting that your instincts around professional affairs will be very important to your progress. So don't double guess yourself. If you get that hunch, it is important to listen to it. The other thing about Mars opposite Pluto across the 2nd and 8th houses is it could surprise you by how amorous you feel at times this year, or how you attract someone to you who finds you very alluring. Now, right at the end of last year, on the 24th of December, we had an exact right angle between Saturn, the planet of structure but of limitation, and also Jupiter, the planet of growth. If we go back to late May 2024, Jupiter has been occupying the part of your situation which is very much to do with the spiritual domain. Jupiter rules Pisces, so having Neptune in Pisces since 2012 is rather redolent of some of the energy that Jupiter has been creating for you. It's been asking you to think a lot about your deeper motivations. If you've had moments where you've wanted to be a bit free of other people, cocoon yourself away in some very secluded or quiet spots, wouldn't be a surprise. But if you look at the position of Saturn, it's in house 9. House 9 is very outgoing. It's to do with knowledge, but it can also be to do with contracts and legal matters and travel. If you're wanting to travel throughout 2025, or you are considering undertaking some kind of interactive situation where information will be tested, you must have very realistic expectations. And the reason for that, Cancer, is Jupiter's opposed by Mercury. Mercury in Sagittarius does not do details, but it's actually in your 6th house, which is wanting detail. So what Jupiter can do is expand your spiritual consciousness, but Mercury doesn't really work in Sagittarius for grappling with those details. So you could find yourself going into battle over a situation which may not be in your best interest. So if there is something that you're wanting to confront, and it may be something that it feels very, very important to you, and it may be a point of principle, it will be vitally important that you get professional support and make sure you micro-analyze all the information and don't make assumptions, because Jupiter opposite Mercury can skew our reality, make us overconfident, to be honest. You also have Venus in your 8th house along with Pluto. You could benefit financially this year from a partner's fortune, or if you are a business person, this also can be very positive, but it squares up with Uranus. If you do attract the attentions of someone who's really keen on you, one of the things that may attract you into the situation or not is if they can understand your need for space. If they don't, it could see you reinforce your need for independence. But also romantically, if you are in a relationship at the start of the year, but over time you don't necessarily feel it's got a long-term future, Venus squaring Uranus could see you want to break free. But conversely, there could be a fling or an attraction with someone in your social circle this year. Whether it would be long-lasting or not is really down to you. But I feel the desire side of your nature is certainly very strong with Mars opposite Pluto, and the connection energy that comes from the new moon at the start of this year is very potent. So finding those connections, that sweet spot in all sorts of ways, whether it's with friends, whether it's with colleagues, or whether it is to do with one special person, is going to be part of this year's journey. But at the same time, you don't want to give away your power, and that's where Venus squaring Uranus could actually be an asset to you. Now, I mentioned that Mars moves into your sign again on the 6th of January. This is because of the retrograde. The retrograde goes on through to the 24th of February, but Mars is going to be with you through to the 18th of April. If there's something that you feel very, very strongly about, and you're very driven towards a particular goal or target, what Mars can do, despite its retrograde, is give you a singularity of purpose which can be very helpful to you. But equally, it's important to understand that because Mars is in a retrograde, and in your sign he's not at his best, that there may be times when you could get a little bit frustrated if things don't go quite at the pace you want. But that brings us to that true node or axis, inverting into the signs of Pisces for north and Virgo for south on the 11th of January. This mirrors the new eclipse series which began on the 18th of September. So what you're being asked to do over the next year and a half, with the help of the point of destiny, the North Node, is listen to your instincts in terms of the things which really connect to you as being very meaningful, as being a point of truth that really chimes. It's a very subtle influence, the North Node. It's an intersection, of course, but this is very, very important because Neptune has been fabulously inspirational for you since 2012, but I feel Saturn's really been checking the validity of some of your interests the last couple of years, and you may have even become a little bit disenchanted with some of the things you were doing before. But now what the North Node can do is help you to restore the faith in the things that are truly important to you. And one of the things you can gain from, definitely travel, but most certainly information and knowledge. So the more you can inform yourself, the better decisions you will make. Now we've got a big energy building up from the beginning of February in the sign of of Aries. It begins with Venus. Don't underestimate how your personality power can be important for your connections to other people as you go into this new year. Also, that passion that Mars is giving you as well can see you punch through obstacles. But Venus is going to be going into a retrograde, but it is augmented by Mercury early in March. But Mercury itself goes into a retrograde too. So even if you do try to apply for a new job, or there's some kind of exciting business idea you have, it could all be a bit choppy. And we do have on the 14th of March a lunar eclipse in the precise sign of Virgo. Now, this mirrors the first of the lunar eclipse, if you recall, which occurred on the 18th of September. This mirror, therefore, is asking you to think about how you exchange information. Cancer people, because you can be very perceptive, but also like the moon card in tarot, your perceptions at times can get overloaded. So it can be difficult to detach yourself a little bit. So what the third ninth house axis of this new eclipse series is saying to you is check information, but try and use the Virgo energy to be more analytical. Try to weigh up what the relative benefits of things are, because Neptune may, rightly or wrongly, have seen you trip the light fantastic in the most magical of ways since 2012, but now you need to really be engaging with people, and if you get your facts really straight, that's going to be such an asset to you. Now, we do have on the 20th of March the first of the cardinal quadrants. The Sun returns to the sign of Aries, and it's the beginning of the Western tropical astrological year. For you, the Sun, therefore, has moved to the peak of your chart, but it's very, very close to Venus and also to Mercury. But then on the 29th, we have the solar eclipse. And this solar eclipse is going to give you an opportunity to really shoot for the stars if you've got a clear plan about the role or ambition that's important to you. But not everybody wants to be a captain of industry. Your interest may be in terms of volunteering locally. It could be to do with your grandchildren. It could be to do with a hobby or interest. But wherever you have a burning passion, it can be supercharged by that solar eclipse. But then on the 30th of March, Neptune, the shimmering energies of Neptune, moves into Aries, where it's going to be for just under 8 months. Now, it's going to be joined by Saturn on the 25th of May. The two together is something I need to break down for you. Neptune in Aries means the fire energy of Aries infuses the more watery and dispersing and sometimes eroding energies of Neptune. Neptune goes through a 164-year cycle, so it's 163 years this year. It comes back into your 10th house next year. But if you are a creative, if you're an imaginative person, and you can showcase your ideas in a dazzling, mesmerizing way, the next 8 months is definitely a huge opportunity. But just remember, when Saturn joins up with Neptune, it can create some obstacles because it's in its full in the sign of Aries. So it's not its best location. Aries is about initiation, thrust, excitement, drama, going for it, foot to the floor. And Saturn is none of those things. It's about steady application over a period of time. But Saturn is also the planet of fate. And if you've been working patiently over a long period of time to try to elevate your talents and reach a new audience, whether it is a fresh opportunity professionally or with a creative strand, or it is in terms of starting your own business, Saturn's going to ask you to apply the creativity, imagination and sensitivity of Neptune in a very systematic way. So they're not necessarily a panacea. Now, they do link back to Pluto, but Pluto for you is in your 8th house, very deep transformations. The 8th house can be about life and death. Pluto is also the planet of rebirth. It's possible, therefore, that something when Pluto was working through the sign of Capricorn to do with a relationship did come to a big, powerful end. But you may still be working through what happened. For example, if you've lost somebody in recent years, Pluto in the 8th house may suggest that there's still some mourning to do. But in a more practical, pragmatic way, Pluto is about shared resources, long-term investments. So it's possible that Pluto linking back to Neptune and Saturn can see something structurally shaping up, which could see you getting the funds in order to push forwards with those big goals and hopes that Saturn and Neptune are helping you to enable. But we have the arrival of Jupiter in your sign on the 9th of June. That's definitely something to appreciate. For you, Jupiter going through house 12, I think has had its benefits. But I feel here it's exalted and loves being in Cancer, and it gives you a chance to use your self-belief and confidence to supercharge things even more. Remember, Mars was helping you in the early part of the year, so you get another opportunity. But on the 20th of June, we have the second of the cardinal quadrants with the summer solstice. The sun moves into your sign. That's ordinarily a brilliant window of opportunity for the following 13 weeks to really get anything to do with home, emotion and family working sweetly. But it's squared off with Saturn and Neptune. So you may not get that sense of uplift, which is often the case. But on the 25th, the new moon in your sign is also squaring up with Neptune in particular. So anything that you're trying to do as an individual still has to work with your desire that Saturn and Neptune may be creating to connect or build into some kind of structure or reach an audience. And that may require you in some ways to fit in with what's expected, whereas the new moon wants you to actualize your individuality. So it's going to be a little bit of a struggle, I feel, to get it all balanced up. With Uranus also going into your 12th house on the 7th of July, its dazzling angle to Pluto is stunning. It's great for unlocking much more psychological awareness. But if your work requires you to be implacably stable and steady and steadfast in the public eye, that angle between Uranus and Pluto could be unsettling. Which brings us to September and those two eclipses. First of all, on the 1st of September, Saturn returns to Pisces. Now that could in some ways be a little bit of a relief if the unrelenting attention that Saturn has been creating in the most visible part of your chart has proved somewhat uncomfortable. And on the 6th, Uranus goes retrograde. So on September the 7th, the lunar eclipse in Pisces, very close to the North Node, this is an opportunity to really try to use information to clarify your emotional situation. But September the 21st sees the solar eclipse in Virgo, which for you is very much about quick, everyday communication, the 3rd house, but it's opposite, the stern, cool Saturn. If there is something that needs to be discussed, which is proven to be a little bit tricky, maybe over that contractual matter that I mentioned at the start of the year, the following months from September the 21st could be a little tense. We do have the autumnal equinox on September the 22nd, asking you again to get in touch with anything to do with your need for security, peace and tranquility. The 22nd of October sees Neptune retrograding back into Pisces, so both Saturn and Neptune have returned home. And then on the 8th of November, it's Uranus's turn to return back to the sign of Taurus. So it's a very, very complex year, very, very interesting. If you're somebody who's got a big goal, a big objective, and is very sure of what you want to achieve, the imagination of Neptune and the structural energies of Saturn, together with your drive and enthusiasm, which certainly can come from Mars priming you up early in the year, Jupiter priming you up later in the year, but also perhaps revisiting some of the ideas and perceptions that have shaped up in recent years and clarifying them a bit more, perhaps updating some knowledge, perhaps challenging yourself about some of the beliefs that have been guiding you. And you can use that North Node in such a wonderful way to guide you positively forwards. But I feel that this is a year when you will be required to interact and communicate with others much more frequently. And if you are someone who tends to be a little bit resistant to that, it's asking you therefore to step outside your comfort zone. But be assured that solar return with the moon in the 7th house will give you the diplomacy and the skills to connect with people, as long as you don't try too hard with that Mars opposite Pluto right at the start of the year. And also, I should say, on the 15th of June, as Jupiter in your sign squares with Saturn in Aries, that too is a once in a 7-year event. So we had 2 of them last year, 1 this year, and that's just asking you to make sure that any growth ideas you have are moderated with an understanding of the responsibilities and obligations that come with that. I hope you have a fabulous year 2025. Take care and goodbye. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. So Leo, on the 18th of September 2024, there's a lunar eclipse. And this lunar eclipse is in the beguiling sign of Pisces. Pisces for you is where you connect in a very deep way with others. It's where you're most invested. But this particular lunar eclipse is very close to the shimmering, sometimes mesmeric energies of Neptune. But Neptune can also distort as well as heighten our perceptions. And since 2012, Neptune has been so active in this part of your situation. Have you encountered some big inspiring moments and connections, or have you experienced some very, very powerful disappointments and losses? I'll go through this with you, but this lunar eclipse is certainly asking you to test out what Neptune has meant for you since 2012. And on the 2nd of October, we get a wonderful, sparkling, potent solar eclipse in your 3rd house. The 3rd house is about quick communication, but the host Libra is about balance. And Mercury, the ruler of the 3rd house, is in the mix. Your communications can really sharpen up in the last part of 24, but also the first quarter or third of the new year. So expect a lot of extra text messages and emails, pinging backwards and forwards. It's going to be very stimulating. The balance of those 2 eclipses, however, is to convert your intellectual or fast-moving communications into understanding what they truly mean at a deeper psychological level. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. If you'd like to talk to me personally, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. I don't edit these. As they come in, I share as is. On the screen now, I'm showing your event chart at the turn of the year. The big takeout is there was a new moon as 24 came to a close. A new moon in the most virtuous part of your scope. The sun is always your ruler in the sign of Capricorn at this time of year, but the moon is there too. So this suggests throughout 2025, you're going to want to make sure that your home and overall life structure works pretty efficiently. So that may be something that you have an appreciation for anyway, but if you're someone who tends to be a bit more laid back, you're being asked to get more ordered. Now, it's also possible with the moon in your 6th house that you could think of working from home or even starting a new small business, particularly one that's service orientated. But we need to be mindful of the position of the planet in your sign, and that's the potent Mars. If you recall, Mars moved into your sign in the early days of November. It then went into a retrograde, and you can see it starts the year still in the retrograde. But Mars in your sign gives you a lot of desire to manifest your individuality. Mars is the planet which rules the ascendant. It's the ruler of Aries. So your need to show people your creative talents is going to be fierce throughout 2025. It's also opposite Pluto. Someone close to you may not agree with your plan. It could lead to a battle of wills. Or on the other hand, Mars opposite Pluto can heighten your desire to an incredible level. But let's look at the role of the North Node as it starts the year just still in Aries. But that's angling up brilliantly to Mars and also to Pluto. So it's a little bit of a hint about what's coming with the arrival of Neptune and Saturn in Aries. It's saying to you that knowledge is going to be very important this year, and certainly knowledge about your rights, or being more attuned to your right to be a free spirit. But certainly Mars in your own sign is a big boost for your ego in plain language, but also with Pluto opposite, not everyone's going to handle what you want to do, and because it's in retrograde, not everything may go quite as quickly as you would like. But you do have, along with Pluto, Venus in your 7th house. It's great to have Venus in the 7th house because it helps us to let go of things sometimes, to not sweat the small stuff, to celebrate the things we have in common rather than just focusing on what's not quite perfect. So it's a good place for Venus to be. Now, Pluto opposite Mars is a heavy influence. It could lead to some battles of will. So what Venus can do is offset that a little bit, just help you to use a little bit of diplomacy here and there, which can be very valuable. But Venus is in a square with Uranus. It's possible if you're single, you could have an electric connection with someone this year through your work. Whether it's going to be long lasting or not is another matter. It's also possible that Venus squaring with Uranus could see you wanting to enjoy more freedom, and perhaps more freedom to work on an enterprise which you find really engaging and exciting. Because being a Leo, you're a fixed sign, so your stability is a big part of your nature, but sometimes your conservatism, with a small c, can stifle your individuality. So Uranus continues to push you from the start of this year to be experimental. Whether someone close to you likes that or not is another matter. Now, in terms of your social situation this year, Jupiter and Mercury are in a very bubbly opposition. They're both in detriment in technical astrology, and Jupiter is in retrograde. This opposition is suggesting really not to be too reliant on what some friends or even a romantic partner tells you, because Saturn's providing a very stiff right angle to Jupiter in your 8th house. So whatever anyone says to you, take it a little bit at face value, particularly if you are talking about money, investment, or a deep bond. So there can be some flirty stuff this year for sure. In fact, you could be attracting a lot of amorous attention, which is really nice. but I feel that in terms of your inner journey, this is a year which is a lot to do with exploring and getting more in touch with what makes you individual. So those are the energies that are playing out through the whole year. A lot of determination, a need to manifest your individuality, perhaps trying some different things work-wise. There can be some playful stuff, but when it comes to deep involvements and finance, that could be an area which is a little bit inhibited, but it's important to make sure all the details with the moon in the 6th house are working well for you all year. Now, on the 6th of January, Mars inverts back into Cancer, continuing its retrograde through to the 24th of February. This could be a part of the year when you do feel rather frustrated, particularly if you've set your intention with some New Year's resolutions that are very dynamic. Maybe there is some old stuff that still needs to be cleared up. Now, Mars only goes into a retrograde every 26 months, so it happened to ask you to be the host this time, and therefore it's inverting back into Mars from your sign. So something that you may have started at the end of last year may tread water, and that could be exasperating. Things will pick up speed from the end of February, however, and on the 18th of April, Mars will return to your sign. So that's going to be a key date for you. But if you do encounter some delays, try to be philosophical about it, because the nodal switch on the 11th of January is very, very powerful. It's asking you to really try to understand and make sense of what the occupation of Neptune and Saturn in your 8th house has meant. So Leo, with that start to the year with Mars in your sign, but then going into retrograde on the 6th, the switch of the nodal axis on the 11th, which puts the emphasis on those shared resources and where you're most deeply invested, we then have a period of time when there's a lot of activity on the sign of Aries, which of course shares your fire triplicity. And that's all about the potential for travel, meeting new people, but also potentially weeding out the truth of certain associations, because Venus is going to be going into a retrograde. When Mercury moves into Aries, it too starts the first retrograde of the year. And therefore, March can be a time when you may find yourself reviewing certain connections. But if you have been thinking about doing a course of higher education, or going somewhere on business, or connecting with people who are a little bit different to you, it may be a period when you're exploring your options, but things aren't necessarily roaring forwards in quite the way you want. Now, things will start to shift on the 14th, when we have the second of the lunar eclipses going between the signs of Virgo and Pisces. This one's in Virgo, so it's a mirror of last September's eclipse, but it's very close to Saturn. So if there is a situation, particularly around business, or those resources where you need to be more businesslike, Saturn's asking you to make sure you reinforce your boundaries. And all that 9th house energy in Aries may see you needing to get some expert advice, particularly over a legal or contractual matter. Which brings us to the 20th of March. It's the start of the Western tropical astrological year. The Sun moves back into a sister fire sign of Aries, and that is going to give you some uplift. Mercury and Venus are very close. There may be part of you that wants to be more independent and freedom loving from that burst of energy, but then we have the final solar eclipse in the series between Libra and Aries. This one in Aries. This is your opportunity to really go for it if you do want to be more galvanized, more thrusting and more adventurous over the next 6 months. But then Neptune joins up with the sign of Aries on the 30th of March, to be joined by Saturn on the 25th of May. So really from the last week of May through to the end of August, the two are together, but they're both linking back to Pluto in your sector of relationships. You may find yourself wanting to break the ties that no longer are fulfilling. Because remember, Saturn in the sign of Aries is not its best location. It is in full, but it's going to make you quite the truth seeker. And if someone isn't coming up to your standards, you're going to scrutinize them carefully. But equally, the imagination of Neptune can give you the push to try some different things. So in some ways, they're like counter energy. But as they move forward, Saturn in its alliance with Pluto can make you very strong-willed about certain plans you have. And if there is someone that you feel you can connect with and do business, the chances are it can be a tie that's really welded together with a lot of strength if it feels truthful and right. Now, Jupiter moves on the 9th of June into Cancer, which you remember Mars was very influential in through to the 18th of April at the start of the year. So that created a lot of potential for you to look at old stuff that maybe had been challenging. If you have been thinking about connecting to someone, perhaps an expert or a source of knowledge that can expand your psychological understanding, Jupiter moving into this area for the next year can be a great asset to you. If you are someone who's very much into healing, going on retreats, meditation, or visiting places that are very peaceful and calm and tranquil, Jupiter moving here is a great place for it to be. But then we have that very powerful change with Uranus moving on the 7th of July. But I want to tell you that on the 20th of June, we have the second of the cardinal quadrants. This ushers in cardinal quadrant 2, the next 13-week period. For you, this is your 12th house. But that 12th house energy is squared off by Saturn and also Neptune in 9th house. Something could come up, therefore, from the 20th, and also on the back of the Cancer new moon of June the 23rd. So as much as Saturn and Neptune can be about knowledge, knowledge could come up which is linked to your past, or it could be linked to growing your psychological understanding. But it could be a very sensitive time, to be honest. And once on the 7th of July, Uranus moves into Gemini, which in itself is very bright and bubbly, and forges a dazzling link with Pluto in your 7th house, there can be some connections to new exciting people. But somehow or another, I feel that that nodal axis moving into 8, and this very powerful energy with the summer solstice and the Cancer new moon accenting the positions of Saturn and also Neptune could bring up a lot of stuff that maybe you could find a little more painful if there are outstanding psychological issues that are still very deeply active within you. We all have a subconscious. Very few of us are completely aware. Some people might claim to be very aware, but it never fails to amaze me how much our bodies can hold memories. Sometimes, for example, we can smell something and just think, oh, wow, I haven't smelt that for years. Or we hear a clip of music and it's very, very emotional and really triggers a memory in a very powerful way. So that's the kind of stuff that I think you may experience at that time. But just know that despite the fact that there is a Mercury retrograde in your sign from the 18th of July, which could again slow things down a little bit, the new moon in your sign is absolutely cracking. It's really epipescent. It forges a terrific angle to Uranus, a great angle to the position of Saturn and also Neptune. Perhaps a more challenging one to Pluto. In the following month, you can get more on the front foot than of the time of the Cancerian new moon, but you just need to be aware, just like from the start of the year, that whatever you want to manifest as an individual, not everybody is necessarily going to be in agreement. But then again, it could set up a sizzling encounter with someone who makes your pulse race, who actually you find quite challenging, but also very intriguing. August the 10th sees Mercury go direct in your sign, which is obviously to be welcome. Now, on the 1st of September, it's back to the future. Saturn returns to the sign of Pisces. We've also got on the 6th, Uranus goes retrograde in Gemini. The 7th, a lunar eclipse in the sign of Pisces, this time very close to the North Node. So this is the second of the two eclipses. If you remember, we had the first one on the 18th of September 24. But on the 21st, we have the solar eclipse in Virgo. So this is the one that's asking you to really, really set your framework out in terms of the ins and outs around your resources, because on the other side of the heavens, Saturn is very, very close to the North Node, and this is really the theme of this year. I feel a lot of astrologers will put the focus on Neptune and Saturn being in your ninth house, understandably, but it's the nodal axis asking you to really come up with the outcome for all the energy that you've inputted since 2012, where you've been hugely generous. Leo people can often be very, very giving to others. Have you always felt truly appreciated? So I feel that you're going to toughen up this year about the ins and outs about resources. You may have found since Saturn moved into Pisces in March 2023 that one source of income that had been reliable in the past has dried up. But these eclipses this year are pushing you to create a new framework which is workable for the long term. The energy darting into Aries can see you exploring, but it needs to be exploring with meaning, with a firm outcome. And that's why I'm saying to you, with your solar return, with Jupiter and Mercury in an opposition but squared up with Saturn, whatever you're talking about, however interesting and tempting it may be, take it back to the money, or take it back to how sincere someone is. Don't get too caught up in the fluff, basically. So the eclipses that occur in September are really asking you to juggle the ins and outs, whether it's how much effort and energy and devotion you put into a situation, or how much finance you're putting into situations. But there needs to be a fair exchange. And sometimes it's nothing to do with money. It is just to do with that single word, respect. Because sometimes it's not the actual thing we input. If someone doesn't have much, but they still try their hardest and really appreciate us, that's just as valuable as someone who's hugely over the top generous, but actually it's a tiny amount of money for them personally. So it's more about the principle. The autumnal equinox of September the 22nd reflects that solar eclipse that you had last year on the 2nd of October. So this is very much about things speeding up, lots of interactive conversations. The 22nd of October, Neptune returns to Pisces, and on the 8th of November, we have Uranus returning to Taurus. So that's really this year for you, Leo. It has huge possibility from your solar return, but I think the key, the really important key, is the nodal axis. That's really asking you, along with the new eclipse series, starting in on the 18th of September 24 and going into the new year. So we've got 3 more eclipses going between Virgo and Pisces. That's really what's important. And the stuff that's going on in Aries may be a little bit tempting, interesting, fascinating, but it's taking the knowledge and information you gain, but bringing it back down to value in it. This can be a year of alchemy for you. You can turn things into something magical and brilliant, but you're going to have to be very hardworking, very persistent, and very clear in what you want to achieve. And I feel there's still some stuff rattling around in the depths from your past that you may need to rinse away first, but this year will help you, and then you'll be set fair to really attack 2026, which will be an astonishingly powerful year for you, particularly when Jupiter joins you on June the 18th and forges a stunning angle to Uranus, to both Saturn and also to Neptune, and back to Pluto too. Have a great year, take care, and goodbye. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free. But in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. So Virgo, on the 18th of September 2024, we have the first in a new eclipse series featuring the signs of Pisces and also Virgo, your sign. But the first one's in Pisces and it's very close to the shimmering, shifting, sometimes hard to read energies of Neptune. Think back to 2012. You may have encountered someone who's really captivated you, particularly in a romantic dimension, but you may also have encountered someone who's proved tricky, deceptive and rather unreliable, and that may have created a lot of frustration. Over the last couple of years, as the cool Saturn has occupied that part of your chart, he's been pushing you to be very much more realistic about your connections and interactions with others, whether it's the people you need to compete with professionally or it is the people that you're trying to link with socially or romantically. Now, what's going to happen is this particular event is suggesting in some ways if there has been a part of you that has been a little bit too optimistic around what you can get from other people, you need to counter that with the solar eclipse energies in the cool air sign of Libra of the 2nd of October, which has your ruler applying to that event, and your ruler's asking you to measure things, to view things in a cool, detached way and analyze the benefits practically to you. Now that can be about finance, because the second house is everyday money, but also self-worth and values. So those links to others, relate it back through the lunar eclipse to the solar eclipse, where you're actually finding the value from those connections, and that will take you into the new year. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. If you'd like to talk to me personally, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. I don't edit these, as they come in, I share as is. Now on the screen now, I'm showing your event chart right at the start of the year. As ever, we need to be mindful of the luminaries. The moon this year, very close to the sun. The sun's always in your 5th house at the turn of the year, but the moon is because we've just had a new moon at the end of 24. So as you go into the new year, there is a sense that you could be optimistic about showcasing your talent, flair, enthusiasm. You want this year to be upbeat, and why not? That's perfectly understandable for sure. But also the moon in the 5th house can be quite affectionate, but the moon in Capricorn is quite guarded. It's much more mindful of material and practical considerations. But if you are wanting to improve your social world this year, this is encouraging you to be a little bit more enterprising to make things happen. Now, what about the role of your ruler? Well, Mercury's in your 4th house, which could see you thinking a lot about home issues, maybe where to live, but Mercury's not at its best in the sign of Sagittarius. It's detrimented. So you could find yourself at times wanting to retreat a little bit, but maybe also be creative in terms of your home world, perhaps in terms of a small business or working from home. Mercury is the planet of marketing, but it's opposite Jupiter, the planet of growth and optimism, which is also in a sign it's not at its best in. suggesting, however, that there's part of you this year that could want to do much better when it comes to your professional aspirations. Now, Jupiter there, although it's retrograde, can attract some opportunities. However, it is squared off by Saturn. That reached a peak on Christmas Eve 24. They're going to repeat their square on the 15th of June 2025, but this time with Saturn in Aries and Jupiter in the sign of Cancer. But just be aware that Saturn in your 7th house suggests there's going to be a lot of scrutiny around your connections with others this year, not just through the eclipse series that goes between your sign and also Pisces, but because Saturn starts the year in this 7th house spot and is restraining the more ebullient, fortunate energies of Jupiter. But also Saturn's in a square with Mercury. If you are finding it difficult to agree with, say, a partner or a family member about where to live, that could cause some tensions this year. And I also want to make you aware of the role of Mars. Mars starts this year in a retrograde, but in your 12th house. Mars 12th houses are not easy. If you think back to the 2nd of November 24, through till now, maybe some stuff's been raked up that's been a little unexpected. What Mars can do is arouse the more psychological and subconscious part of our nature when it's in the 12th house. So things that we think that we've dealt with from our past, upsets, separations, hurts, people's passing, traumas essentially, can have a habit of coming up. So throughout this year, you may find at times that your moods are a little up and down, and perhaps unexpectedly so as well. But Mars is opposite the position of Pluto. Now this is really interesting because you're the sign that really has a great appreciation of providing services, being conscientious, making sure things run in a routine and ordered way. But Pluto is in fact in the sign of Aquarius, pushing you to rethink what you do for a living. And that takes us back to Jupiter being high in the sky, because in Gemini it's asking you to get as much information as possible to guide your moves. But whatever you try, professionally or personally, you are somehow or another going to at times feel that people are not particularly supportive or cheering you on, and that's because of Saturn in the 7th house at the start of the year. That can create frustration, and you may find, because of Mars being opposite Pluto, that if people are picky and not very availing, that at times your emotions could be somewhat turbulent in a way which is a bit uncharacteristic for you. You can also see that Venus is in your 6th house. Venus in the 6th house is lovely in a way because it's all about practical gestures. If your love language is about doing something for someone in a way which helps them, you know, giving them a gift which has a practical benefit, that's right up your street. But when it comes to romance, Venus in the 6th house, particularly in Aquarius, can be a little cool. It's a little detached, and it's also in a square with Uranus. It's interesting that you may find that whatever you hope for this year, there's part of you that may want to spin out and give yourself some space. Too many obligations and responsibilities, be it around a relationship or anything else, may just close in on you somewhat. So that gives you a flavour of what to expect this year. You can express your talents. You can set your intentions around romance and being affectionate, as long as you remain aware that Capricorn is a bit of a cautious player for that energy. In terms of the position of your ruler, can be very thoughtful. I feel that where you live could be part of this year's conversation, but the conversation, the connection to others, is really what stands out for me, because on the 11th of January you're going to have the nodal axis move to join the North Node with Saturn and initially Neptune in your sector of relating. And I feel because that's something that only happens, the nodal axis takes 18.6 years to complete, So think back to 18.6 years ago, if you're old enough, and you get an idea of what you might expect this year. So on the 6th of January, Mars in its retrograde moves back into the friendliest part of your chart, the sign of Cancer. And if you go back to the period up until the 2nd of November, you had an 8-week period before then when you may have found yourself linking up with others and enjoying quite a social time. So there is the potential for that, but because Mars is in retrograde through to the 24th of February, there could still be some frustrations. Goes direct then, and it returns to your 12th house on the 18th of April. So that's still deep, deep stuff. And just as that's all cooking up, we do have a selection of energy developing in the sign of Aries. It begins with Venus, it's followed by your ruler Mercury, both go retrograde. So when it comes to transformations or deep devotion, things can be a bit off and on. And also the 8th house can be about long-term investments. If you're trying to transform your situation, just be mindful that it's really important to get a very factual fix on things. Remember, Jupiter opposite your ruler Mercury could make you over-optimistic, so make sure you test things in a very scrutinizing way. I know that's part of your nature, but don't forget to do that this particular year. So that development of that nodal axis is augmented on the 14th of March by the second in the series of the eclipses between your sign and Pisces, and this time it's in your sign, in Virgo, but it is going to be very impactful in terms of Saturn. So Saturn can be a cool, dry, testing influence, and essentially what this eclipse series is asking you to do is get the balance between your connection to others and setting your boundaries, but also manifesting your true individuality. If we're too giving, which Neptune may have seen you be since 2012, we lose our identity. Saturn's come along with some harsh lessons, I sense, over the last couple of years. So you're being reminded of what you've learned since Saturn moved in March 2023 and work with that energy. So if there is someone who's calling out to you that you hugely fancy with all that Aries, which is very hot, potentially very sexual energy, just be aware of what you might be getting into. Now, we have on the 20th of March the start of the Western Tropical Astrological Year, Cardinal Quadrant 1, and Mercury, your ruler, and Venus are threaded into that energy. It could be really exciting for you. But then on the 27th, Venus retrogrades back into your sector of relating, so that stop-start around a relationship could show itself at that time. The 29th, we have the last of the solar eclipse series between the signs of Aries and Libra. 8th house can be huge changes. If you're someone who's very entrepreneurial, this could give you a big push to do something quite significant in the following 6 months. But also it could be a time of endings. Beginnings and endings, rebirths. It's very much the Phoenix solar eclipse for you. It's augmented by Neptune, dreamy and drifty, moving into Aries on the 30th of March. Let's explore Neptune here. It forges a link with Pluto straight away in your 6th house of services, work and physical health. Neptune here, the 8th house. The 8th house can be long-term finances, investments, can be shared resources, but it can also be sex, intimacy. Neptune can be confusing, but also can be very evocative and tempting. If there is something that's calling out to you, for example, if someone says to you, look, there's this new scheme, a side hustle, a get-rich-quick scheme, and they're really outlining how amazing it can be, appealing to your imagination, you can see the potential for trouble. But equally, if you're listening to your instincts and your connection to that person feels right because of the nodal axis and the new eclipse series, and you feel you have got your boundaries clear and you're open still to connecting, this could be a magical transformational time, augmented by the strict Saturn on the 25th of May. But Saturn's not at its best in Aries, because Aries is about initiation. Saturn is about the maturing of the cycle, because it rules the sign of Capricorn and co-regent in Aquarius. So Saturn rules time. It's all about karma. The 8th house can be about endings. Just be conscious of that. But the 8th house can also be about being very tactical and shrewd with resources. So if you have patience, persistence and imagination, you could do well around resources. But if you're wanting to get close to someone who's not really available, then it's not going to work. It's going to fall over. Now, April the 12th does see Venus go direct in Pisces. That's good. Also, the 18th sees Mars go direct. Also, April the 18th sees Mars return to Leo, but remember that's your 12th house. That's quite complex. Now, the 25th of April to the first week of May could see someone really captivate you for sure. But the Taurus new moon on the 27th of April, which ordinarily would give you a desire to open up your world and be much more enterprising, that's actually in a square with Pluto. So just be aware that if there's part of you that wants to break free of that cycle of obligation, there's going to be some consequences from that. We can't have freedom without responsibility, essentially. But June the 9th, seeing Jupiter move into your sector of friendship is absolutely lovely. You may be surprised by what you can gain and who you can connect with, because I feel that the solar and lunar eclipse series this year is making you so much more conscious of valuing yourself, but also valuing others, but being more stringent on who you will give the permission to connect to you. So you may be tempted with that 8th house energy, but that's really what the lesson is. But Jupiter's coming along saying that someone could still rock up in your world in the following 12 months who can completely move the moment and move you and be very exciting to be with. But June the 20th sees the summer solstice. And this is when we have cardinal quadrant 2, the next 13-week period. Ordinarily for you, a very playful, interactive, networking time, but that event squares up with Saturn and Neptune. The value of your friendships is really going to come under the astral microscope. The Cancer new moon of the 25th of June is also in a complex angle with Neptune, so it's the same issue. So you can see that that combination of Saturn and Neptune in Aries, as much as some astrologers are almost certain to tell you it's the start of an incredible new dawn, which it can be, you still have to be aware of what part of your situation it's influencing, and the 8th house is very, very complex. But in July, on the 7th, Uranus moves to the part of your situation which is to do with enterprise, ambition and goals and your worldly connections. Uranus can be an erratic influence. It has been pushing you since 2019, since March, to be more daring, to break down that part of you that loves a formulaic lifestyle and be a bit more spontaneous. However, it is going to be in your 10th house for 4 months. It forges an amazing link with Pluto. So if you have got a sensational and very progressive and innovative idea, this would be the time to seek out the finance and go for it for sure. However, your ruler, Mercury, does go retrograde on the 18th of July. This could create some frustration. People you would hope to be in touch with you are not. You can feel a bit isolated and things feel remote. That can be quite challenging. The 24th of July sees the new moon in Leo. Now this actually forges a stunning angle to Uranus. So it could be that someone from your past or a past skill and experience could be repurposed, but in a fresh way, which gives your career sector a new start. On August the 10th, Mercury goes direct, which you will be really relieved about. But on August the 23rd, we do have a square with Uranus. And this comes from a new moon in your sign. So we have a blue moon situation. You're going to have this event squaring up with Uranus. So it's all about you as an individual, trying to manifest what works for you. but having to work in with what could be a quick change in unpredictable landscape when it comes to your professional situation. Or perhaps you're going to use this provocative square to your advantage to do something completely spontaneously, and that actually could be very exciting. On the 1st of September, however, Saturn returns to your sector of relating. Uranus goes into a retrograde. On the 7th, we have a lunar eclipse in your opposite sign. On the 21st, we have a solar eclipse in Virgo, reminding you of the importance of your needs as an individual and having an iron will over your boundaries because it's opposite Saturn. But you may find that you don't get the energetic uplift that you would normally like to believe you would from a new moon or solar eclipse because of the resistance that Saturn creates. September the 22nd, however, sees the autumnal equinox. It's all about the money, and you're being asked in the following 18 weeks to grapple with that. Remember, that was part of the theme from the solar eclipse of 2024. The 22nd of October, Neptune returns to Pisces. The 8th of November, Uranus returns to Taurus. So we get a big shake up this year, but actually it's a shake out, because at the end of the year, the thing that's really going to be consistently important is the axis between the eclipses in your sign and Pisces and the North Node in particular, because that's your future direction. That's where you're being drawn towards. So Neptune may have mystified, enchanted or frustrated you since 2012. Saturn may have given you a much cooler demeanour in terms of your relationships the last couple of years. But I feel the North Node can give you an opportunity to really equate and understand all the learning, so you get that right pivot between what you need as an individual, what you're prepared to give to others, but also it could bring a significant relationship into your world. But that 8th house energy this year suggests that if something isn't working in terms of where you're most invested financially or emotionally, it could be that it does need to make way, or at least be profoundly reviewed. Have a great 2025, Virgo. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. So Libra, on the 18th of September 2024, we have the first of a new eclipse series in the sign of Pisces, but it's very close to the shimmering, shifting energy of Neptune. Neptune rules the sign of Pisces, of course, but this is the precursor of the switch of the nodal axis, because the eclipses work in relation to that. However, on the 2nd of October, there's a sparkling solar eclipse in your sign, urging you to stand in your power, particularly as Mercury, the planet of communication, forges a conjunction to the Sun and the Moon. If ever there was a chance to lay out exactly what you want and be very single-minded about going for it, this is your opportunity. What's not to like? Well, it's just that complex lunar eclipse is asking you to be mindful of the needs of others. So you're going to need to find a balance between the juggle of those two competing eclipses as you make your way into the new year. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. If you'd like to talk to me personally, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. I don't edit these, as they come in, I share as is. Now, your ruler is Venus, and it starts this year in a stunning location for you, house 5, along with Pluto. Now, Venus can be very flirty, very affectionate, but in the sign of Aquarius, perhaps also a little detached, and it is in a right angle with Uranus this year. Uranus starts the year in house 8, where it's been for some time, which is very much about where you're most invested, but Uranus could be at times, or has been at times, seen you have a need to disassociate yourself from something where you feel that people aren't showing the same level of commitment. So it's possible you could have a dazzling connection to someone this year, maybe a friend because of Venus being in Aquarius, but whether you can actually make the connection bond, well, I feel that that's going to have a lot to do with that collective that forges up in Aries as we go into the spring. But as you start the year, if there is a weak relationship in your situation, I feel that that is going to make you mindful of your need for space and freedom. Now you can see from your chart on the screen that the moon is very close to the sun right at the start of the year. This is because we had a new moon as 2024 came to a close. And therefore you go into this new year very mindful, I feel, of your emotional needs, where you live, how you live there, and who with. And that is going to be a theme for the whole year. With the moon being in the 4th house, it's possible that you could move or redecorate. Anything that gives you a greater sense of stability and security at the root of your life is going to be something that calls out to you. But that doesn't mean to say that there can't be some social possibilities. Mars starts this year in a very charismatic location in Leo, but it is in retrograde and it's opposite the fierce energies of Pluto. If there is someone that you're finding absolutely captivating, that will certainly give you a lot of push to follow your instincts and go for it. But remember that Venus-Uranus square is reminding you of your need for space, and also the solar eclipse in your sign of the 2nd of October, asking you to be mindful of maintaining what's really important for you, the individual. But I feel that there can be some playful, sociable possibilities from that combination. It may be that you're going to do something that's a bit more physical and perhaps in a group sport situation. Maybe you're going to test yourself out in an endurance sport, because Mars opposite Pluto can give us a lot of desire to burn off our energy. Now Mercury, the planet of communication, is actually in a very bubbly part of your chart, house 3, opposite Jupiter in house 9. Now both Mercury and Jupiter are in locations where they're not at their best. But for you, I feel this does give you the potential to be very expressive about your ideas and perhaps be drawn towards some travel. But because Saturn is in a T-square with both, Saturn starts this year in the part of your chart to do with responsibilities and obligations, and it's going to end the year in that sector too, because it moves back into Pisces on the 1st of September. So it's only in Aries for 3 months and 8 days. So very important to understand that though a lot of the conversation will be about Saturn and Neptune moving into Aries, they are only going to be there for a period of time. They're going to return for a longer stay in 2026. So that solar return for you is asking you to be mindful of your emotional situation, your home and family life. It's pushing you to manifest your ideas through the opposition with Mercury and Jupiter. but you can't escape the scrutinizing energy of Saturn. So there may be times this year when you're still trying to juggle that part of you that wants to be in your power, but then feels you've got to support others. That's a classic Libran dimension, which has been emphasized strongly, particularly over the last couple of years. And that's why that switch of nodal axis that I've spoken about on the 11th of January is going to be so influential. But as you go into the new year, Mars inverses back into the sign of Cancer. If you recall, Mars moved into Cancer on the 4th of September through to the early part of November. That 8-week period gave you a chance to really heighten your profile and be much more driven in terms of ambitions. You get another window of opportunity. It's just that with Mars in retrograde, not everything may go quite as quickly as you would like. Mars goes direct on the 24th of February, but it returns to the charismatic sign of Leo on the 18th of April. So from pretty well the start of the year to the middle of April, that's your window to really amp up your desire to raise your profile, achieve greater acclaim, but also demonstrate your authority. And that's really lovely for you to do because you're a cardinal sign. And although the archetype is that you're very much a people pleaser and like to keep balance in your relationships, which can be true, since Pluto moved into Capricorn, Uranus moved into Taurus, and also Saturn moved into Pisces, there's been a lot of giving to other people. So that solar eclipse on the 2nd of October, plus Mars going to the top of your chart, is pushing you to seize the moment. But what about that nodal axis? Because on the 11th of January, the true nodal axis inverts into Pisces. So over the last year and a half, it has been teasing some opportunities around relationships. But some of those connections may have been a little bit disappointing, to be honest. But I feel that what it's done is taught you a lot about setting your boundaries and being clearer about what you need. Now, because the 6th house is very much about our practical situations. It can be to do with life organisation, work, health, diet and fitness. Those could be areas that do engage you this year. But remember, with Saturn there and also forging that square with the planet of growth, Jupiter, which starts your year in a very expansive area, you may feel that there's a bit of a juggle between what you want to do for yourself and what other people expect of you. But that's natural. But your diplomacy is still a massive part of what you can achieve in the early part of this year. So Venus suggests that there may be someone who's going to be drawn towards you from the 4th of February. From the 3rd of March, as Mercury moves into your opposite sign, it gets easier to discuss things, even if someone has a contrary and different point of view. But then they both go into retrograde. So be aware there can be some cross wires. Also, the second of the new eclipse series, this time in Virgo, opposing the Sun in Pisces on the 14th of March, very close to Saturn. Once more, you could feel bogged down by other people's demands and needs. Maybe your own physical vitality is not quite as strong as you would hope it would be. We then have on the 20th the start of the Western tropical astrological year. Cardinal quadrant 1, the Sun returns to your opposite sign. The 7th house can be where we relate, for sure. Your sign or the ruler of your sign, Venus, very much involved in that whole process. But it's also about where we can set our boundaries. And that's critical, particularly with Venus and Mercury so close to that event. The 29th, however, the solar eclipse, if you do want to bring someone sensational into your world, the next 6 months is certainly an opportunity to do so. But what the solar eclipse in your sign told you to do is make sure you don't give away your power in order to achieve that connection. So it's all about being very aware of what you've got to give, but also what you expect. But also with the iron will of Saturn moving into your 7th house, from the 25th of May, the gentle vibe of Neptune from the 30th of March can make you very beguiling, but I feel that even if you did meet someone, Saturn's coming along to scrutinize things from that third week of May. Now the two are together through to the end of August. They are linking back to Pluto. If you did connect to someone who really captured your imagination, it could lock in for the long term, because when Saturn goes across the 7th house cusp, it will either end a relationship or it will bring a significant person in. But of course, we have to meet that person in the first place. And if that's being in some ways conflicted by your demands and responsibilities, weariness, work, then that makes life more difficult. So you are going to have to speculate to accumulate if you do want to meet that special person, Libra. Fortunately, Mars moving on the 18th of April back into the sign of Leo is going to give you a lot of uplift in terms of your glow, but also it can help you to mix and mingle more. It is going to go opposite Pluto again, but that could also amp your desire if there is someone in your social circle who's really capturing your imagination. Now on May the 27th there is a Gemini new moon, which of course is your sister air sign, but it is conjunct Mercury. If you have been thinking about heading off somewhere and doing something more spontaneously, that's a great month to try to do it for sure. On June the 9th, Jupiter climbs into that very prominent part of your chart, the 10th house. But the key is Jupiter loves being in Cancer, it's exalted. It wasn't so happy in the sign of Gemini, where it's detrimented. So you have an opportunity, at least until the 11th of November when Jupiter retrogrades, to once again talk and communicate. Jupiter's about knowledge. If you've accumulated a lot of knowledge over a long period of time, you need to present that to people and make them aware of what you've got to offer. But on June the 20th, the Sun joins up with Jupiter in Cancer. Ordinarily, this ushers in a 13-week period where nurture is very important to us all. Now remember, you have that right at the start of the year in your solar return. But this particular summer solstice is conflicted by Saturn and Neptune. If there is a professional relationship which is not going quite so well, it's going to show up around this time, particularly on the Cancer new moon of the 25th of June, which again is clashing with Saturn and Neptune. Perhaps your desire for recognition is not quite working for someone you work with. Could be a colleague, it could be your partner if you're spending more time active in your professional field. But on July the 7th, Uranus replaces Jupiter in Gemini. But this is stunning. This brings a 4-month window of opportunity for you through to the 8th of November to really think about how you can revolutionize your approach. But it may mean stepping outside your comfort zone. But it's possible that you could encounter someone who's very different to you from a romantic viewpoint, with Uranus arcing back to Pluto in your sector of self-expression, but also linking to Saturn and Neptune in your sector of relating. You really can be so inspirational to be around. And perhaps also finding a great thrill from being much more spontaneous. Why not? Go for it. Enjoy every single moment of this period. It's going to come back into the sign of Gemini for the long term from April the 26th, 2026. But on July the 19th, Mercury slams on the brakes in your sector of friendships. There could be a little bit of crosswires and frustrations which occur. The 24th of July sees a Leo new moon, but that is in a sextile with Uranus. So even despite the retrograde, and there could be some bumpy changes of plan, be open-minded about the connections you can have. August the 10th sees things start to unravel as Mercury goes direct. But August the 23rd sees another new moon. So essentially we have a blue moon period here, and this one is in a square with Uranus. So it's possible, just as the Sun's about to move into your 12th house, which is more sheltered and a little bit more sensitive, that something could come into the open that you find a bit tricky or awkward. But on the 1st of September, Saturn ends its journey through the sign of Aries. It's back into that sector of obligation, Pisces. But at least you've had 2.5 years of working with that energy. On the 8th of September, Uranus goes retrograde. But September the 7th, it's a big day, as I primed before, because you do have a Pisces lunar eclipse, but it's very close to the North Node. So your destiny, if you like, about obligations, work, where you can be really appreciative for your sacrifices, could manifest itself. But on September the 21st, there is a new moon in Virgo, which is also a solar eclipse, but that's opposite Saturn. I felt that this could be the tenderest point of the whole year, to be honest, and because that solar eclipse will provide a backdrop through to the end of the year and into the early part of 2026, just be aware if the shadow side, the subconscious side of your world, your fears and anxieties, if you're not fully aware of them and embracing them and self-soothing, some practical issues can aggravate them. So too many demands, too much work, you could feel a little bit run down, so just be conscious of that. However, redemption comes on September the 22nd with the autumnal equinox. The sun moves back into your sign. You're going to feel much more in tune with you. But we do have on the 21st of October, the new moon comes right at the end of the sun's journey through your sign, and it's in a quincunx with Saturn. Let's go back to the start of the process. If you recall, the new lunar eclipse in Pisces of the 18th of September, very close to Neptune, and that's emphasizing your sacrifice, your care for others. But the solar eclipse in your sign on the 2nd of October is saying you must focus on what's right for you. So when you get to the end of the process and you get the new moon in the next year, still that 6th house energy, but this time Saturn, is providing perhaps a challenge to that part of you that does want to be much more assured, self-confident and assertive about what you need. On the 22nd of October, Neptune returns to Pisces. On the 8th of November, Uranus to Taurus. So it's a year when relationships can shift radically for you, but the underlying trend really is about finding the balance between what you want to do for yourself and where you feel obligated or in some ways ensnared by the demands and expectations of others. And because right at the start of the year there is that very sensitive moon position for you, being protective is important, but I still feel that this can be one of the most exciting years for many a year for you. But particularly if you can find that perfect balance between what you need and what you're prepared to give, and find the people to collaborate with who respect you on the terms that are important to you. Have a great year, Libra. Take care and goodbye. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. So Scorpio, on the 18th of September, we have the first in a new eclipse series featuring Pisces. And this one is very close to Neptune. If you go back to 2012, when Neptune first moved into your 5th house, you may have had some really very special and vivid moments when it's come to expressing your talents, creativity and flair. There could also have been some special moments socially, perhaps even romantically too. But over the last couple of years, the rather steely energies of Saturn have been scrutinizing some of the strands that you were in before and maybe exposing some weaknesses. This particular lunar eclipse, as you go into the new year, is asking you to review what you've achieved, particularly with Neptune, since 212. So have you dispersed your energy by scattering your attention? Have there been some people that you've spent time with that haven't necessarily come up to your expectations? Have you expanded your spiritual consciousness? There's every chance you have, but that's what that new eclipse is very much about. But on the 2nd of October, we have a mighty solar eclipse, but it's in a very psychological part of your situation, your 12th house. The host is the sign of balance, the air sign of Libra. Mercury's in the mix as well. Mercury here in the 12th house can make us a little anxious that people are not including us. We could feel a little bit isolated. If there is any psychological stuff floating around, perhaps to do with your past or some understandable parts of human nature that you're not quite integrating into your entire being, such as fears, our subconscious energies, and perhaps some stuff from your past that may need to come to a point of acceptance. And that's what that solar eclipse is asking you to do as you go through the first 3 or 4 months of the new year. So if there is some old stuff to disperse, you can do it. But I think the solar eclipse working with the lunar eclipse, even though they're two different series, suggests that you can be creative about the process. So it doesn't mean to say that if you're looking at tender stuff, it can't still be engaging, illuminating, and even enjoyable, particularly if you link up with someone who's a real light worker, or you read information which helps you to understand your inner worlds and motivation much more clearly. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. If you'd like to talk to me personally, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. I don't edit these, as they come in, I share as is. On the screen now, I'm showing your event chart right at the start of the year. Always important to be mindful of the two luminaries. The sun's always in your 3rd house at the turn of the year, giving you a desire to engage and chat, but the moon very close to the sun this year in the sign of Capricorn, because just as 24 came to a close, we had a new moon. And although the moon has drifted on, it's still for you in your 3rd house. So communication this year can be quite swift, but you need to make sure it's communication with a meaning. Now, you know that more than most signs, but it just suggests there could be a bit more interactivity with people immediately around you, neighbours, in your community, or even with some siblings throughout this year. But the other thing to be mindful in any natal chart is the planet which is most northerly, and in this year it is your traditional ruler of Mars. So you can see it's right up on your 10th house cusp. That suggests your desire for recognition is going to be very strong in 2025, and why not? But also, if you look at the position of your modern ruler, Pluto, that's right down on your 4th house, suggesting any shifts that are going on in your world will work out at the root of your existence. So, for example, where you're living. Now, Pluto can be to do with regeneration, so if there have been some tensions around the family part of dynamic, I feel that collective in Capricorn and Pluto being on the 4th house cusp could be interesting. But Mars right at the top of your chart certainly gives you a big push to raise your profile. to achieve greater acclaim. And if you are a Scorpio who's a little bit diffident about putting yourself forward, you're really being encouraged to do so with this particular solar return. But what about the relationship between Mars and Pluto? Well, when they're in an opposition, the willpower that they can confer is fantastic. I think the problem for you could be trying to get the balance between what you want to do in your worldly interaction and what you want to do around your home and family life. But it's also possible that you may want to move home and in some ways repair or renovate the new property, because I feel that is entirely possible. Also, if you work from home, you can still leverage up your influence with Mars's help, all through the conduit of good, swift communications, which could come from that collective in Capricorn. But what about the other players in the chart? I mentioned in my opening piece that Saturn has been like a cool wind over the last couple of years around your social life and romantic situation. But it also may have made you much more appreciative of who the solid citizens are. So Saturn starts the year in that part of your chart. It's going to be moving into the pragmatic 6th house, as we know, on the 25th of May. And Neptune is also there too. And remember, they're going to end the year in your 5th house as well. But Saturn forges a tricky right angle to Jupiter. If we think that Saturn is no and Jupiter is go, in terms of very, very basic terminology, Jupiter's in a part of your situation to do with long-term finance, being very entrepreneurial. It is the planet of trade. The 8th house is an area where you may want to show what you can do if you've got a business idea, but it is in retrograde, so just be conscious of that. So if you're feeling in the mood to speculate, which is the 5th house where Saturn is, you need to make sure you've really done your sums and research Saturn very carefully. Otherwise you could try something that just won't work out. Also, Mercury, the planet of everyday communication, but also of marketing, is in your 2nd house of everyday money. Now, Mercury and Jupiter are opposite, and that could give you a real sense of optimism. But if you are doing something where you have to speculate in order to accumulate, what Saturn's saying to you is you really need to weigh things up very, very carefully. But Mars, being right at the top of your chart, could give you the appetite for greater success. And because of the opposition with Pluto, you may be determined to overcome any obstacles, but that could see you keep ploughing forwards into a situation which will never render you a return. And the reason for this, Scorpio, is Mercury and Jupiter are both in signs where they're not at their best. So although the opposition between them can prime up a sense of positivity and possibility, take it all back to the maths. So Saturn in the 5th house is about risk, but it's also about romance potentially. Is there going to be someone that you find absolutely fascinating this year? If it's someone who's quite well heeled, or as you see it, quite successful, that might not necessarily be a precursor for a simpatico relationship. So Saturn squaring Jupiter, it came up to a peak on the 24th of December last year. They're going to come into conflict again in the middle of June, but this time Saturn will be in your sector of obligations and responsibilities, and Jupiter in your sector of freedom. So again, there could be a bit of inhibition. So your chart speaks towards a lot of ambition, but your tactics around finance need to be meticulously well planned. The other takeout for you is Venus. Venus is in your 4th house. Now, I mentioned with Pluto in the 4th house, if you are minded to find somewhere that you can in some ways improve decoratively or structurally, if you buy a property, that kind of revamp is very much in the realm of Pluto in the 4th. But Venus is much more of a decorative influence. Venus in the 4th house again could point towards some kind of warming up around a family relationship, but it is clashing with Uranus in your sector of relating. So there could be a little bit of an on-off, around someone that you fancy. Maybe they're not totally available, maybe their practical circumstances don't quite work. But Venus in the fourth house and in Aquarius can make you a little bit easygoing. It can make you accepting if something isn't quite exactly as you want, but just be mindful that things could be a little bit chaotic around your love life, particularly if there is, you know, kids to look after, older family members to consider, so things can be a little bit up and down. The other takeout is the North Node. It's obviously going to be moving on the 11th of January, but in your solar return, it's just in that 6th house. And that is forging a great link with Mars and also Pluto. So if you are wanting or open to shifting the structure of your life organization, perhaps with a new job or role, this chart looks very, very helpful and hopeful. So I think your ambition's going to be strong, your communicational skills can be pretty good, but when it comes to finance, don't be over optimistic. And if there's someone you hugely fancy, don't spoil them with massive gestures. Give it a bit of space and see how it unfolds. So on the 6th of January, Mars, your traditional ruler, inverts back into Cancer. Let's go back to the 4th of September. Mars moved into Cancer, where it was until the early days of November, for 8 weeks. Now, Mars usually makes its way through each sign for 6. This is because Mars went into a retrograde in Leo in December, but it does mean that you get this additional time with Mars bursting back into a very explorative and very adventurous part of your chart. But he is going to be retracing his steps through to the 24th of February in your 9th house. So if you're trying to do something that's much more buccaneering and enterprising, it might not go quite as quick as you would like. Just be mindful of that. But that nodal axis on the 11th. The North Node gives us a kind of inner nudge. It's an instinctive pull towards something that can be good for us, particularly when it's the 5th house. It's known as the point of destiny. So when it comes to your love life or demonstrating your creative talents, if Saturn has seemed to, you know, quieten things down, take away a little bit of the luster over the last couple of years, the North Node can certainly give you the opportunity to reinvigorate things. So it's truly exciting. But then we have Venus and Mercury making their way into Aries, your 6th house. The 6th house, work, can be practicalities, can be those everyday routines. Venus is about relating. If you're in a relationship, the more that you do those thoughtful gestures rather than the grand romantic ones, the more popular you're going to be. But if you're applying for a job, as Mercury travels into Aries at the start of March, but then goes into a retrograde, it may get a bit bogged down and tangled. In the middle of March, we have the second of the new eclipse series, this time in Virgo. Virgo for you, it's about your long-term plan. It's about your connections to others, your network, your friendship, but also your highest, more spiritual hopes. But it is opposite the position of Saturn. So if you're wanting something more on your terms and you're being a little bit unbending and unyielding, because remember you're a fixed sign, and also remember your two rulers could make you very willful throughout this year because they are in such a complex relationship, it could be counterproductive for you. However, on the 20th, we have the start of the Western tropical astrological year. The Sun moves into house 6. If you're accepting that some things do need to be reformed and refined in your situation, you'll embrace this change brilliantly. It brings in a 13-week period where there could be some practical shifts. But because Venus and Mercury are in the mix, very closely in the mix, you probably want to be creative even within trying to reform things. Why not? That's a good plan. If you're in a job which is not very, very fulfilling, find one which helps you to express yourself more. But of course, finding it can be the challenge because not everybody wants to be doing more mundane jobs. But you know, the converse can be true, Scorpio. If you've had a job that was very richly creative, you might actually be quite happy to do something that helps other people because the 6th house is very much being of service. And that actually can bring you personal satisfaction in the way the North Node wants you to gain, but just in a different way. So a lot of us will be at different points in our life journey, requiring different things. So you could go down the practical route, or you may want to be more inventive and bring more flair into those everyday connections. But then, of course, we do have the solar eclipse. Now, this solar eclipse on the 29th of March in your fellow Mars-ruled Aries sign suggests over the next 6 months, if you wanted to lose weight, if you wanted to exercise more, if you wanted to alter your nutritional intake, if you wanted to look more at home cooking, growing foods, if you wanted to refine all sorts of parts of your life to simplify it, that's a great opportunity in order to do it. But then Neptune glides to join up with the energy of the solar eclipse on the 30th. Neptune's going to be here for just under 8 months, so a long old time through to the 22nd of October. So Neptune in the 6th house could bring out within you a very compassionate part of your nature. You know, if you've ever wanted to work in, say, a care role or a hospital setting, or you wanted to work in voluntary work, or you wanted to work in a support role which helps people, this really can be very moving for you. But it's going to be augmented, of course, by Saturn. Saturn arrives on the 25th of May. But on the 18th of April, we have the punch of Mars, your traditional ruler, returning right to the top of your chart. And that ambition side of your solar return can start speaking to you again. So even if you were tempted towards a job that was more self-sacrificing, was more on behalf of personkind, even if you go down that route, you're probably still going to want responsibility, or at the very least, recognition and respect. Why not? But then Saturn plays catch-up, merges with Neptune. The two are together through to the end of August. They're linking back to Pluto in your 4th house. As I mentioned before, if you had thought ever of working from home or offering a service in your local community, this collection of energy can be very positive indeed. Now, May the 27th sees a Gemini new moon conjunct Mercury. If you're thinking about grappling with your resources, long-term financial planning, a great time to revisit those, get some professional advice, and see if you can squeeze a bit more out of your assets. On June the 9th, Jupiter, the planet of growth, of optimism, of possibility, moves into Cancer, your fellow water sign. And it's going to be there for a year. The 9th house can be so enriching, but it's a very contrasting energy to the 6th house influence of Saturn and Neptune in Aries, because that's about dedication, routine, details. The 9th house wants to be free. So as Jupiter moves into that area, it is going to clash with those guys. So as much as we can say, and I feel some astrologers will be saying that Saturn and Neptune being in your 6th house in Aries, it is a new era for us all, which it is, but it's going to come with some potential snags. So Jupiter is a very contrasting energy in house 9. It's much more about breaking out, being free, traveling, doing what we want, expressing our individual and more adventurous nature that competes with the very responsible energy of the solar eclipse in Aries, and Neptune and Saturn complementing that. On June the 20th, the Sun plays catch up with Jupiter, moves into Cancer. Ordinarily, this would be a fantastic time for you to be thinking about planning a holiday or actually heading off somewhere. But that's clashing also with the position of Saturn and Neptune. Now, on June the 25th, the Cancer new moon does have an ace for you in that Mars is in a very sociable area. So if you were linking up with people that you could perhaps go away on a collective, could be a fantastic thing to do. It's still squaring up a little bit more broadly with the dreamy drifting energy of Neptune. So the details of your plan will need to be very precise. But then July. July the 7th, we have Uranus. Uranus has been causing quite an impact in your sector of relating. First of all, for 5 months in its seeding period in 2018, and then since March 2019. It may have seen some electric connections, some very exciting, fast-moving possibilities around relationships, but also at times a lot of unpredictability, as can happen with Uranus. Now it's going to return back into Taurus, your sector of relating, on the 8th of November. So this is a 4-month transit. But this 4-month transit does link brilliantly with Pluto. And just to say that Uranus is a planet that's exalted in your sign. So although you are a fixed sign and understand quite a persistent, persevering approach, when things change for you, they tend to change very quickly. So there may be something that is around the 8th house, which can be to do with legacies, investments, long-term financial planning, linking back to Pluto in your 4th house of property. Something really exciting could ensue in the following 4 months. So it may be a reconstruction, it may be a purchase, a rental, but it could give you the space, Uranus, that's really important to you. Or it may be that you're going to start to demonstrate your genius when it comes to a business idea that you've got, perhaps one that you could even start off from the comfort of your abode. But the link from Uranus back to Pluto, back to Saturn and Neptune, the grand minor trine, the magic triangle, is very, very powerful indeed. But obviously the practicality of that Aries energy needs to exist with the emotional energy of Pluto and the deep transformational energy of Uranus. So that takes us through to the middle of July. Mercury, the planet of communication, starts to go into a retrograde in your work and worldly sector. Just through to the 10th of August, just be aware that there could be some chopping and changing, which could be frustrating. There is a Leo new moon on the 24th of July, so that's really pushing you into the limelight, and that's actually forging a really strong link with Uranus. So maybe you're going to go for a job that's in some kind of new sector to do with innovation in some way. Now on August the 23rd, we get the first of 2 blue moons in Virgo, which is your sector of friendship. It's also about your sector of long-term plans, but that clashes with Uranus. If there's something you want to do that does require some finance, you may find that things suddenly change or are a little bit unpredictable, which could be frustrating. But the 1st of September sees Saturn return to Pisces. Yes, dull old Saturn. Well, you know, Saturn does bring a reward. If we put the application and the determination in and the persistence and the perspiration, we tend to get a reward. So Saturn returns to Pisces for one final time, but keep working at demonstrating your talents and flair. And remember, the nodal axis, the North Node, is supporting you. On the 6th of September, Uranus goes into retrograde. But on September the 7th, we have the 3rd in the eclipse series featuring Pisces and Virgo. This one back in Pisces like the year before. Balancing your connections to others and what you want to do as an individual comes very sharply into focus, because the second of the 2 Virgo new moons is a solar eclipse on the 21st, but that one is opposite Saturn. If you have got friends or associates or even interests which are inhibiting your need to express your individuality, you may need to look at that in the last few months of this year. But on the 22nd of September, the autumnal equinox gives you the chance to withdraw a little bit and just consider everything that's been going on. The Libra new moon of the 21st of October is also challenged by Saturn. So there may be some things coming into the open around your friendship situation or your love life even, which could be a little bit delicate. But on the 22nd of October, Neptune returns to Pisces. You've got Saturn and Neptune back in your sister water sign of Pisces. November the 8th sees Uranus return to your sector of relating. So really what you've been experiencing for the last couple of years comes back into play towards the end of the year, which brings us to your personal new moon. That's on the 20th of November. It forges an alliance with the retreating Mercury, so it's an inferior conjunction, as I mentioned, but it still is rich with promise because it links so perfectly with Jupiter and Neptune. Jupiter exalted in Cancer, Neptune back in its home sign of Pisces, and so therefore we have a wonderful water trine, a grand trine, and therefore your individual talents, which remember the North Node are asking you to showcase this year, get a chance for you to take more firm control. But that doesn't mean to say you can't stay in touch with your instincts, your feelings, your senses in the way that you march forwards towards the end of this year. So to recap, Scorpio, this is a year when your ambition can be strong, but you need to balance your ambition with what you need from your home and emotional life. There could be some kind of improvement around close relationships with family and neighbours, particularly if things have been a little challenged. It's not the best of years to be too over optimistic with anything speculative around money or being too free and easy with your resources. If you meet someone you fancy, don't bombard them with grand gestures, just get to know them slowly. And with Venus also in your home sign, I think there's every chance you will be reforming where you live in a way which makes it just the perfect place for you, whether it's decoratively or furniture wise or moving things around, creating the space you need. But there could be a little bit of an off and on dimension around your love life, but the nodal axis is really reassuring you that all the hard work you've put in since Neptune moved into 12, Saturn over the last couple of years, as long as you're practical in your approach, which is what that energy in Aries is asking you to do all this year, can bring you a reward. So balancing your flair with application is the key to this year. Have a great 2005. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. So Sagittarius, on the 18th of September 2024, the lunar eclipse in the feeling sign of Pisces is very close to the imperceptible shift in misty energies of Neptune. But if we think where the sun is, that's in the part of your scope that's to do with your interaction with the world. But that could be influenced hugely by your senses, and your senses are going to be turned up to max. But it also means you can soak up energy in a very perceptive way, even a very psychic way, but it's more difficult to exist in the wider world when we are feeling in such a heightened sense of perception. However, what balances this is there is a cool solar eclipse in your sector of everyday communication on the 2nd of October in the sign of balance, Libra. Libra likes fairness, but it also likes that equilibrium, but very close to the sun and the moon is Mercury. Mercury is the communicator, but for you this is your third house, so the more Gemini energies of Mercury are espoused by this. So this is an opportunity to bring some crispness, a little bit of detachment to that dreamy drifting energy that's being evoked by the lunar eclipse and also the position of Neptune. So as you come into the end of 24 and into the start of 25, if you can balance your ability to tune into situations, but at sometimes feel a little overwhelmed by your emotions or the demands of home and family life, with that detachment of Libra and bringing a little bit of logic to the equation, it will be helpful to you. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. If you'd like to talk to me personally, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. I don't edit these, as they come in, I share as is. On the screen now, I'm showing your event chart for your solar return. Now, since 2008, Pluto has been working its way through your second house, pushing you to change, evolve in terms of your values, also your attitude to money, your self-worth, but the foundations of your life. Pluto's gone now. If you recall, in 2023, it moved out of your second house, but at the start of that year and last year, Pluto was in your second house. Now, in some ways, from this solar return, you can see how far you've come, because the moon's in your second house, and the moon in the second house is rather redolent of the moon in Taurus, which is a great place for the moon to be, second only to the position of to being in Cancer. But the moon technically in Capricorn is detrimented. So the moon in the second house here suggests that over this year you are going to be quite canny and perhaps very astute around resources, because that's going to give you a greater sense of security and stability, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. But in the past, being the Sagittarian you are and your Jupiterian ruler, your larger than life approach means that your generosity has sometimes been so great that perhaps you have been a little too open. So what this solar return is saying is you're going to be more protective of your home, emotional, family, but particularly around resources. And that's really good, because Pluto's gone. Maybe all the lessons that Pluto gifted you, you've gained from that, and now you can really put those into practice. But what about your ruler? Well, your ruler Jupiter is obviously a glorious influence. It's very much to do with growth, expansion, travel, trade, and traditionally the planet of fortune. But it starts this year in a retrograde that's going to go on until the early part of February. But it's in your sector of relating. But I'd just like to remind you that Jupiter in Gemini is detrimented. It's not its best location. So if you believe that a relationship will automatically come to you until Gemini moves into Cancer on the 9th of June, the chances are you could actually end up a little disappointed. Because Jupiter works when we put the application in. If we assume everything will work out fine and we're a bit overconfident, that's when things can go awry. But also the complexity is that Mercury in your sign is in detriment too, and the two are in opposition. But when they're in opposition, that can give us a sense of positivity. So Mercury in your own sign could push you to do something fresh and new and different. Nothing wrong with that, but perhaps particularly in relation to working closely with someone else. But moderating them is the role of Saturn. Saturn, along with Neptune and the North Node, are going to be critically important this year in the sign of Pisces. Because although Saturn and Neptune will move into the sign of Aries, which is very much about new beginnings, and in your case expressing your talents, how you feel about things, but also your emotional reality, your physical abode where you live, the constraints or opportunities within that are going to be major factors. So as you start this year, Saturn and Jupiter are grating against each other. They actually reached a peak on the 24th of December. They're going to come back into another square on the 15th of June. but when they're both in new homes. So as you start this year, as much as Jupiter may make you, rightly, optimistic that a relationship is in the offing, you have to stay in touch with how things feel, which is where we return to that lunar eclipse. That's asking you to stay in touch with how you feel. So that's the big theme at the start of this year. There can be some upbeat conversation, not least because Mars, although it's retrograde, is in the glorious sign of Leo, where it's big and proud. And that part of you that loves to digest information and knowledge and talk about it as well. You can be great company. Sagittarians are a vat of knowledge. But Mars is opposite Pluto this year, and it means that when it comes to your personal freedom, if that's constrained in any way, that could create frustration for you. But you can see that Saturn suggests you are going to be constrained at some point, not perhaps from the spring through to the end of the summer, but certainly at the start of the year and the end of the year, and on this solar return, being very mindful of your emotional responses, the reality, Saturn, of your family or physical home is going to be critically important to progress. So although Pluto and Mars are in an opposition, if you didn't have Saturn in the fourth house, I'd say that you would almost certain go on some kind of long journey. You may do that, but I think it would be more a long destination rather than a long trip. If you do go on a long trip, just be aware that there could be some big lessons in terms of how things feel. You may experience slices of life that you're not expecting. Now, the other takeout is that Venus, the planet of relating, is in a very friendly part of your situation, the third house, but it's in a square with Uranus. So as much as you can chat and get on with people, Uranus continues in the sixth house, where it has brought some big unpredictability to work, life organisation, health. All of those areas may have been quite choppy since 2019 full time. So Venus suggests that when you're relating to people, whether it's in an intimate way or just with friends, there may still be some unexpected demands that may prevent you being quite as free as you would like. So with Mercury detrimented in your sign, Jupiter detrimented in your sector of relating and in retrograde, both being afflicted by the restrictive Saturn, you have to be conscious of how things feel and what the emotional reality is. And the solar return points towards a need for security this year, despite the fact that Mars and Pluto in an opposition could mean that you're going to have some mighty battles of will this year, even if it's just discussing or disputing certain facts or realities. But if you do think about getting a new mode of transport or you're wanting to head off somewhere, don't rush it with Mars opposite Pluto. That takes us to the 6th of January. And then Mars inverts back into Cancer. As I mentioned, going to be retrograde through to the 24th of February, then through to the 18th of April. But that 8th house energy is hot, and it can also make people very passionate. So if there is someone that you're really drawn towards, that could give you the desire to get up close and personal. But remember, your ruler Jupiter moves into that 8th house from the 9th of June. So if you are a very entrepreneurial person, and remember with that solar return with the moon in the 2nd house, beefing up your financial security is going to be a motive for you this year. I feel absolutely sure. But then on the 11th of January, the nodal axis inverts back into Pisces. For the first time in 17 years, goes through an 18.6 year cycle. And this really links in with that lunar eclipse which occurred on the 18th of September, because the nodes matched the eclipse series. So the mystery and mystique that Neptune's brought to your home and emotional life since 2012, perhaps also your spiritual world, your understanding of people's feelings, which has been so heightened. The North Node is what we're pulled towards. So what you're pulled towards, I feel, is trying to make sense of some of that early stuff from Neptune, but some of the cooler stuff from Saturn. And that cooler stuff from Saturn persists this year, to be honest. So it's going to continue to be a journey that you have to work at. But at the start of February, Venus moves into the glorious Aries for you. It's technically debilitated here, but it's followed by Jupiter going direct. So there could be a spark early in February. Early in March, Mercury moves to join up with Venus in Aries. But we've also got retrogrades that happen to Venus and Mercury. And then on the 14th of March, the second of the eclipse series go in between the signs of Virgo and Pisces. This one's Virgo, so the moon's in Virgo opposing the sun in Pisces. So if you recall, when the lunar eclipse occurred, it made you very emotional, but that made it more difficult to connect with the world, because the world can be very cold, unforgiving and demanding. This one suggests worldly demands may impact you again, but you can feel much more emotional about it. But having the sun in Pisces does give you an opportunity, being very close to Saturn, to try to take from any situation what gives you some benefit. And sometimes we don't get all that we need. We all know that. But then by the 20th of March, the sun arrives home in Aries after an 11-month gap. We also have the beginning of the Western Tropical Astrological Year and Cardinal Quadrant 1, an exciting 13-week period for you to manifest a much more fiery and passionate approach. All this wateryness at the start of the year gives you a chance to get on the front foot. But then we have on the 29th the solar eclipse, the last solar eclipse in the series between Aries and Libra in this particular season. So the fifth house energy sees the sun and the moon very, very close to Venus and also Mercury too. If you want to enchant people with your talent or your personality, you have a great chance to do so over the next 6 months. But Neptune comes shimmering into Aries. But let's think about Neptune. It's water, it's aquatic, hasn't been here for 163 years. It's going to be a new venture for us all. It's been in a very long journey since 212 in the escapist Pisces, and we've seen a huge expansion, in ways that people find different escape routes and techniques and modes. But it moves into the sector of new beginnings. But for you, House 5, very much to do with creativity, flair, warmth, affection, even romance, playfulness, sociability. So there could be a kind of warming up, which you'll appreciate, and that's lovely. Now on April the 12th, Venus goes direct, but still in your 4th house of feelings. On April the 18th, as I mentioned before, Mars goes back to Leo, but this time free of the retrograde. So great opportunity to roar into action and be very decisive. The 9th house here can be very much in keeping with your core qualities of adventurism and individuality. And then from the 25th of April to the first week of May, Venus applies to Neptune in your 5th house. If you meet someone across that time who really, really is a lovely person, it could give you a magical opportunity to really grow together in a very profound way. But we do have a Taurus new moon. That is going to be squaring up Pluto. So the energy of Taurus is about commitments and obligations. Pluto is about everyday, quick moving energy, the 3rd house. That could create a little bit of stress, to be honest, over the next few weeks. But on May the 25th, as I mentioned, Saturn joins up with Neptune. It's going to be there for 3 months and 6 days through to the end of August. The two align. They link back to Pluto. So whereas Pluto is not in a great link with that Taurus new moon, it certainly forges a great link in general with that duo cresting on your 5th house cusp. So if you've got something important to say, you can say it with conviction, persuasiveness, but most of all with passion. Now on May the 27th, that can be really good for relationships. Because as much as Jupiter is detrimented in Gemini, it doesn't mean to say you haven't enjoyed some relationships. It just means you've got to be realistic, along with the optimism, a balance of the two. But that Gemini new moon links to the ruler of the sign of Mercury. So there could be a sparkling encounter in the following month that really does bring some brightness to your situation. June the 9th, your ruler takes leave of your 7th house and moves into house 8. Remember that Mars was priming from the 6th of January through to the 18th of April. If you put something in motion then around a business idea, you can start to reap the rewards. It's going to be going forwards until the 11th of November when the retrograde begins. But on June the 20th, the Sun travels into the sign of Cancer, triggering cardinal quadrant 2 with the summer solstice, a 13-week period when we're all asked to be more conscious of nurture, security, but it squares up with Saturn and Neptune in your 5th house. So your 8th, 5th house are not really collaborating. If in that romantic relationship it's still starry-eyed, wonderful, but if you're in another relationship where you do feel stifled, or there's a lot of politics or possessiveness or jealousy, it can be really tested by that summer solstice and also the Cancer new moon of the 25th. Now that actually forges a very strong link with Mars, which for you at that part of the year is in a very dominant part of your situation, perfect for pushing forwards with your career. But if you are a creative or a natural bohemian, you may have to in some ways bend into the expectations of the organisation, potential employer or business partner you're trying to link with. But July the 7th sees Uranus move into your opposite sign, and that's delicious. It's going to be here for 4 months, but the link back to Pluto, your 3rd house, suggests some dazzling connections over that 4 months, some phenomenal communication that can come very quickly and unexpectedly that really can lift your soul. And also because both are linking back to Saturn and Neptune in a very positive way. So you have a trine between Uranus and Pluto and the sextile between two, so the grand minor trine, the magic triangle. And for you, if you are someone who has got a very exciting project or idea that you want to convey and go forwards with, that's obviously very exciting. It could be that you're discussing a course of higher education through that series of days because the 9th house governs that, or even a legal matter. So there may be something that does need to be scrutinised or considered, perhaps even some professional input. But that doesn't mean to say it's going to be a negative outcome. Mercury retrogrades have their moments, but they also have their opportunities too. On the 24th of July, the new moon in Leo also links to Uranus in a sparkling way. So if you can get away with one special person or a group of people, it could turn out to be a dazzling experience for all concerned. On the 1st of September, Saturn inverts back into your 4th house. So whatever the colourful and bubbly opportunities that have been created since the 25th of May, that could be like a slice of reality, to be honest. Also on the 6th of September, Uranus slams on the celestial brakes. And then on September the 7th, we have the mirror of the first of the lunar eclipse series, again in the sign of Pisces. And then on the 21st of September, we have the solar eclipse in Virgo. Now obviously solar eclipse gives us an opportunity to really go for it in a very joined up way, because the sun and the moon are collaborating, unlike a lunar eclipse. But I have to say that Saturn is opposite that. So whatever you're trying in terms of your career or raising your profile, Saturn's moderating things by saying, how does it feel? Are there family responsibilities and obligations which could inhibit your charge for success? It's possible. You may need to work on that classic work-life balance scenario, which all of us seem to have to grapple with these days. We have all these labour-saving devices. Everyone has less time than ever. But September the 22nd sees the autumnal equinox. Your sector of friendship is aroused by the arrival of the sun here. That's lovely. The 21st of October sees the new moon in Libra. Opportunities for friendship, but it's in a tense quincunx with Saturn. Again, home, emotion, family, as I predicted at the start of the year. Don't underestimate Saturn, and don't underestimate family and homely demands. But from the 9th to the 19th of November, Mercury is retrograde in your sign. But take this, if you recall, year 2023 ended with Mercury retrograde in your sign, started 2024 with Mercury retrograde in your sign and conflicted by Neptune, and Mars was very close as well, and also ended 24. So actually, this is a short run, just 10 days of Mercury retrograde in your sign, but you know Mercury's not it's not its favourite place in your sign, so there could be frustrations if things slow down, particularly when your personal new moon occurs, because that on the 20th does square up with Saturn and Neptune. So our personal new moon gives us an opportunity to actualise what's important to us as individuals. The fourth house squares that at 90 degrees, suggests that some things you can't control, Neptune, which is a bit uncontainable. Saturn could be the demands of others, limitations, or perhaps your physical place that you live isn't quite big enough, or quite as you want, or in the right location. So some offset to what you want to achieve as an individual is unfortunately possible as the year comes to a close. But I want to really put the big picture on this year for you. There's a direction of travel shaping up for you which is sensational. It's going to come fully, to be honest, when the nodal axis inverts into the sign of Aquarius, which shares plenty of characteristics with yours of loving freedom and independence and being quite frank. But at the moment, it is where it is. You know, as you go into this year, it actually forges a sensational link with Mars and Pluto in the sign of Aries. But from the 11th of January, it's asking you to work on that inner world. Because, Sagittarius, there is part of you, I believe, that's so dynamic and so determined to overcome challenges that when you do have setbacks, very often you dust yourself down and go again without giving yourself the time and space to really let the full emotional dimension of whatever has happened just percolate through you. And sometimes we do need to do that. We do need to take our time. We need to decompress from upsets. And I feel that this year gives you a fantastic opportunity to really come to terms with some of the mysteries that Neptune has created, but also offset some of the cool reality Saturn has created, but work with Saturn. So if you work in making your home just as you want it, make your family life, your emotional world as you really need it, but that means accepting you have emotions, that you have vulnerabilities, that you also at times need support. If you get yourself working like a living lung in terms of your emotions, all your talents can flourish definitely through the spring and summer months. But it is all going to relate back to making sure that the foundational elements of your life, that solar return with the moon in your second house, financial, and also ensuring that how you feel about things is working, that's really what the planets are asking you to do in year 2025. In 26, if you really work through all of that, it's going to be an absolutely fabulous year of opportunity for you, because Jupiter is going to move into Leo, and we are going to have a perfect event in July 2026 with your ruler accenting your ninth house, which is very much in keeping with your sign. So you've got so much to look forward to. It's just more inner work, but there's still the opportunity to do some exciting outer work, have some fun, maybe even meet someone really significant romantically. But it all needs to be working for you in terms of that emotional dimension. Have a great year, take care, and goodbye. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. So Capricorn, on the 18th of September 2024, we have a new eclipse series starting in the sign of Pisces, but it's very close to the evocative energies of Neptune. Neptune since 2012 has given you an awesome opportunity to express yourself with great sensitivity. Now, because this particular lunar eclipse is so close to Neptune, that energy is going to be amped up as you make your way into the new year. So if there is something creative or imaginative that you're working upon, the chances are you can showcase it in a very persuasive way. But on the 2nd of October, there's a solar eclipse in the sign of Libra, which is very much about finding balance. But for you, this is your sector of success. And Mercury, the planet of communication, is very, very close to the Sun and the Moon. So when it comes to interacting with people in positions of influence, a combination of your instincts but also your ambition can be very important to your progress as you make your way into the new year. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. If you'd like to talk to me personally, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. I don't edit these, as they come in, I share as is. Now on the screen now, I'm showing your solar return. As ever, we need to be mindful of the two luminaries. The Sun is always in your sign at the start of the year, but this year, because of the new moon in Capricorn, as 2024 came to a close, you can see the moon's in your own sign too. This gives you a fantastic opportunity to be very single-minded throughout 2025. Set your intentions, particularly if you are someone who's got something new or exciting that you want to launch. But we also need to be mindful of the role of your ruler, Saturn. And like Neptune, it is in your third house at the start of this year, and it is going to end the year in your third house, which is about those everyday quick communications. But you may have found over the last couple of years that perhaps there's been a little bit of coolness or tension with some people that you do encounter daily. Maybe neighbours, maybe in your local community. Maybe you've become much more conscious of some of your ideas and at times have felt not quite so fluent and eloquent even though Neptune had been really priming up your creativity since 2012. Now that lunar eclipse is going to augment those two. So the lunar eclipse is really pushing you to try to find ways to push back on the more restraining energy that Saturn has applied over the last couple of years. So if you have felt more inhibited, you're really being encouraged to find new ways to interact with people that give you that sense of connection. But if you look at the position of Jupiter, which is very much about growth, optimism, and of fortune, that's in your 6th house. But it's in a retrograde. And the retrograde here for you suggests that when it comes to your health and diet, you need to be disciplined throughout 2025. If you do find yourself a little bit lax around some of the details of your nutrition, that could be something that Saturn is asking you to think and research. But also the 6th house where Jupiter is can be about your work. Jupiter can see as promise things. It's very exuberant and can be confident. So it's going to be important to choose your words with care because of that square. Also, you can see that Mercury, the planet of communication, is tucked away in your 12th house. It doesn't really like being in Sagittarius. If I'm honest, Jupiter's not that keen being in Gemini. So the fact that Saturn is T-square in both of them suggests that when it comes to balancing your obligations and responsibilities and an occasional need to just have some time for yourself, you've got to use Saturn in order to interact with people, but in a way that they don't feel that you're being overly cool. But there may be times when you could get caught up in being too much of a people pleaser with that opposition between Mercury and Jupiter. And Saturn's encouraging you to say how you feel in a firm way, but at the same time use the energy of the lunar eclipse and the coming nodal axis to still find a way of keeping the lines of communication open. But when it comes to finances, it could be that you're going to be very determined to succeed this year. And that's because Pluto in house 2, everyday finance, is opposite Mars in the 8th house. That combination can give us a tremendous amount of drive. Mars in the 8th house is about those longer term investments, can be to do with shared resources, business, entrepreneurship. And with that new moon start to the year, your desire to manifest your creativity and individuality needs to be balanced by putting your energy into something that could give you a return. So you could work tremendously hard, but you need to do your research. But that's where your ruler Saturn can really help you. Saturn can scrutinize things. You can also gain some extra information from people who are experienced. Again, Saturn can be an asset to you. There is a square between Uranus, which starts this year still in the most flamboyant part of your chart, the 5th house, but also Venus in the 2nd house. This could make you a little bit extravagant at times this year, even if you're someone who tends to be a little bit cautious and canny with resources. Something or someone could see you wanting to splash the cash. But equally, it may find you attracted to someone who you could find very, very alluring and could find them somewhat irresistible. But it does mean that your love life, if you start the year single, could be quite active because Mars is going to move into your opposite sign on the 6th of January and through to the 18th of April, and also with Jupiter from the 9th of June through to the end of the year in your sector of relation. There's every chance with Venus in a square with Uranus that it can be a lively option for you, particularly as Mars opposite Pluto across the 2nd and the 8th houses can amp up the more amorous part of your nature. But just be aware that Mars is in retrograde as this year begins, and in the sign of Leo it desires recognition, and the 8th house is where we connect to others. So just be aware of those desires, of your drive, of your need to manifest your individuality, but also be aware that you can't please all of the people all of the time. So don't fall into the trap of promising things that are going to be difficult to deliver on, which is Mercury opposite Jupiter. So your words and personal expression, I feel, are at the root of this year's story. And that's really emphasised more from the 11th of January. when the North Node inverses into Pisces. Hasn't been here for 17 years. And of course, it's feeding into the energy of the first of the lunar series between Pisces and Virgo, and also the position of Saturn and Neptune. And it's asking you really to just have a little bit of a check about some of your ideas. Also, being very self-honest about the way you express yourself, how people see you, particularly people immediately around you. If there has been some cooling of certain relationships in the last few years, why is that? Is it the case that Neptune being in your third house at times did see you confusing the difference between what you thought someone was saying and what they actually meant? And it's possible, therefore, that at times you were feeling a little perhaps insecure around some of those everyday relationships, as much as your creativity and self-expression may have been at an all-time high. So the nodal axis this year is very much about understanding the exchange of ideas, how you hear things, how you share things, how you interpret things, but also how people perceive you, the knowledge you have that runs your life. Now, in the early part of February, Venus is going to be moving into the homey part of your situation, and Jupiter ends its retrograde, which is welcome. But Venus going into the fourth house is an excellent opportunity for you to perhaps hit the winter sales and see if you can snaffle some bargains in terms of fabrics and colour schemes and perhaps objet d'art that would make your home that much more comfortable and cosy. But Venus is going to be augmented by Mercury from the early part of March. But Mercury in the fourth house can get into a little bit of a tangle. It can think things from a more emotional dynamic, and also because the host is fiery, Aries, and also Mercury then goes into a retrograde along with Venus. The next few weeks could see some choppy weather when it comes to your emotional relationship. Someone close to you may be in some ways testing your patience. Perhaps it's down to communication, but just remember, with Mars from the 6th of January in your 7th house, there could be part of you that is almost being so tough on your boundaries that it's cranking up the tension and making it difficult for people to say how they really feel. And that can all see things get very bogged down, which brings us to the second of the lunar eclipses across the signs of Pisces and Virgo. This one's in Virgo, so this is the mirror of the first one of the 18th of September 2024, but it's very close to your ruler. Someone could express something to you which you find somewhat startling. If you are someone who is quite cautious, keeps your guard up a little bit, someone may slice through that and tell you in a very direct way how they feel about something, and it really could be quite wounding. Then again, perhaps it's going to be you who's going to be much more forthright. The start of the Western Tropical Astrological Year on the 20th is very close to Venus and Mercury, so feelings can be close to the surface. And also when we have the solar eclipse on the 29th, that is an opportunity to clear the air and ensure that emotional communication is working more smoothly. But because Neptune's so close and arrives in Aries on the 30th, the potential for things to be rather opaque and confused and a little bit distorted, either in terms of how you're feeling or how it seems other people feel about you, is very strong. On the other hand, if you are someone who's a maker or a creator, you're going to go through a near to 8-month period of fantastic productivity. Your skills can absolutely blossom. So if you are someone who really enjoys those home crafting hobbies, or you have groups at home, or you're a healer and you work from home, your energies are going to be heightened in a very positive way. So on the 12th of April, Venus ends its retrograde in your third house, a great opportunity to use diplomacy to diffuse any tensions that may have been created. On the 18th, Mars returns to Leo, where it started the year. Now, for you, this is the 8th house, but remember Mars was retrograde at the start of the year, and it was in that very political opposition with Pluto, which may have amped up your desire to do better financially. But Mars moving into this area, but without the retrograde, gives you a much greater opportunity to drive forwards in a very determined way. Now, from the 25th of April through the first week of May, you could have an enchanting conversation with someone. This is because Venus and Neptune are combining in a very special manner, and on the 27th of April we have a Taurus new moon sharing your air tropicity, but this one does square up with Pluto in your second house. Not the best of times to speculate, to accumulate, because that will that you're going to have at the start of the year to do better financially needs to be moderated at times, remember, by the scrutinizing energy of your ruler Saturn. So I wouldn't go all in on an idea that you're not quite sure on what the nuts and bolts of it are. So one of your great gifts is that you're very thorough, systematic, work through situations in a very careful, diligent way. Do bear that in mind on the back of that particular new moon, because the 5th house energy is all about go, go, go. It is about being more daring, but it could be a very positive uplift for your social interaction. On May the 25th, your ruler Saturn moves into Aries to join up with Neptune, but the transit of Saturn is much shorter. It's only to the end of August. So it's 3 months and 8 days. But the two are merging, and they do link back to Pluto in your second house. Second house about life foundations, fourth house about security. And Saturn obviously has an appreciation of security, but it's not a great fan of being in Aries, to be honest. It's known as being in its fall. Let's think about the archetype. Aries is about action, just like your sign is. It's a cardinal sign, but it's also the starter sign for all of us. It kicks things into gear, whereas the fourth house is where we pause and reflect. So there's a contra energy there. But if you can apply patience and a systematic approach to the creativity that you may be generating, especially if you are a crafter or you're building something or changing something around your home, you could put in motion something that will bring into play a much improved environment for you to exist in. May the 27th, however, sees a new moon, which is very close to the ruler of that sign. If you need to cut through and get to the detail of any situation, but also talk to anyone about it, you're going to do so with aplomb. Now on June the 9th, it really is a moment to celebrate. Jupiter moves into your 7th house. But it's not just because it moves into your sector of relating, it moves into a sign that really understands it. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer, so it really can thrive for you. Mars has given you a lot of grit early in the year in terms of defending your boundaries, or perhaps taking the initiative when it comes to connecting with someone you like. But Jupiter just gives you a much greater and more balanced sense of confidence when it comes to your interactions. It is going to go into a retrograde on the 11th of November, however. However, on June the 20th, that's followed by the Sun moving into your 7th house too, your sector of relating. But this summer solstice, ushering in Cardinal Quadrant 2, goes into a very bruising encounter with Saturn and also Neptune in your 4th house. If there is a relationship in your world, perhaps with someone close to you, where you're just not seeing eye to eye, it could be a very difficult month that's going to follow, particularly as the new moon on the 25th picks up on those energies too. Now on July the 7th, Uranus, the planet of surprises, of disruption, but also freedom, innovation and higher truths, moves into Gemini. But it's been in your 5th house for a long time, full time since March 2019. So it's moving into an area which is to do with your routines. Uranus likes to be the disruptor. So you may find over the following 6 months that you're tempted to do something completely different when it comes to your work, because Uranus links back to Pluto in house 2, everyday money, but also the homely position of Saturn and Neptune. So there may be something that's going to change in quite a radical way for you. And if you're open to going with the flow, and to be honest, that's the best way to work with Pluto, is to submit ourselves to its desire to change and transform. But Uranus sometimes can create very sudden electric energy. So if you work for anyone else, there could be some unpredictability across those months, to be honest. It's going to go back into the sign of Taurus, which is really good for you because that's an earth sign, on the 8th of November. It will go back, however, into this 6th house position towards the end of April 2026. So a time of radical change for work, and your life structure is heading in your direction. On July the 18th, however, Mercury in your sector of shared resources and business goes into a retrograde. Through till the 10th of August, there may be a frustrating delay when it comes to a payment that's due to you. But on the 24th of July, we also have a new moon. And that's saying to you, when it comes to your resources, if you think about something in a fresh and different way, it could actually pay off you really handsomely. Now, we're going to have 2 new moons in the sign of Virgo this year. The first on the 23rd of August is squaring up with Uranus. And it's possible, therefore, that your desire to open up your world and be more freedom loving, which comes from the sun's transition into Virgo, could in some ways go against the obligations and responsibilities that Uranus is asking you to look at or free yourself from. So you may find yourself particularly rebellious, to be honest, at this juncture of the year. But on the 1st of September, Saturn does return to Pisces, that sector of everyday communication. On the 6th, Uranus goes retrograde. On the 7th, we get the 3rd of the new series of eclipses between the signs of Virgo and Pisces, this one in Pisces again. And then on the 21st, we have the blue moon. So it's a solar eclipse, but it's the second of the Virgo new moons. And this one is in Virgo, but it opposes Saturn and the North Node in your 3rd house. If there is a big discussion you need to have, or there is something that you're wanting to change in terms of your education or knowledge, the last part of 2025 can be really very important. You may even want to travel, but remember, Saturn in the 3rd house suggests that you need to make sure that all the details and the way you communicate those details is done with a great deal of precision. On September the 22nd, the autumnal equinox is pushing you into the limelight, Capricorn. If there is something that you want to go for in terms of your goals and ambitions, this last part of the year is your chance to seize the moment. On the 21st of October, the new moon is also asking you to reach for the stars, but it's in an odd angle to your ruler Saturn. Even if you've got the ambition, you may encounter someone in a position of influence who doesn't feel that you express your ideas quite in the way they want to hear. On the 22nd of October, Neptune returns to Pisces. On the 8th of November, Uranus returns to Taurus. And also from the 9th to the 19th of November, we do have a retrograde in your 12th house of Mercury. This could be a time when you feel that people are in some ways being a little bit distant, perhaps even secretive, or someone could just seem to spin out from your sphere. Now on the 20th we have a Sagittarius new moon, which for you is very much about the spiritual dimension. Well, that's clashing with Saturn and Neptune. That is not the best new moon of the year, as the curtain comes down on the last effectively 5 weeks of the year, to be too open about some very sensitive strands in your situation. You may feel quite vulnerable through that particular event, to be honest. But when the sun returns to your sign on the 22nd of December with the final and fourth cardinal quadrant, you're going to move a bit more into your power again. And there is a sparkling location of Jupiter towards the end of the year, linking very well with the planets, with Saturn and Neptune in your third house. So the connections that this year can create can be phenomenal if the communication is working sweetly. But if the communication isn't working sweetly, particularly around emotional relationships, people you're particularly close to, I feel the summer months could be quite political around family relationships, your connection to people in your immediate environment. If you're not particularly settled where you're living, there could be a need to change things. And change is something that you can be a little bit resistant to. But the big picture for all of this also gives you some opportunities. But Saturn's been very exacting over the last couple of years, which may have created some coolness and perhaps even some disappointments. You have an opportunity to rebalance things this year, but it is exploring your ideas, your belief systems, how you express them, how you interact with people, how much you listen to how other people are feeling, and whether they feel they can express how they feel to you, and also that you feel you can express how you feel to them. Because with Saturn going in to your fourth house from the 25th of May to the end of August, if there is a relationship which is not working so well, it could come to an end with Saturn bringing a cool breeze to any tie where you feel unheard or unseen. Have a great year, Capricorn. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. So Aquarius, on the 18th of September, the lunar eclipse, first in a new series, occurs in the sign of Pisces. Pisces has been dominated since 2012 by Neptune, the ruler, and Saturn since March 2023. There may have been times through Neptune's journey when you've been extremely compassionate and perhaps very generous with your resources. But Neptune can create distortion, and there may have been times when you haven't used money quite as astutely as you would have liked to have done. Over the last couple of years, Saturn has brought quite a cool wind. It's asking you to tighten up, be much more savvy about the whole approach to expenditure. And of course, we have seen the credit crunch, the cost of living crisis. So everyone collectively has been feeling a little bit of the pinch, but particularly for you, there may be something that has dried up that used to be a source of income. So that first lunar eclipse and its connection with Neptune could see you reflecting strongly in the latter part of 24 and as you go into 25 about some of the things you have spent your money on, or some of the things that, or the people you have believed in. And maybe there have been some brilliant causes that you've helped, and that's something to really celebrate, but also congratulate yourself about. But the second of the eclipses occurs in your sister air sign of Libra. Now Libra is about balance, it's about equilibrium, it's about fairness, but it's also a cardinal sign, and for you it represents the 9th house, which is travel, expansion, independence, adventure, higher education, trade, can be to do with contracts, it can be to do with interacting with foreign destinations or people, but it's very close to Mercury. Mercury is a planet you have a great affinity to. It's exalted in your sign and also rules your second decan, the second 10 degrees of Aquarius. So that crisp energy of Mercury applying to that solar eclipse gives you a fabulous opportunity. If you want to be very positive in the last part of 24 and in the first quarter of 25, you can really surf a desire to be very enterprising, even buccaneering in your approach. But that energy of that lunar eclipse works with that solar eclipse. They're not the same series, but we need to balance the energy. So you can't be too frivolous with resources, otherwise you could end up spending money on things that aren't really going to give you value. And value is the key word of 2025 for Aquarius. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. If you'd like to talk to me personally, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. I don't edit these, as they come in, I share as is. Now on the screen now, I'm showing your event chart right at the start of the year. As 2024 came to a close, there was a new moon in the sign of Capricorn. But 12th house new moons are not easy, to be honest. It can be a time of the year when you make that journey from the end of one year into the new year, when you can feel more reflective and a little quieter than some people might expect. But it's actually an opportunity to rejuvenate yourself, to get the rest. And you could be thinking a lot in the early part of the new year about the spiritual dimension and about perhaps healing. And you could also feel very nostalgic as well. But in a much more instant way, you do have Pluto in your sign opposite Mars in your sector of relating. And that aspect is just absolutely riven with determination, willpower and desire. So if there is a goal that you have and you need to interact with people in order to fulfill that goal, that's going to give you an enormous amount of push. Now I also want to share with you about Saturn, because it does start this year and end this year in the second house. So as much as the nodal axis moving on the 11th and the eclipse series being very much between the second and 8th houses of your chart, all about balance in the books, Saturn's saying you're going to have to be pretty canny when it comes to resources this year, particularly as it's in a square with Jupiter, the planet of enterprise and of fortune, in the part of your chart that is to do with speculation. So as you go into this new year, however determined Pluto in the opposition with Mars makes you, the psychological new moon that makes its way into this new year suggests you do need to be protective of your sensitivities. And if you are thinking of trying something different and new with resources, I really would make sure that you use the very diligent, exacting energies of Saturn to really test out any idea you have to destruction. And that may mean asking someone who's experienced, has a different perspective, may have the confidence to challenge your view. But also Mercury, the planet of communication, but also of marketing, is in an opposition with Jupiter, and they're both squaring back to Saturn. So when it comes to friendships, connections to others, The more flamboyant side of your nature can be amped up by Mercury and Jupiter in opposition, but they're both in signs that they're not at their best in. Just bear that in mind. And your cold, old-fashioned ruler, a Saturn, is really asking you to be a little bit skeptical. And that skepticism could go all the way to people you meet, socially, or even romantically, but it is there to protect you. Now, Venus is in your sign. If you decide to give yourself some kind of glamorous makeover this year, it wouldn't be a surprise, particularly with Pluto there as well, because they're essentially in a semi-sextile, so they're in contact with one another. So some kind of transformation around you is very much in the works. A transformation which can see you in the moment. But people may be amazed at how you do shift your approach. But Venus is in a square with your modern ruler Uranus. So if you're thinking of doing something cosmetic to your home, refurnishing or repainting or remodeling, it's important, because Venus is about money as well as taste and our appreciation of the more refined parts of life, that again you're conscious of not splashing out on something for some kind of quick fix that doesn't necessarily change the paradigm. But it's also the case that if you are in a relationship of any kind, if you're attracted to someone, it's got to work for you in terms of that free-spirited part of your nature. So romance through Saturn, your traditional ruler, challenging Jupiter. Sociability by Saturn challenging Mercury in your 11th house of play. And Venus in your sign being challenged by your modern ruler of Uranus suggests that home, emotional and family issues probably are going to take priority for you, even though you may have some admirers this year with Mars opposite Pluto and Venus in your own sign, because your own unique, inimitable style is definitely going to draw some attention to you. The good news, however, is that although the North Node is about to retreat into Pisces, at the very start of the year, it forges an ace link to Pluto and an ace link to Mars. Listen to your instincts, particularly when you're having conversations. Decode what people are saying, but if you take it back to your senses, that's going to be very helpful to you. So your willpower is going to be very strong this year, but I think it is a year to be cautious with resources. Try to make sure the ins and outs are balancing up, and keep expanding that inner world that can grow from that amazing new moon in your 12th house as you go into the new year. But if there is a singular mission that you're really dedicated to, that Pluto opposition to Mars and the link to the North Node can really see you go towards that target. Now, on the 6th of January, Mars, which starts the year in that retrograde in the ground Leo, reverts into the sign of Cancer. Ring a bell? Well, if you recall, on the 5th of September through to the early part of November, Mars went through Cancer for 8 weeks, which is very unusual. And the reason for that is because of Mars going into the retrograde in Leo in December. Because Mars goes into a retrograde every 26 months. But actually that retrograde in Leo was relatively short, so it's going back into Cancer. It will be in retrograde through to the 24th of February and emerge back into Leo on the 18th of April. So if there is a New Year's resolution that you want to tackle that requires some extra stamina and self-discipline, Mars in the 6th house, despite the retrograde, can see you targeting it and working towards it. But if you're hoping to do better in a job, that could create a little bit of frustration. Just be aware of it. So the North Node moving on the 11th into your second solar house, augmenting that first lunar eclipse on the 18th of September, because the nodes mirror the eclipses, is another directional pull towards being conscious of what you value, your foundations, your worth, what you believe in, and also everyday money. But it also can be about food. So if you are thinking the second house, you're thinking about being a little bit more disciplined about your nutrition and diet, particularly with Mars thrusting its way in the sixth house, that actually can be a point to try to refine and make progress, because the sign of Pisces, particularly with Neptune, may have seen you drawn towards some nefarious ways of escaping reality since 2012. It would be completely understandable. But by the end of January, the 29th, we have a sensational new moon in your sign. Because it angles to Jupiter, that electric energy, despite Jupiter being in a retrograde until the early days of February, is really going to give you quite the boost. Also, your modern ruler ends its retrograde the day after on the 30th. With Jupiter going direct at the start of February, things are starting to pick up. You're gaining traction. But also Venus makes its way at the start of February into the chattiest part of your scope. Could have people quite bewitched by some of your word power as February unfolds. But on March the 2nd, Venus goes into a retrograde. It is augmented by Mercury on March the 3rd. So you have two key players in House 3, those quick communications. But March the 14th sees the second of the eclipse series going between the signs of Pisces and Virgo, this one in Virgo, but it's opposite Saturn. If there is something that you really need to make some firm decisions around, Saturn will help you. Saturn gets a really bad press, but because of the duality of your sign, you can appreciate that tradition can be very important. So this is where Saturn can see you being a little bit more conserving in how you use resources. You could even find yourself, if you're very much into recycling or upcycling, really being inspired around those areas in the following 6 months. But March the 20th sees the spring equinox. The sun returns to Aries. It's the start of the astrological year. The energy from that is going to be awesome for you. You're going to see a pickup in the speed and the pace of life. But March the 27th sees Venus retrograde into Pisces until the 12th of April. And it won't emerge from Pisces until the end of April. So that could be a period of time when you may have to cut back a little bit and find some economies. Certainly be more disciplined about eating calorific goodies. But March the 29th sees a fantastic solar eclipse. It is in Aries, and because Venus and Neptune are so close by, you could see you express your ideas with great delicacy but huge imagination, not least because on March the 30th Neptune moves to join Aries. So for the next just under 8 months, your ability to convey ideas can take on almost a mystical dimension. You know, if you are someone who has your own blog, or you work in a customer-facing environment, it's just going to be something about you that's rather outer-worldly that other people can be truly captivated by, which is absolutely lovely. Now, as I mentioned, on the 12th of April, Venus goes direct. But it's the 18th of April when Mars goes back into Leo, which is so delicious, because that is going to re-engage you directly with others, because Mars being in Cancer is very much about dealing with life's practicalities and being in some ways of service to others. Now you want to create your boundary, but if there is someone on your celestial field of vision that you're drawn towards, this gives you the push to go for it. Now, towards the end of April, Venus is approaching Neptune, but they link up in the first week of April. If you do have a date across that time, it could be quite an enchanting encounter. When Venus and Neptune are together, there definitely is the chance for some magic. There is also the chance for some distortion. So It's not the best of times to put someone on a pedestal if you've only just met them, but you could have quite the bewitching conversation. It may not even be romantic, but a meeting of minds or even souls is definitely possible. Now, on April the 27th, there is a new moon in your sector of home and family, but it's in a powerful clash with Pluto at the start of your sign. I feel that this could bring up some of the politics that Uranus has created since 2019 full time. If you recall, in the middle of May 2018, when Uranus first moved into Taurus, that was the seeding period, it clashed with Mars, which was on the anaretic degree in Capricorn. And even though Mars loves being in Capricorn, it's exalted, it then went into Aquarius, and the two were chaffing against each other right through to the middle of October. It was a really, really tricky period, particularly for home and family affairs or emotional affairs. There may have been quite a lot of inflammation of deep held feelings. But on May the 25th, Saturn moves to join up with Neptune, linking back to Pluto in your sign. So you have a sextile. This is lovely stuff, but Saturn, your ruler, is in its full in the sign of Aries, which is about initiation. Saturn's about consolidation. So if you have ideas coming through the imaginative guise and prism of Neptune and initially of Venus, Saturn's going to test them out. Otherwise, you may find that some people are challenging you and suggesting that maybe some of your ideas are lacking a little bit of realism. But this is where the duality of your sign can be such an asset to you, because where some people can really get caught up with tripping the light fantastic, you can always be pretty down to earth in some way, which can be of great help. Now, May the 27th is fantastic. This is going to see a new moon in Gemini, but it's conjunct the ruler of Gemini. If ever there was a time to be flirty, playful, cheeky, perhaps even a bit naughty, your sense of humour will be in top form, and a wonderful opportunity to get out, mix and mingle and have fun. But on June the 9th, Jupiter makes its way into Cancer. So it leaves your 5th house, which hopefully has helped you to develop some creative strands in the previous year. It's going to go retrograde on the 11th of November, but it's going to be here for a year. And Jupiter loves being in Cancer. It's exalted here, but also Cancer's a feeling sign, but for you it's 6. If you are a compassionate person and you want to help people in some kind of practical way and use your nurturing skills in a way that helps them, that can be a huge opportunity in the following 12 months. June the 20th, however, sees the Sun travel into Cancer. We have the summer solstice, cardinal quadrant 2, the next 13-week period. Normally for you about practicalities, order, routines, but this one clashes with Saturn and also Neptune. 3v6. If you try to do too much, if you try to be too virtuous over the next month, you're going to end up actually not achieving as much as you would like. It's a time, therefore, to set yourself some realistic targets and work towards things in a systematic way, but don't scatter yourself too thinly. Then the 25th, the Cancer new moon is also squaring up with Saturn and Neptune. So quite complex. Again, keep going forwards, prioritising. But July the 7th sees that stunning transition of Uranus into your air sign of Gemini. Wow. Because this arcs back to Pluto in a trine, but also arcs to Saturn and Neptune in a sextile. So it's a grand minor trine, a golden triangle. And of all the zodiac signs that can really be engaged by this, I feel it is yours, because your two rulers are in the mix. And Pluto is right at the start of the sign of Aquarius. And we're seeing a huge shift in the way we all network, connect. And it's going to be a massive shift that's coming. But the truly massive shift will be in 2026, I feel. But over the next 4 months, as Uranus dazzles back towards Pluto, if there is something that you want to do that's very enterprising, it's very fresh, that maybe is more challenging to some people. Have the confidence to go for it, shake things up. That more rock and roll side of your nature, Uranus, can come out. The more steady side of your nature, the American songbook of Saturn, is asking you to just choose your words with care, stay anchored in whatever you're trying that may be novel, and that's fair enough. And Neptune's saying, yeah, use as much imagination as you possibly can muster. But July the 18th sees Mercury go into a retrograde in your sector of relating. And we know that can create some crosswires, but also some opportunities. And the conduit for that is going to be the Leo new moon of the 24th of July, which forges an electric, dazzling link to Uranus, but also an opposition to Pluto in your sign. Really, this could be quite the month, despite that retrograde, which does end on the 10th of August. That unravels, and then that brings you to a period of the year which is much more to do with 8th house energy. So a lot of it is about the 2nd house. The 8th house is what you share with others, where you're most invested, where you're most devoted, what's transforming at a deep level. It's the Phoenix part of our chart, but obviously before the Phoenix we can have the endings of situations, and that part of your chart is really going to come sharply into focus on August the 23rd with the first of 2 Virgo new moons, but that squares up with Uranus. If you encounter someone who really doesn't like this fresh approach that you're taking, could even be rather jealous, may try to limit you in some ways, could be someone who's a little bit controlling, that kind of friendship or that kind of romantic relationship is not what you need. So on the 1st of September, as Saturn inverts back into your 2nd house, to be followed by Uranus's retrograde on the 6th of September, your 2 rulers are telling you to take charge of the situation. September the 7th, however, sees the repetition of the lunar eclipse which occurred on the 18th of September the year before, and this time Sun in an opposition with the Moon in Pisces, but close to the North Node. But then September the 21st is a supercharged solar eclipse. That solar eclipse takes you through the last months of the year and into the start of 26. But if you are someone who really wants to go forwards with some of these brilliant ideas you've been instigating, but you want to convert it into something tangible, the hard evidence of the flare, wow, that's quite the solar eclipse, because your traditional ruler Saturn is going to be the other end of the axis, making sure that you use your experience and knowledge and wisdom to make sure that whatever you are approaching or developing or investing in is going to be really thought through and future-proofed in a very thorough way. So that's one of the things with Saturn. It has such a bad press, but you know, Saturn is about experience, it's about knowledge. You know, it is the ruler of time. In Greek mythology, Chronos was its name, chronology. And so astrology is the measurement of the patterns of planets and how they impact us through the gravitational pull. So that is a very, very potent solar eclipse, and it takes us back to the year before, if you remember, when the whole process began with the lunar eclipse, but on the other side of the heavens. You will see how far you've come, but it's that North Node in Pisces which is regulating your instincts in terms of what decisions you make. September the 22nd, the autumnal equinox, the 3rd cardinal quadrant, and the Sun returns to the wonderful Libra for you. An opportunity to think back to a year before when you had that breakout moment with the solar eclipse. If you've yet to have a vacation or a holiday, you'll certainly want to have one in the following 13 weeks. But on the 21st of October, the new moon in Libra does clash with Saturn in a quincunx. Important, therefore, if you are thinking of expansion, you're also aware of the cost, Saturn. The 22nd of October, however, Neptune returns after just under 8 months back to Pisces. On November the 8th, Uranus returns to Taurus, your home emotional sector. Now we are going to have through the 9th to the 19th of November a retrograde in your sector of friendship, and the 19th to the 28th in your sector of work. There could be a bit of a link. Things could get a little muddled. We do have on the 20th of November the Scorpio new moon, which is very much to do with success, except it's so late in the sign of Scorpio, it's clashing with Saturn and Neptune. You can see how Saturn and Neptune back in Pisces, they're like a metronomic influence throughout this year. Neptune can see you dream, perhaps be very inspired, but then has to be moderated by the strict master, or the strict mistress of Saturn, saying, but what about this detail? So even if you're shooting for the stars, those two are saying, but what's the plan? Good for them. We're going to see, as the year comes to a close, the new moon in Sagittarius on the 20th of December, but then a switch, the 23rd, the sun returns to the 12th house. And after a breathless year, it really wouldn't be a surprise if you did want to go back to that original instinct that the sun's conjunction with the moon gave you at the start of the year, that whatever happens, however exciting it is, however much you can sort out the ins and outs around your resources or your sense of value, there are going to be times when you do need to cocoon yourself away. It is an Aquarius thing to have that space from time to time and seclusion, but do it. But your expansion of your spiritual knowledge and your interest in healing and all its different strands is going to be a fantastically important part of this year. But it's a year essentially about you using your innovation, Uranus, in conjunction with Saturn, which is very much about preservation and conservation and finding a nice balance between the two, and also working with the eclipse series to ensure that you can use enterprise but in a sensible way, because the solar eclipse as 2024 comes to a close could see you charge into the new year really in full flight. But it has to be quite tactical as well this year. And if you use your communications with passion, power, conviction and thought, you are definitely going to catch the imagination and attention of a lot more people. Have a great year, Aquarius. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. So Pisces, on the 18th of September 2024, the lunar eclipse in your sign ushers in a new series, which is really exciting, but it's very close to the exquisite, sensitive, shifting energies of your co-ruler Neptune. Your sensitivity is going to be immense in the latter part of 24 and in the first quarter of 25. You can use that in a very productive way, because if you can tune into your psychic antenna and extend it in a perceptive way, it will guide you. But it can also make you hugely creative. And Neptune's given you extra support in that regard since 2012. But that needs to coexist with a solar eclipse in a much drier part of your chart, the 8th house. That's on the 2nd of October. The host is Libra, which is an air sign. It's cool, it's detached. But Mercury, the planet of talk and thought, very close by. If you are someone who wants to make the most of your finances and marshal them shrewdly in the new year, it's a great solar eclipse. Also, if you're someone who's very entrepreneurial, you've got a business idea that you want to work with, the combination of these two eclipses, although they come from a different series, is quite challenging, because the first house is about what we want. The eighth house in some way demands some kind of investment in a situation or someone else. So there's a bit of a conflict there. However, as we get to the turn of the year, and I'm showing your event chart, your solar return on the screen, there's a very friendly combination of the sun and the moon in Capricorn. The sun's always in this part of your chart, the moon not. But the new moon, which occurred right at the end of 24, suggests the first weeks of this new year could see you connecting with people. But who you connect with is the issue. That Neptunian energy can see you needing to protect yourself a little bit, because your veil is going to be very thin. So if you do engage with people where their energy isn't necessarily good for you, you can take that in and it won't necessarily be good for you. Whereas Saturn is asking you to tune into others, but in a more practical way. So that will be a little challenge. But certainly if you want to make some new friends or connect with community groups, up your social interaction throughout the year, that's an opportunity. What about the two players in your sign? Well, Saturn is going to start this year in your sign and end the year in your sign. Saturn is the measurement of time. So it's very structural, but it can be limiting. So that suggests your physical energy could be a little lower. It's possible too, with Saturn in a tense right angle with Jupiter, which reached a peak on the 24th of December 2024, that something around your home or emotional life is a little bit out of kilter as you start this year. Now, Neptune, on the other hand, forges a lovely link with that moon position. So the people you do feel comfortable with, that can be something that you should try to work with throughout the year. But somehow or another, I feel that there could be some family, home-based or property challenges in the year to come. Now, one of the massive parts of this year's solar return is that you do have both Pluto and Venus in your 12th house. The 12th house is very much a psychological area, and certainly with Pluto, because of the 11 weeks you had in 2023 in the sign of Aquarius, and also the time you had last year, you've had some practice, some exposure to what Pluto's asking of you. Sometimes if we cling on to things, Pluto actually makes life more complex. But there could be some transitions, very deep transitions, where some things can come to an end in your life. And if you try to fight it, it won't necessarily help. But there's a part of you that does like to support others and be useful in terms of working hard and being very practical. And that's illuminated by the position of Mars. But Mars in Leo wants attention. Mars in the 6th house is more sacrificing. Mars is also in retrograde. Your energy could be affected, I feel, by any psychological dramas or undercurrents that are not quite clear. Because Venus is in your 12th house, it is possible that a romantic relationship that isn't working could come to a close, because the planet of freedom is in a complex right angle with Venus, and that suggests the potential for change. So something that's been bubbling away deep within your psyche, or hidden from plain sight in the practical part of your circumstances, may be due for an ending. This is where that glorious new nodal return for you back into your sign from the 11th of January is so potent, because that's urging you to seize the moment for what you need as an individual. And that is why I feel that is such an important thing. But going back to this solar return, Mercury's high in the sky. Could be good for trade, business, marketing, but it is in Sagittarius, not its best location. But hey, it's also challenged by Saturn. You're only going to have a certain amount of energy this year, and I think a lot of it is going to be trying to find the sweet spot between what you need and want and what works in your connection to others. And because Saturn squares off with Mercury in your work sector and squares off with Jupiter in your home and emotional sector, somehow or another, your more serious mode that you're developing could make you a formidable opponent, because I feel that you're starting to put down some boundaries, and that's something that hasn't always been easy for you in the past, and therefore you've given of yourself to such a degree that at times you felt almost invisible. But if you are a healer, if you do work in healthcare, if you are in any way a nurturer, the fact that Mercury forges a great link with Chiron in the second house, that could definitely aid your bank balance. But some very powerful psychological energies can come up where you feel that you do a lot to support others but don't get seen or heard. And that could lead at some point this year to an explosion of emotion, to be honest, where no longer you can hold back from telling someone how you really feel. And that's where Uranus, which is very much about authenticity in your third house, and its angle to Venus, could see you stage a rebellion if you feel that someone's been taking you for granted in far too much of a way. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more. If you'd like to talk to me personally, I am a consulting astrologer. Please check out my testimonials below. I don't edit these, as they come in, I share as is. But on the 6th of January, you do get a celestial bonus ball. Mars reverts back into Cancer, where it was last in early November. We had 8 weeks of Mars going through Cancer from the 5th of September, which is good for you, because this is a very friendly, bubbly, and dare I say, quite amorous part of your chart. But Mars is going to be in a retrograde through to the 24th of February, so just be conscious of that. But Mars there could give you a need early in the year to connect with people. Very often we have all the sort of interaction over Christmas, and then people sort of really hunker down in the latter part of January. You might surprise yourself by taking the initiative, particularly from the 11th of January. And I cannot stress how important the nodal return is, because it's not since 17 years ago that the North Node has been in your sign. Now, the North Node is the point of destiny. Whatever you instinctively feel you need to do for you, totally for you, not defining yourself by how much help you give to others or how much you offset your needs to please someone else or to keep the peace. The North Node is really asking you to tune into what you really need. It's that critical for you. Now, as January goes on, we do have a new moon in your 12th house on the 28th, but it's a new moon that could actually bring some information into the open that you do find very helpful, because it links positively with your ruler Jupiter. But then on the 30th of January, Uranus, the planet of disruption, ends its retrograde in your third house. If you have found that your nervous system has been a bit ragged, that should choke that off and make things feel a bit easier. Now, early in February, Jupiter, your ruler, also ends its retrograde, which is to be welcomed. So in your fourth house, if you are wanting to hit the winter sales, you may find yourself getting some homewares or some things that really bring a greater sense of abundance to your home environment. But on February the 4th, you could have an upturn in your finances, which is really, really exciting. February the 24th, Mars goes direct, so you're going to feel even more attractive and alluring. February the 28th is the new moon in your sign. Ironically, it squares with Jupiter. Remember, I told you at the start of the year, there may be something around your home or family life which isn't quite working. It's not the best of times to be over optimistic about what that new moon can bring. The sun and the moon square Jupiter can see us over egg the pudding. Avoid that trap. March the 2nd, however, sees Venus go retrograde. Not a great time from thence on to be too free and easy with resources. If you did enter into a diet for your New Year's resolution, it could crumble at that time as you dig into that apple crumble with that lashings of cream and ice cream as well. I'll be there with you. No willpower at all. And then on March the 3rd, Mercury moves into your second house, creating an offset to the Venus retrograde. But March the 14th is huge because this sees the opposite lunar eclipse to the one that happened on the 18th of September. And it is, the sun is very close to Saturn. This is exactly what I've been saying to you about finding the balance between what you want and what other people require from you. And someone could be quite surprised that your steeliness at starting to assert your boundaries. Good for you if so. March the 20th, the spring equinox, the start of the astrological year, cardinal quadrant 1, a 13-week period where you can focus on resources, but because Venus is in retrograde and then Mercury goes into retrograde, it's all quite convoluted in terms of the finance. What can help you, however, is that on March the 29th, we have a solar eclipse in your second house. If you've really worked very, very hard over the last couple of years, you could see some significant increase in your income or some stability around resources. But on the 30th, Neptune moves out of your sign and into Aries for the following near to 8 months. Let's just think about this. Neptune in your sign, as I mentioned, very perceptive, psychic, can have enormous compassion, but the second house is very much to do with value. How do you create the value? If you are an artistic or creative, you could start to see the value, particularly when Saturn joins up with Neptune on the 25th of May. But initially, you may be a little unsure. Something may seem a little unclear. You may also find that going on from that apple crumble or pie, anything that's remotely Moorish over the next near to 8 months could prove quite irresistible. So you're really going to have to double down if you want to stick to a diet plan that you had set. But positively, Neptune moving into your second house and the sign of initiation, Aries, could see you trying something fresh and imaginative around your talents and how you can get a return on them. Now on April the 12th, Venus goes direct in your sign. So that's something that's going to give you a greater sense of self-assurance. On the 18th, Mars returns to Leo. This will give you a boost of physical vitality and stamina. And in the first week of May, there's a beautiful link between Venus and Neptune in your second house. What a time to enjoy a lovely meal. You know, if you meet up with someone, it could be a friend, you could do some home cooking and invite someone around, but it could be enchanting for a relationship. But remember, Neptune can also distort. So if you're still getting to know someone, take it steady. April the 27th sees the Taurus new moon. Usually the pace of life would pick up with this, but because it's in a jagged right angle with Pluto, something can come out into the open in the following month. You could say something that you've been keeping tight to your chest, a resentment that's been boiling away could come out, a secret can be spilled. In May, however, the 25th, the arrival of Saturn to duo up with Neptune. But Saturn is in its full in Aries, Aries is about getting on with it. Saturn's about consolidation. So there is a paradox. But what Saturn can do, particularly if you are trying to do something that's more to do with flair, Saturn provides the discipline and the structure to box in that dreamy drifting energy of Neptune, which can be very dispersing and dissolving. So Saturn could be an asset, but they're together through to the end of August, and they link back to Pluto. It makes me think, there's some past knowledge, experience, skills, memories that can actually come back to you in a way which makes you feel better about yourself, gives you more self-worth, or it could be that you can reconnect to someone from your past. I don't necessarily mean romantically. It could be an old colleague you used to work with, or you can repurpose those previous skills and experiences in a new dynamic way. Now on May, if you are hoping to move, what a wonderful new moon, because it's next to the ruler of the sign, which is very much to do with the marketing side of things, the deal. So if you are trying to tie down a new lease or a new mortgage, that can be positive for you. June the 9th sees Jupiter, your ruler, move into your 5th house. I have to say this will be gorgeous for you over the next year, but it's just the natal chart of the event is going to be squared off by Saturn. So because Saturn and Neptune are in 2, which is money and resources, and Jupiter's in 5, which can be to do with extravagance, spoiling, and also speculation, I wouldn't say that Jupiter over the following year would necessarily be great if you go for it in an unrestrained way. I think that you're really going to have to do some research if you are trying to instigate some new financial approaches. But when it comes to your social situation, even romance, Jupiter in the sign of Cancer, where it loves to be, it's exalted, is a fine transit for sure. But then the Sun catches up with Jupiter, moving into Cancer on the 20th. We have the second of the cardinal quadrants, but it too squares with Saturn. So that part of the year where you usually can enjoy some real pleasures and mixing and mingling could be moderated by financial considerations, or perhaps because you're evaluating other people in a much more strident way. If there is a relationship that's weak, it could go on the back of the Cancer new moon, which also squares with Mars and Neptune. July the 7th, however, sees Uranus move out of the restless 3rd house into your restless 4th house. If you are wanting to move, it can happen in the following 4 months, but also there can be a lot of electric developments. People can come home, leave home. If you are trying to sell a house, it can all be very fast moving or very disruptive. One of the things you can do with Uranus in your 4th house is declutter. Uranus loves space, but it also could see some very, very pointed discussions in the family, particularly because Uranus goes back to Pluto in a trine, Pluto in that psychological area. Uranus is about rebelliousness, and it can be defensive in the 4th house. It's going to speak out whether people like it or not. And if it's about money, there could be a big to do at this part of the year. So although we have a grand minor trine, the golden triangle, for you personally, I think it is very, very much to do with emotion stability and deep psychological stuff, and trying to find your place of security within it. Things, you may yearn stability, but it may be a little elusive in this part of the year, to be really honest. On July the 18th, Mercury goes retrograde in the precise 6th house. Anything to do with details here, you really have to be on it. The Leo new moon of the 24th forges a great link to Uranus. I mentioned about decluttering. If ever there was a need to declutter, it's now. But also it's in an opposition with Pluto. Again, I feel that some sharp words could be exchanged about something that's been unspoken or some deep resentments over a very long period of time. The potential for family politics is very, very high at this point in your situation. August the 23rd, however, sees a new moon in your opposite sign. Ordinarily this would be great, but this squares up with Uranus. Again, a lot of disruptive energy around relationships. And it's the first of two new moons, the second a solar eclipse. Essentially it's a blue moon, two new moons in the same month. But on the 1st of September, Saturn returns back to your sign. You're really, I feel, going to be very determined to not bend if someone has been taking you hugely for granted. The 6th of September, Uranus goes retrograde in Gemini. September the 7th is the second of the lunar eclipse in your sign, repeating the one of the year before. Again, this can see your emotions close to the surface if you feel a relationship isn't working very well. But if you're wanting a relationship, the September the 21st solar eclipse suggests you could be attracted to someone who you see will be a solid bet. Someone who has a level of responsibility, who is reliable, turns up, is, invested in a degree of good old-fashioned manners and civility. But it could be a shakeout also if a relationship isn't working in the following 6 months. The autumnal equinox of the 22nd is about those shared finances and long-term financial investments again. The new moon of the 21st of October is in a quincunx with Saturn in your sign, balancing what you want as an individual with what someone else will give you in a business or personal situation who doesn't want to salute your individuality can also be a little bit of a struggle. The 22nd of October, Neptune returns home. The 8th of November, Uranus returns back to Taurus. From the 9th to the 12th of November, we have a retrograde in your sector of success. If you are planning to go for an interview, doing a presentation, meeting someone influential, be aware that things can be fluid and you need to be very clear in your personal expression. Now there is, from the 19th to the end of the month, the potential to travel, but that too could be a bit snagged. We have on the 20th of November a new moon in your sister water sign of Scorpio, but that's snagged by Saturn and Neptune in your sign. That energy in Scorpio is very much about wanting to break out and be free and to travel, and again there may be something restricting you. The Sagittarius new moon of the 20th of December can see your need for acclaim very much to the surface, but that's followed quickly by the 4th of the cardinal quadrants and the Sun returning to Capricorn where it starts the year. So that's the breathless events of this year. But to really take the nuts and bolts out of it, the nodal axis returning to your sign is asking you to stand in your individual power. The eclipses is a to and fro between what you want and need and prepared to give and what someone else wants. If you're in an equitable relationship, the relationship can get stronger this year. If you're in an inequitable relationship, not just financially, you don't feel that there's the same level of care and trust and respect, that can be something that can be difficult. And as much as you can boost your resources with Neptune and Saturn in your second house, I feel it may be something that's a bit fleeting. I'm not sure how rooted it will be. This could be a disruptive year, so the best way to work into it is really be absolutely determined to listen to your inner voice, because that part of you that can be such a giver, Pisces, is what you really need to be revolting against this year. Saturn's been encouraging you over the last couple of years to simplify your life. The node's asking you to listen to your gut feeling. Let it guide you. Let it guide you around money, relationships, every single part of your situation, jobs. Do what really works for you deep within you. And that is the best way to make the most of this epic year for you. Have a great 2025. Take care. Please take advantage of my unique year 2025 personal horoscope forecast promotion. If you order in 24, you'll get the rest of that year free, but in my special package of 30% off, you also get your life roadmap report. This will help you to understand the patterns that have played out in your life so far, get a much more intimate understanding of how these have played out and how you can work with them future forwards. But with your forecast as well, it's a fantastic amount of information, it's great value, totally unique for each person it's produced for. Please see the link below for more.